Hey, shut the... Oh, yo, I love spam. Thanks for the spam. Why is it always nezehot.com? Can it be something else, Mr. Spam Man? I appreciate your dedication, though. This is the quote-unquote cracks. Captain, what is... Oh, we do like crack space. Bruh. Good morning, Burning. Good morning, Tab Velocity. Merry Christmas, Dio, indeed. I hope you're ready. You're about to cook. The cooking of the century has officially started. I do need to get a better charger, though. I might have to... Damn, a Koyan's being utilized like crazy. So how's your guys' raids? How's your guys' excitement? We are going to play the Raid Arena Cappuccino right after this. For sure, for sure. We do gotta get the story in before we go raiding. Merry Christmas, like I said, Merry Christmas, y'all. I hope y'all been farming nicely. Ugh. I got some cookies, and I got some little bit of hot drink. It's been great. I've already done 400 runs. Hey, good stuff. Nice FGA. Nice FGA. Alright, let's do this. It is time for us to read. It's time for us to finish the story. Did I put all the story yesterday out, chat? I did, but I didn't put it in YouTube video. Got it. I'll start putting that out tomorrow. I should have up till 12. Give me a second. I have 11. Where the hell's 12? And 9, 8, 7, 12. What the fuck was 12 at the beginning? That's okay. Whatever. Perfectly fine by me. All right, so chapter all the way to 12 is done. I'll start reading and putting that on videos. Here we go. As always, it's going to contain spoilers. From here on out, it's going to be talking about the FGO reality. So this is going to be Omega spoilers. Just do be warned. You've been warned. Here we go. We finished F. Everything's so quiet now, chat. It's almost as if the truth is about to start. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the chapter 3 of FGO. And the chapter is called Here Lies the End of Humanity. What's left of it, that is. It is going to be heavily spoiler. Get ready. ここに存在し真理の I've got some cookies. I don't have milk since I'm lactose intolerant. Oh, welcome back. Mission accomplished. You've done well. It's because everybody helped us out. What's the situation outside? So that certainly means that somebody else besides MASH was on the ground helping you out, correct? Unfortunately, we weren't able to monitor everything, so I would like to hear conversation in more direct approach. However, I believe it's best to stare at what we. I believe it's best to stare at this visual for now. Everybody, this is the battle results of you've done. Take a look. There it is. Within the crater lies. There's a gate. Yeah, there's a gate in the atmosphere. So, is that Cardaeus? Yep. I just don't think it's the Cardaeus that we saw in the command room. Shapes and size might be different, but from the Shiba's existence and observation records, it's practically a match. That is definitely the oh fuck, I forgot. I gotta keep pulling out the fate whatchamacallit about the Cardaeus, because it's technically a model, but it's such a long name that I can't fucking say it correctly. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, excuse me. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Hey, got you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it is called AKA This is season 2 Karudeas. So it's a simulated global environmental model. Karudeas. Merry Christmas, Power. How are you doing? Thank you so much, Aomura-san, for the subscription. And Kado for the follow as well. Dante Laws returns. Big Priest sliding in. 空想獣にとってカルデアスはいい攻撃対象なんだろう。ゲートが出現してから空想獣からの攻撃は停止した。It says the Tree of Emptiness, right? AKA the Cosmic Pillars, must be an non-targetable thing towards Karudeas. Ever since the gate popped up, the cosmic trees have stopped assaulting. Ever since that thing popped up from the gate, the attack stopped. Because if you don't know, while we were ray shifting to F, they were getting barraged. However, we don't know how long this stalemate's gonna last us. Currently, we're the calculation staff room is utilizing its full efforts to figure out how long how long we need to calculate to go through those gates. We're calculating the dimensional vibration of impact and what we need to do, simultaneously safety of our crews. And once everything is good to go, the entire ship will go through the gate itself. It might be 10 minutes tops. A small break, a break nonetheless. Make sure you guys all take your seat and rest your body whenever you can. You understand me, Protag and Mash? I see. I would have had some wonderful time eating a gorgeous meal after this victory, to take a breather. However, it seems that is not the situation. But I suppose a tea time would be a suffice. Marines is a little too busy to prepare that, so let us Sorry, Director. Seems that, yes, that time already went by. Professor has a report to tell you. It seems that the gate's preparation's all ready to go. What? It's only been 3 minutes since the gate popped up. Isn't it a little too early of a calculation, my friend? Nods. Of course. Of course it is. あのゲートは全能であった時の魔術王が開けたもの。It says, after all, that gate, right? The gate and its functionality was opened up by a Mage King himself. A Mage King himself opened up during his prime. This is completely different from your ray shifts. ゲートに通過する際のにも、まあ、通常な範囲だ。It says, problems and efficiencies or damage or collateral damage to going through gates has already been calculated. It's in the realm of basic knowledge. As long as there was a Storm Borders calculation team, I knew for a fact that this would have been done within a few minutes to prepare. Oh, well. A Sullivan King or somebody who calls himself that seems to look quite highly upon us in valuation, doesn't he? So, if that's the case, are you saying that this gate class of magical aptitude of techniques or methods can't be utilized by your current form? Is that what we can understand, perhaps? I suppose you like to tease where it hurts, but yes, it's possible. But I have no need to do as such. Understand that my current self, I won't be able to create a magnitude, a load, or effectiveness as much as I wanted to back then. I will be the one who will be choosing when my trump card will reveal and unfold in due time. Then again, it seems that the gate is from the singularity back into a normal realm. It seems that the distance/time dilation is quite distorted. Or perhaps maybe they've... maybe he has restored something that was in problematic incantation. That Mattisberry. That man definitely does not miss a thing whenever he can. Oh! Hey! Folk on his shoulders! Mr. Foe? Foe! Get him! Senpai? Oh, Foe! You should have just quietly dissipated. I'm quite disappointed in you, little. I'm quite disappointed in you. You know that? It does not matter. We must hurry. Now, that gate is not gonna last us as long as you think it is. It says, yeah, when a singularity when we slide through the singularity to a normal time realm, the Earth is going to repair itself, and everything's going to start restoring. So prepare yourself. おっと、そうだったね。いかにも信頼の魔術王の技といっても限度がある. It's just right. No matter how great the mages of the gods, mage kings, efforts and things may be, I suppose there's turn limits to it. Captain, prepare for the operation once more. Everybody to be on your seats, ASAP. I don't have to say this, but we're about to go through Cardeas. It's a minute Earth, but it's a minute Earth in our perspective, but that's just the dimensional distortion keeping us fooled in our eyes. We only see it as a minute in our point of view. However, once we get to the space realm of Cardeas itself, it's going to become even big as Earth, close to it. So don't be surprised when things are larger than expected, okay? つまりどういうことかね? 我々も誤称になるということか. What does that mean by that? Does that mean that we're becoming minuscule as well and tiny? Is that how it is? いいえ、カルデアスが私たちにとって極小だったのはあくまでの見え法の話です。遠くいものは小さく見える. It says no. Happy RAIDMAS? A happy RAIDMAS to you too, friend. It says, that is a no. It's just the reason why it's minute or very small that the Cardeas, we perceive Cardeas, is that how we see it in perspective. It's almost as if something very far as can be seen as super small. It's the same concept of looking through a telescope lens and looking through the sky, up close and personal or through a lens. That's all there's to it. Merry Christmas, Padoru. That's right. Merry Christmas, Raid Padoru Dayon. In the sky, these planets seems quite small, but it does not mean that these little planets itself was a very small thing, correct? Understand that once you reach its atmosphere or its location, truly, its real size will show itself. That's all there is to it. Understand that this gate is practically, in word, a warp gate. Majin O Getia が組み出した46年億前の宇宙に飛ぶ術式のごとく規模なものですよ. It says this is the creation. I think it's 46 billion years, I think it was. Or 4 billion 600 4 billion 600,000 million years, I think it was. Yeah, somewhere like that. The beginning of Earth, quote unquote, scientifically. This is just a Mage King's Gaetia's it's essentially a Mage King made magic craft that he concocted that can able to travel space through the universe, essentially. It's a warp gate. All right, get it through your head. All right, enough about lecturing. Understand that I can guarantee you that going through that gate will not cause any irreparable damage or permanent scars on the ship. Understand that once we arrive to Caradeas, I cannot guarantee you anything. After all, I can't predict what's going to happen afterward. ゲートを抜けた後の大将は貴様らの役割だ。英雄ネモ。せいぜい舵取りに気を使え。It says after you go through the gate, everything else will be your job and your job alone, heroic spirit Nemo. Now make sure you starboard to your heart's content and survive this and overcome this dilemma. Understood. I heard that. Everybody in position. Did you hear me? これまで、yeah, listen up all. これまで解析が正しければ、カルデアス地球は我々に知る地球になっている。It says, if the analysis is correct so far, the Caradeas' Earth should be the Earth that we know once it was before. Understand that this storm border is the crystallization of mage and mystics all combined together. I would sincerely like to avoid flying this catalyst on top of towns or cities or major metropolis. Our landing point is not going to be in Antarctica, but it's going to be in a location, one point that nobody can comprehend at the moment. Point Nemo. Director, any questions so far? I have no questions. Even though our planet has been taken over, it's finally time to return to our blue planet. Make sure you keep the monitor open as much as you can as possible. Do you hear me? Make sure you guys stare at the scenery that we must take back from them once and for all. So burn it in your reticles. Sounds like a great idea. Our morale will probably improve. All right, storm border, full throttle forward. From here on out, we're going to be crashing into Caradeas' Earth, meaning that we're going to be taking over Caradeas once and for all. Let the operation begin. Let's do it! We're going in, Dale. Ooh, we get our cutscene. Warp gating. It's funny because the animation is zero sail, but we're going backwards. I believe we utilized the gate and were able to land safely in Caradeas' Earth. But the atmosphere, it's... It's positive sail, something like that. Well, it's not a positive sail because zero sail is neither negative nor positive. Zero is undefined. That's impossible! Uh-oh. What is the meaning of this? At least they have cloud. True! That means water's working, Dio. I do like how the name changed to Oruga Caradeas. Very cool. I like that. Yeah. So it's humanity, humanity preservation, celestial sphere, Oruga Mari, Oruga Caradeas, right? Very cool. Very cool. Oh, we get to explore it too? Yo. Nice. Very cool. But other than that, this concludes chapter arrow 1 of chapter 3. So make sure you guys hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And here we go. We're going to Point Nemo to see what's going on with this Earth. I thought we got it back. Why is it bleached out? PTFN. Ta-ta for now. All right, you degenerates, it's time for Arrow 2 Chapter 3. Don't forget to hit that like, comment, and subscribe, and here we go. What the hell happened here? We should have taken back Earth. Why is it bleached out? Oh, look, it's the Lost Belt trees. 我々は確かにカルデアスに降臨したな。We have descended to Cardeas, correct? And if everything was correct, our Earth texture and Cardeas' texture supposed to be swapped. Isn't that what we discussed? But what is the meaning of this? This is exactly the same as the bleached out Earth that we were in there before. This is completely different whatsoever. No, it's even far worse and scarier. You can clearly see the cosmic tree pillars. The empty trees are everywhere. Explain yourself, technical advisor, right now. I would like to ask for the same explanation too, because if the Cardeas' Earth's truth is really like this, then2つの地球で行われたことが婚姻ではなく、いわゆる上書きの友情に。That means that what has occurred on 2 of the Earth was not swapping of textures, it was override, and by overriding they preserved it, and then no. Before we can admit anything or defeat whatsoever, we need to confirm these cosmic tree pillars right now. These tree of emptiness. What's going on, Merlin? What are these tree of emptiness doing? What is all this? We got no reading whatsoever. I believe that the internal side is the same exact structure as the empty trees that we faced it before, but outer layers completely hardened. It's almost like everything else is in super hibernation or something. It's more of hibernation than petrify. Understand that it's very close to demonic pillars utilized as an anchor to stabilize some singularity. Think of it as a functionality similar to the Rongo Miniad. It's utilizing its concept and moving as follows. So it's essentially, Solomon told us that technically cosmic tree pillars are utilized as very familiar with Rongo Miniad, because if you guys remember, Rongo Miniad is the anchor, the arrow that anchors the textures, quote unquote. It says, yeah, it's either Rongo Miniad or the world tree, right? Yugudorashiru, same concept, right? So it's saying that all the tree of emptiness is currently acting as an anchor. であれば、二度と開くまい。世界と同化した草らびだから。I said, if that is the case, these pillars will never open. These pillars will never open up. After all, it is now officially assimilated with the world, becoming the chains and the anchor. こちらを攻撃することはないだろう。同時に我々もあれを破壊することはできない。It says it will not give us any harm. However, at the same time, it will not. We cannot harm them. They cannot harm us. この風景、ステラマリーの大戦で見た。魔人中ってロンゴミニアと同じだったの? It says, yeah, this scenery, I've seen this in Stella Murray, which you did because she saw the, she saw her Earth getting booted blasted. But at the same time, you got another answer that says, wait, demonic pillars were Rongo Maniad? The concept was the same. 当たり前だろ。魔人中だぞ。魔人中。星の自転を止めるために怒りの計算された、選んだんだ。Of course they were. They're demonic pillars. Demonic pillar. It was... they were created to stop the rotation of the star. An anchor Yeah, they were supposed to look like an anchor in order to stop its rotation properly, to stabilize and stop it from moving forward. 学校運行でがついえた今では陣型になることもあるだろうが、間違ってもパンケーキにはならん。It says, yeah, now that this thing has gone all wonky-dory, right? It'll probably have a humanoid form if necessary. However, do not make a mistake. It will never be a pancake. Well, that's a lie. We've seen him becoming a pancake. Okay? Ages of the Gods magic of Medea Lily made your pillar into a pancake. Stop lying, Lev. 空想中からの攻撃がないならまだ希望があります。Says if there's no additional assaults coming from the empty trees, the pillars, right? The empty tree pillars, then there's still hope. 最悪の事態を予測するにはまだ早すぎます。白紙化しているのは一部の表面かもしれません。It says this might be a little too early. Yeah, this might be a little too early to predict the worst case scenario at hand. Perhaps there's a chance that there might be a partial, if not a segmented parts is bleachified. Captain, Stormboarder. Captain, Stormboarder は地球にいた時と同じ運行できますか? It says Captain. Can the Stormboarder function as normally, if not optimal as possible, just like we were our Earth before? Of course. The atmosphere is practically same, if not identical to the Earth itself. We can go anywhere, however we want. Hey, what up, Zug? Commander. It says, yeah, as a research purpose, I would like to bring the Stormboarder to the Australian continent. Is that all right? Can I get a permission from you? I sincerely wanted my home. I sincerely wanted my home country, Germany, to be confirmed as safe first, but it seems the situation is definitely not that to be handed. Understood. Go to the location to find out what's going on. But I hope that's. X 冬季での活動を報告せよ. While this is happening, you must report what happened in Singularity X Fuyuki immediately. But understand that my mental state is fluffier than a French toast, so be delicate. It says, yeah, anything shocking or anything intensive details, make sure you wrap it with an oburato. I think oburato is like a cooking, something that you wrap in one of the foods, and report it immediately. So we're going to be talking about what happened in Singularity X while we're going to Australia to see if bleachified Earth is real. And that's about it. And that's what happened to Fuyuki. X はマルスベリーの歴史を今未来を自分にとって良い方向に向けるための石案やったんだ。So you're saying that Singularity X was specifically constructed and created to have Marusberi director's hyperplot convenient timeline in order to get a hyperplot convenient timeline to have his future guaranteed in his own way, right? It was a plot device. 冬季の聖杯戦争に参加できなかった彼だが、自分が参加していた異世界を作り、これに重ねたことで2004年の樹状のものが変化した。So it says, yeah, simultaneously, due to the fact that he was not able to participate in the Fuyuki's Holy Grail War, he created a lost belt that he participated in it, simultaneously created an information collision that was on top of 2004 to make things different. 未来の得意点は過去と未来から絶縁した空間で密着するで歴史が変わる危険性を持つものだが、 It says, yeah, singularities are very dangerous due to the fact that it's a space where future and the past can mixate each other. And by letting that go, it could create a historical changes and dangers, but不行きの得意点は違った。その時代に行って本来なる異世界であるマルスベリンの聖杯戦争を人理保障として構築され。That's. But it says, yeah, the singularity of Fuyuki is completely different. It created a singularity all on its own. It's supposed to be Mudasbidi's Holy Grail War that was supposed to be irregular from the very get-go. They automatically assumed that it was for pan-human history. そしてその事実を知られて都合が悪いと考えたもある意味。So it says, Mudasbidi, who thought of himself that if that truth were to be found out, it would be inconvenient for them. Right after the Ray shift, 記念すべきRay shiftによる得意点消滅。Right after the Ray shift, レイシフトその言語にして誰も知らないまましようとしていたのはこのレイキシャーシャーと。Yeah, it says after the singularity disappeared of the Ray shift of his celebration, he tried to erase the evidence that nobody should know about the Fuyuki Holy Grail War rigging competition. That shady man. レイシフトの8の時、マルスベリーはもう亡くなっていたけど、レイシフトの実験ができる段階になった時。It says by the time the Ray shift was fully available, Mudasbidi was no longer with us. But because the Ray shift experiment when we were able to utilize the Ray shift experiment once more, I'm pretty sure that it was rigged that the Shiba was supposed to obtain, if not observe, Singularity X as its first mission, I bet. After all, it was always happening in Carudeus in the first place. Yeah. That feeling, ever since I left the Karudea base, I felt a little eerie about it too. Because if we were able to have Shiba and Torais Megisto, we had Shiba and Torais Megisto allowing us to Ray shift. I was always wondering what Carudeas was there for in the first place. Well, after all, it was a very valuable treasure piece. It was a very valuable treasure piece to have it with us in order to accurately get the humanity's histories and pinpoint the locations of the past of the singularities that occurred throughout the throughout these times. So I get your part. So yeah, now that we've settled some arguments aside and thesis along, I think we finally were able to step forward into what's really happening. I think what we should start pursuing is that an incident that not even Marusmini could even think of. And that is the incineration of humanity made by the Mage King himself. And the action that was made by the final location of Singularity X's Ray shift by Left Lionel himself. The Mage King himself knew exactly that beyond the history of 2017, humanity had no future. So therefore, he incinerated the humanity's history all the way down from 2016 to 0. Or until the beginning. After all, this plan does not go well with Marasberi's plan whatsoever. It doesn't mesh at all. 魔術王は2016年から前、過去を燃料とした。一方、マラスベリーは2017年から先、未来を白紙化にした。It says, after all, the Mage King started burning everything, including the past, as fuels. However, Marasberi bleachified the future from the present 2017 and onward. In technicality, they didn't really mess anything up. They didn't violate anything that was nitpick. So it's essentially, they didn't create a paradoxical interference, right? It's essentially, both of them didn't create a major timeline problem that could have been irreparable at the moment. The destruction of Karudea, the eradication of A-Team, was probably, quote-unquote, within the realm of repair or manageable. But the action made by Left Lino was completely different. That time, the Mage King, the movements and the act that the demonic king, the movement and the act was not commanded by demon god King Gatia himself. Was it not, Solomon? そうだな。魔人師フラウロスはカルデアに長生きすぎ。Indeed, the demonic pillar Flawless was too long resided in Caldea. そのために人類の歴史を我がことのように感じ、人類の行動を我がことのように悔い。人類の未熟さ、カルデアところの勝利の祈り、青い怒りをその代表にある人間に集中させる。So it says, the quote unquote, the command wasn't done by Flawless, right? And because of that, he felt like human history was as is his own. And the movements and the plans that we were coming along, he did not, he was angered by the movements of humanity. And due to the immaturity of humanity and the anger of Karudea's existence and what they function for, he, aka Flautus, concentrated his entire emotions to one person. After all, it was unnecessary whatsoever to drop Urugamari Animasphere in Carudeus. あれだけは魔人ゲーテアの行為でもなく、魔人中フラウロスの行為であった。That was definitely not the work of Demon King Gaetia himself, but it was a solo act of Demon God Pillar Flawless himself. お前たちはその愚かさを疑うべきだと。He said, you should pay for your foolishness, quote unquote, humanity, human species. 貴様たちからすれば許すこともできない、残骸だ。It says, from the actions that he has pulled, it is something that is not permissible or something that is passable by saying just sorry. レフライロールの行為を許すことはできない。That's right. The action of Left Lino has made us unforgivable. でも、その感情的な行動が完全だったマルスベリーの計画に傷をつけた。But however, that emotional action created a bruise if not a scratch, into Modest Betty's plan that was so utterly made perfectly. The incident that Oruga Mari Animisphere got dropped to Cardeas. I sincerely believe that has a larger meaning than we can currently anticipate. Hey, Court Mage Merlin, thank you so much for the resub. 3 months, Areno, Cappuccino, Big Parish. Thank you, thank you. That's what I think. お話中失礼。トライスメイス2から驚異の分子の結果が出ました。It says, I sincerely apologize to interrupt at this time. We figured out the analysis and we've figured out the analysis and got the atlas map for the Earth through Toraismegis II. It seems that the continuation of human historical civilization is no longer, there's no longer with us on Earth, including humans. There are no life forms that is currently functioning in this sphere. It seems that Cardeas' Earth's surface is almost just like Earth, our Earth's surface, completely a white sheet of paper. However, there is one good positive news coming up. かろうじて残っていた文明の遺跡、大気の異分の違いなどから、it says atmosphere and differences and remnants of civilization locations scattered all over to the quote-unquote surface side. We were able to sincerely figure out what kind of civilization that Cardeas' Earth had, and I'll tell you right now. Are you guys interested, perhaps, everyone? Of course we do. Enough about this roundabout talk. Hear us. What is it? Yeah. And if that's the case, please give me some of your time. 私たちは地球では21世紀の国家一郎ゴンリゾールオクネ基礎にしたまま人口構想の技術などの問題で倒れてあぶれてますがカルデアス地球はそうではなかった。It says, please do understand, in the 21st century of our Earth, we have political and ideal and multiple it says, yeah, political ideology and mass amount of human populations, and simultaneously problem with technological features XYZ and whatnot. And we have a lot of problems, right? AKA a lot of things that have been degrading, a lot of things have been not working. There were dangers of just, everyday problems. However, this is completely different from Cardeas' Earth. It seems that the Cardeas Earth's humanity, the human species has spent roughly about 2015 to 2117. They had an entirely different civilization from our Earth. Completely different. It's almost as if, an unknown nanomachine, like completely new of energy, generational, genetic, energy consumption, genetic, and resupply technologies of all sorts. They were able to what's the word? Not resupply, but it is resupply. A resource a lot of things. これより100年間もカルデアスの地球の文明は21世紀の順序をするばかりでありますが、地球全人類に正しくふさわしく克服な人生が与えられている。This is interestingly enough, within this 100 years of span, the civilization of Cardeas' Earth is completely, utterly redundant, different from the 21st century of ours, and in its basis has this very similar functionality. It seems that it had a quote unquote a quote or a blessing, or almost as if the entire earth to entire humanity, a concept of living a life in the most happiest that they deserve. But it seems that in 2118, every single inflation has eradicated. And at the same time, at the similar year around that time, they say that the historical vision says invasion of foreigners, aka space, unintelligent life form, unidentified intelligent life form, aka space, right? Space attacked, space people, aka invaders, conquered. And then it seems that the Catadeus' Earth has been bleachified and humanity extinguished. Yes, that is what Torais Megis has analyzed and come about. So essentially, to TLDR, the struggling translation, from 2015 to 2117, Catadeus' Earth spent a completely different life than we had in IRL/FGO, right? Whatever it comes to technology, whatever it comes to energy consumption, whatever it comes to genetics, populations, techniques, they had everything, okay? And on top of everything, they were thriving like crazy. And on top of everything, it almost had like a thin layer of blessing called every human, like a thin layer of blessing that has, quote unquote, everybody have a happiest life that they deserved, right? But during 2118, inflation destroyed everything, okay? Simultaneously, while the inflation occurred and destroyed everything, the alien invaded, quote unquote, Catadeus' Earth. And Catadeus' Earth got bleachified and humanity extinct. That's what Torais Megis has analyzed. なるほど。地球文明にはないエネルギー発生か。以前、ホームズが言っていた疑問点の答えだね。It says, yeah, an energy source that human civilization don't have. I believe that's the questionable part that Holmes answered back in the day, right? それがどんなものかトライス・メギスには回答できるのかい? Can Torais Megis II analyze exactly what that may be? はい。未知の技術を成立させたナノマシン的なサンプルはこそ発見できなかったものの。It says, however, we couldn't find like a we couldn't find a future tech-like nano machine style as a sample. However, その特性から何なのかははっきり解読。From its origins and its specialty, I figured out exactly what the energy source is, and it's been decrypted and identified. Understand that this thing, this thing not only emits energy, it is able to transfer and preserve 100% of its purity, just like it broke the laws of thermodynamics and created the Maxwell's demon concept of infinite energy without deterioration. それまでの科学者の情熱していた夢の基礎、全人類、地球全体に平和をもたらされた神からの贈り物。It says it's almost as a gift from God that created everlasting peace of the entire humanity and the Earth's surface itself. It is a catalyzation of dreams that has created the components of basic knowledge of their scientific foundry. It was oh yes, so they're finally going to talk about it. It is the magical circuitry of the one called Oruga Mari Atomosphere. So essentially, Oruga Mari Atomosphere's mage circuitry, aka their magic circuitry, is their fuel. Okay? let me repeat you that one more time. If you don't know what a magical circuitry is, magical circuitry is like your magic spine, right? It is inside the body and it's in practically close to your spine. It's not like you can get that shit ripped out. You won't die, but you'll be in a lot of pain. You can grow it, but at the same time, that shit gonna be hurting. With nerves, nerve too. Technically, it's nerves, right? It's technically nerves. But at the same time, it's nerves, but not nerves, right? But it is a system that a mage need to make magic happen in the modern mage world. Okay. They're like the nerves of the soul. It's essentially just understand that magical circuitry is within your nervous system or your bloodline. Like it's inside of your body, okay? Understand that magical circuitry, just like your body, it's inside your body. All right. Magical circuitry, aka magic circuits. It's a pseudo nervous system that spreads itself through the human body and what qualifies a person to be mages. It two basic functions. It converts life force into magical energy, and another one is to access the thaumaturgical foundation, right? AKA magic. Okay. It's essentially magical circuitry is a life force, aka it's a shit that you see. It's the fucking thing that you saw with Emiya, right? That is what a magical circuit is. And it is 100% efficiency with transport and fuelable. That means the entire humanity was using Olga Marie's fucking magical energy as an energy source. That's pretty fucking big. Right? So just understand that the sheer amount of magical circuits required to give world peace is insane. It's almost as if she got lost room and surgically removed. Smile. What? What did you just say? Reporting in. I found it. I found a location. A plane. I found a location where it has grounds and stuff. No bleachification whatsoever. Look. Over there, that specific location on Earth. That's the stuff that we've seen before, that we've known well. Area 51. Obviously. Good job, Marine. Now, where is the location of that specifically? It's gonna be latitude 37 degrees and 14 minutes, latitude of 115 degrees, 48 minutes and 30 seconds. I believe it's in the North American continent, Area 51 base. Yep, it is Area 51. Here we go. I hope you guys have finished eating. I hope you guys finished drinking. I'll probably get emotional just because, you know, it's for the VOD / my hatred towards that fuckface is already beyond immeasurable. But yeah, what we're about to read in the next chapter is going to be trigger warning, so be careful, okay? So TTFN, ta-ta for now. We'll find out what's wrong with the third arrow. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. All right, Arrow 3, Chapter 3. Before we start this, everybody, I will give you a trigger warning. What I'm about to translate is very dangerous, very gory, very dark. So if you guys have weak stomachs, or if you guys have ate something very early or drank something very early and you get a little woozy, I sincerely recommend pause the video for about 5 minutes, take a breather, and come back to it. If not, make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and make sure you guys comment in the comment section below, because apparently I don't get views if you guys don't comment, so it'd be awesome if you guys do so. The code word, so I know you guys watched, would be probably be yikes. Yikes is probably going to be what this chapter, this arrow is going to be all about. So do be warned. Trigger warning. This is going to get dark real quick. We're about to find out, why is Olga Marie circuitry the source of this entire thing in Carudeus? Now understand that this is the celestial sphere of human preservation, Olga Carudeus. So let's find out. Might want to make a blue apple. Oh, true. We'll make one blue apple here. Thanks for noticing. There we go. You have been warned. The ship has arrived at the location necessary. Currently, we're hovering above Area 51. Even though inside the base with our scanners still hasn't recognized any life form. I believe that there could be traps for invaders if it were to go in. It says, yeah, the investigation team is going to involve Protag, MASH, and yeah, we'll be inserting Da Vinci and Xion. That's going to be our game plan here. Is that all right, Director? I believe it's smart to get the technical advisory sides of technical sides of things to move forward with the expert of this. What's going on in this Earth? After all, we're not dealing with a ray shift. But Da Vinci is no. I can't keep special treating her right now. Understand that at this current moment, this is the only location that we have for anything. Do your utmost best to be careful and protect yourself at all costs, and go forward and investigate. というわけで、久しぶりの現地調査だ。よろしくね、みんな。Well, that's said. It's been quite a while, guys. But this is going to be a little expedition together once more. Nice to meet you again. I believe this will be my first time going on to investigate together like this. To be honest with you, I'm more excited than nervous taking over. Yes, it is nice to meet you all. And Senpai, if you can say the word to start the mission. All right, let's open the base, okay? Damn, the Halo corridor kind of goes hard. Yokoso, matte ita yo, trouble. Oh shit! What the hell? It says, welcome. We were expecting you, Protag. Damn, bruh! We got shot! Wait. Wait, it doesn't hurt. Hold up. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be such a I didn't mean to be super surprising. I was just... think of it as a messing around of sort. Well...いや、驚かせたのはおもちゃの銃より形の方か。君たちが地球人であることを失念していた。I just know. I suppose the reason why you're surprised is probably not just because of the toy gun, but the shape of what it's currently forming. After all, you guys are earthly human beings. It says, yeah, now, even the backup generators are fully functional and online. I suppose it's best if I were to look like this in front of you all. You're Director Marsbetty and... Ah, Masha, it's been quite a while. And this is my first time meeting you all, isn't it? Protag Da Vinci. I believe introductions aren't necessary. However, the impact will have quite the different meaning if one were to name themselves and not to name themselves after all. My name is Marasberi Animasphere. I am the creator of Karodea and the planner and the organizer that made Karodeus. I am the original director. So you were alive? MASH! Yes! Hmm? Whoa. Protag, can you wait just a moment? I have no ill will to fight. I'm only here as a guide, you see. I'm only here as a guide of this base. After all, I must show respect and give some explanation for any humans that come to this location. They have the right to know. Why this Earth's humanity extinct? Why these people on Earth all disappear? And why is this base still existing and the only one that's still standing? Until we arrive to a location, I will answer any questions as I can. So that sounds like a wonderful idea, but can you even swear, if not even give us any confirmation that you won't be our enemies whatsoever? That's right. I can say it to you again and can swear it by so. I have no ill intent nor fighting spirits to fight you all. And to be perfectly honest, I don't have any strength to fight is the more honest part, really. Whatever you all do, I will have no resistance of what you all will do whatsoever. I have no method of protecting myself if you all do anything rash. Well, Protag, MASH, I believe we should listen to him at least for now. If he's going to guide us, then a lot of things will get solved real quickly. After all, I am a little curious about what he's going to tell us. If Da Vinci says so. But this place, we know, and I sincerely believe that is going to be difficult. I heard and understand that you and MASH, this might be the second time, but understand that you got lucky. In all honesty, the actual construct of this location is a little bit more vast. This is a different time that you were in Trom, okay? Without any guides, you'll probably waste significant amount of time. So, shall we go then? We can talk and walk in order to further our understanding. Now come. Okay. I do once again apologize that this is going to be a long conversation while walking. But I gotta say though, did you enjoy your journey so far? It was a very long one. What the hell is he feeling to say things like that? I see. After all, it was a battle against the 7 Lost Belts. You probably were wounded. Lost a lot of friends. And I can understand that you've been suffering quite a lot of pain. And simultaneously, I heard that in your physical body, in order to fight against this bleachified earth for many years. It is indeed a stubbornness, if not an endurance, that is way beyond my comprehension. You guys done really well. Great job. I'm really glad that you guys are the one who carried over the name of Karodea. Hey, Marasberi Animasphere, can we ask the questions to you too? What is your real goal? What on earth did you make Karadeas in the first place? What does it do? Don't you already know? You should know this by now, right? Understand that Karadeas was made in order to have a future preservation of perfection. So does that mean changing humanity or Earth to however you like, perhaps? Or maybe it's something that's so selfish of you to be able to control or manipulate the way you want it. Huh. I sincerely feel like you've hit me with a hammer in the head. I suppose in some circumstances and perspective, I believe that could be interpreted as that, yes. Because please understand that up till now, I had a problem with human. No, that's exactly not right. I had a problem with the existence of this universe itself, this law, you see. 多くのものは外より内側の方が本質だと言った。中身を知って初めて他人を理解できると。That says a lot of people would say this. Looking people on the inside instead of the outside appearance, you'll truly know their true value. You'll understand their inner sides and understand their insides, and finally, for the first time, come to the conclusion of understanding others. However, I don't see any beauty of this forward and front or outer layer or what's inside. I do not see any beauty in that. Because the shape of what you see in front of you, you can judge things by its cover after all. No matter how much deep and inside it could be, of complicated this person could be. In the end, the outside appearance shows everything. And outside appearance shows everything of a person, an expression of sort. But human beings are always the same. The more you don't understand the true construct or the truth of itself, they really want to know what's inside. The heart always wants to know, you see. Uh, 発注がなければ物価値に納得できない。欲憶な技術者のように。It says, some of them can't find value in things unless they are commissioned. Some of them will not find value. Some of them will not find value unless they are commissioned. Like those greedy workers. Right? It's not just artists, it's not it's not artists, it's not streamers, it's not workers, it's just the concept of people who do construct of sort, right? Creators. That essentially talking about human beings in general, right? That if there is no value, right, because of people not wanting it, they're not satisfied. So does that mean, are you saying that what's on the inside is unneeded? It's not about unneeded. It's more like it's best if it doesn't exist. After all, to everybody, it will not have any problems, or it's more efficient that way. That is the Earth. That is the universe. That is the humanity ran Earth that I've seen and created for. By the way, I have to ask once more. Did you enjoy your journey up till now, Protag? So it's interesting because it says journey, but in kanji, right? Your efforts, right? It says your efforts or your quote unquote work, right? But he calls work journey. Kimi tachi no koto da. カルデアスの地球の人類と文明について解析はできているね。Well, It's your guy. Yeah, it's you guys that we're talking about here. I'm pretty sure you've analyzed the civilization about the Earth and humanity of Carudeus already, correct? Understand that the civilization of Carudeus' Earth, within 100 years, even more, a wonderful civilization and stability and innovation has been throughout. Human population, land, earth, territory, technology, energy, a food amount, human rights, medical, and calamities. Every single problem was luckily solved because of this substance. There won't be there is no problem when it comes to running out, or there won't be problematic when it comes to not being healthy. There won't be problem of being inconvenient, or they won't be problematic to any calamities whatsoever. This specific substance was able to connect together, a line of sort. You could even say. It became a line that can connect machines and machines together. It could even connect things like humans to humans together. It could even do a lot of many things with this specific line. It was even able to connect things like even conscious to conscious. And because of that, humans, as the word stated, became a living creature of pure understanding. And the methods was quite simple and extremely easy. After all, you only needed to implement such substance into the body. That's all there's to it. That is the Earth the human paradise that was ran in Carudeus for a very long time. To be honest with you, it's supposed to be a nonchalantly 本来なら1000年かけて達成する偉業が平和が叶った。This is usually a peaceful project circumstances that's supposed to reach 1,000 years to come in fruition came in one less digit. Understand that in the first year, only a specific place got permissioned or limited due to supplies. But little by little, mass production was able to be produced, and a lot of people, little by little, started to beg it for it. And a lot of countries, in their wills and their own volition, started to wanting it. And then 10, 20, maybe persa of sort, I believe, 自動努力、年月を重ねた結果、10 years, 20 years, and many years and many moons of our strong efforts resulted, by the time we hit 2050, humanity, it was able to be spread around 99% of them, andその後は地球全地に結ぶ一応大ネットワーク共済に要るとして使用されることになった。It says in the end, we've came up to the conclusion that we'll embed it on the entire Earth side to create a one large network. That was the biggest plan. Well, certain parts were definitely an animist, aka anti of this stuff, and they hated it and disliked it. And some of them were able to live around the deep mountainside that no civilization could really touch. But so that means Blue Book was a mountain raised kid or man. Okay, so just like Shinjiro, your boy Berserker 4-star welfare. So essentially, a lot of the minimalists and anti-activists, right, did not like the stuff. And remember, quote unquote, the stuff is Ogumari's magical circuitry. And so they hid in the deep mountainside that civilization could not reach and lived. But それを排斥するほど、人々は醜くなかった。満ちたりしているからね。It says people weren't ugly or petty enough to eradicate those people, quote unquote, irregular particles, right? Irregular particles. After all, the people that are connected are already fulfilled. Omar, a fucking, trigger warning. Be careful. You're about to see some next level shit. Now, you've all come to the conclusion of wondering, what is this substance or stuff that I'm speaking of, correct? There's no way a substance like that could ever exist in this realm. It's only a dream, right? And you're exactly correct. それは君たちの世界上では存在しないもの。宇宙からやってきた未知の生命体。It says, of course. After all, this doesn't exist on your surface side. It was an unknown life form that came from outer space. Meaning, it was from an alien, you see. ニューメキシコに発送された宇宙人は検体 E. So if you guys don't know, in 6.5 Trom, there was a specimen E and subject E. And specimen E and subject E are two different criteria. And so therefore, a space human, right, 宇宙人, an alien that landed in New Mexico, essentially, quote unquote, named as Specimen E, was named and was thrown into the secret base and was welcomed and treated as a foreigner from afar, a visitor. In this Area 51, this location of Specimen E, and their goal was to secure and heal this creature. And this was the this was the medical setup that was there for. But Protag and Bash, you've already seen it, right? Oh, well, here we are. There's the door. I'll open it for you. So, does that mean Blue Book didn't get shot? So, Blue Book didn't get shot. He got debated like him as well. But there's no tree, and there's no nervous system. ここがオペレーション部屋だ。治療室。地上化に落下したエイリアン、天体 E. This is the operation table, the medical area. This is where Specimen E lay, an alien that was supposed to be that was fallen from our to our surface. I believe in Earth, in your guys' Earth, this person was called Orugamari Animosphere. Yes, this is the place this human was residing for about 100 years or more. Damn! Oh shoot! So the next chapter is a trigger warning. I sincerely apologize. Oopsie. I didn't know it was this one. But I think I think this is gonna be a two-parter because I already said the trigger warning. I don't want to say a trigger warning in the next one. So we're gonna jump into the next one. But yes, so TLDR so far, chat. Area 51, an alien came down from space, aka Olga Murray, got, assimilated into Catadeus. When that happened, they caught Olga Murray in Catadeus' Earth, and they sent her to the underground base for 100 years. Now, I wonder what they did with that. But apparently, Olga Murray Animosphere substance, aka magical circuits, was used to unite humanity, and there's no longer worry about resources or supplies, I should say. Here we go. This probably be like a 40-minute video, if not an hour, so we do apologize. A trigger warning once more. But, so, director, aka Olga Murray, was Specimen E all along? Impossible! How could this be? この地球の外から落ちてきたんだからね。 全くひどい人類だ。He says, yeah, after all, she definitely fell from outside of Earth, you see. Humanities are quite cruel. However, it is still to some degree her fault.カルデアに帰ってくる際、カルデアスに帰ってくる際、魂を基盤にして肉体を再構築し技にはしていたが、彼女は政権内から落ちてきたというのに生きていた。こちらの人間が間違えるのも仕方がない。Oh, okay, okay, yeah. So, Olga dying in that specific way was the mishap. Got it. It says, yeah, when arriving to Carudeus, the soul was supposed to be the quote-unquote shell to create the basis, and the reconstructions of a physical body was prepared for her. However, she fell from the outer layer and was still alive. No wonder our aka Carudeus' human would make a mistake. So essentially, is this going to be a classic mind body soul situation? That is correct. It's going to be the mind body soul situation. So what Marusmeri is saying is that Olga Murray should have died in that blast. And after she died from that blast, right? Or when Singularity F got restored, her soul would have reconstructed the physical flesh, right? The soul would have constructed a physical flesh, and she was supposed to reanimate in Carudeus, right? Because remember, Singularity F Olga was just the soul able to transfer, right? Like a Saint Graph became like a she had no physical body because the physical body got blown up in our Carudea. Okay. Thanks for the subscriber, Reno Cappuccino, brother. Big preach. But other than that, what happened here is that Lev, right, Flowerless Lev, scooped Olga's soul and slapped that bitch into Carudeus, right? And because of that, Marusmeri said, yeah, it's kind of her fault because this dumb broad got yeeted into Carudeus without my safety mechanics, right? Essentially, what is he saying, right? Because Olga Murray was supposed to disappear and she was supposed to be reconstructed in Carudeus with a physical body, but she didn't come in with she did not come back with a physical body. She came to Carudeus's Earth spiritually, right? Quote unquote soul, right? Her soul went to Carudeus and the soul created a soul body, right? Like an ethereal body. That means she can regenerate, and you know, which fucking means that what you're about to hear is trigger warning. Be careful. カルデアスの誤算はレフライノールがオルガマリーを和尚にしたこと。It says, yeah, Carudeus' mishaps was definitely with Lef Lynor executing Olga Murray personally. 一方、レフライロールの誤算はオルガマリーが死なずにカルデアス地球へ落下したことだ。And simultaneously, the one thing that left Lynor's mistake as well was that Olga Murray did not die, but was able to fall down into Carudeus' Earth without permadeath. カルデアスがオルガマリーを招いたのではなく、オルガマリーがカルデアスに落ちてしまった。In the beginning, Carudeus was supposed to invite Olga Murray. However, Olga Murray fell down to Carudeus instead. 主ジョン自体はオルガマリーにあったため、こちらの地球の年代に合わせてカルデアスに落下した。It says, yeah, the real body of Olga Murray 自体はオルガマリーだったため、彼女はそちら Yeah, the real body was at your guys' Earth realm. So she fell exactly at the same time that she fell from Carudeus. So it's essentially, because the corpse was in 2015, Olga Murray's soul, right, went into Carudeus' timeline of Earth 2015. Okay? It says, for you guys, probably it's about 4 years. In Carudeus' timeline, I believe it's about roughly 104 years ago, in the era of 2015. Yeah, see right there? Yep. What? So that's crazy. So what do you mean by mass producing this substance? What did you do? Oh, yeah. Well, I should say it's the Olga Murray's nervous system that was plucked out while she was still alive. I suppose that's the easy explanation. Oh, damn, Mash is pissed! 宇宙人として扱われた彼女は様々な人体変化を受け、最終的には人類を救う新素材として活用になることになった。It says, yeah, she was treated like an alien. And because of that, she went through many live experiments. And in the end, she became a new material to save humanity once and for all. That's all there's to it. I believe she was yelling something that was unmeaningful or unknown to the humanity of Carudeus while this was occurring, I believe. Yeah, she was screaming in pain, saying, help me, help me, help me, for sure. お願い、話を聞いて、誰か Please listen to what I'm saying. Anyone? So that means that these people are talking, but Olga Murray can't understand them as we are talking and they can't understand us. So the language of Carudeus and the language of our human, right? Our human/humanity is different to an extent, right? So, imagine getting your magical circuitry, aka nervous system, getting ripped off and getting repaired and getting ripped out. Stop! Da. Please help me. Anybody, please. Ah! 彼らは宇宙人の体から神経、魔術回路を引き抜き、抜いた分また再生させ。It's just these guys from the quote-unquote alien's body took their circuitry, well, nervous system, ripped off its magical circuitry, and they revived or regenerated the pulled out part, and creating this months, decades, many decades of accomplishing this operation. And because of this, afterwards, you can clearly see that it was able to create a magical circuitry network on a scale of this entire Earth itself. ネットワークを予報は各国からの陽動だったが、科学者たちにはまた別の意思もあった。It says, yeah, the network connection, yeah, the network functionality for global communication was definitely the countrysides of ideas, and the scientists had a different ideas and thought process of utilizing as such. Is it CCC? Stop! I'm a human being. I'm human. I'm not an alien. Oh, so this is quote unquote. Oh, this is the white doctors. Now the white doctors. We can hear the white doctors and what they're saying. It seems that this alien is emitting some sort of electronic brainwave. It's constantly signaling to the sky for some odd reason. Isn't it will be quite problematic? If we were to continue to torture this thing, if that's the case, wouldn't their friends or allies will arrive to help this thing? After all, one specimen is never enough. In the end, this specimen will be useless once we utilize it to its completion. It might be shredded asunder. Why? We're the same Earthlings. We're the same human beings. Why don't we just call the other, the other specimens? Why not? They may be aliens, but they're still a life form. I believe if their allies were to be in pain, they might have some readings, or if not, a reaction of sort, if not. Why? It hurts. It's cold. It's so. I want to die. Why? Always so cruel, scary. Help me. You're right. Perhaps maybe if we were to herd it a little more efficiently, and then simultaneously close at hand and utilizing this new facility that we've created, I think we'll be able to, I believe, a stronger one. If we were able to constantly utilize this to our advantage, a stronger body, perhaps maybe its allies of more calibrated one would come to this planet. So して果てしない殺意と拷問の結果、最終的に神経が一つしか残らなかった。Is that the twig? No. And in the end, with the sheer amount of torture and the operation, there was only one final remains of that alien, and that was a fragment of her nervous system. So that was the twig. The twig is what the fucking Olga Murray ended up in. Oh my god! So they fucking tortured it to the point that there was only twig left. Holy shit, that's crazy. So specimen E was Olga Murray, and what remains was Olga Murray's corpse, which was a twig. Because they kept ripping out her circuitries over and over and over and over and over to the point that her regeneration could not regenerate. So that's what was left on the operating table. I believe, for your guys' perspective, I believe it looked like a twig that came from a tree of sort, correct? Then, the next question is, who was the person that was who was next to the operating table? Who was the clump of the nervous system that was next to it? あれは私の友、知人のような男性だ。ちょっとした縁があってね。ここで私が撃ち殺した。Oh, so he did kill him. What the fuck? What the hell? What the hell? I just understand that was a very intelligent person. It's got to be Blue Book then. Okay, so yeah, so it's about to be confirmed that the person on the left was Blue Book and the specimen E, subject to E, was Blue Book. Specimen E was Olga Murray. So it says, yeah, that was intelligent colleague of mine, of sort of a male. He and I had some sort of a relation to an extent. So I shot him down here. So he shot him. 君たちは彼は検体 E と勘違いしていたか。So, yeah. So, it says, I believe you guys made a mistake and made a misunderstanding that thinking that he was specimen E instead of the twig. So, yeah. There was in the Japanese community and in FGO, right, in 6.5. 6.5 was supposed to lead you to a mistake, thinking that specimen E was the nervous system and not the twig. But the community caught the Moriarty ruler's words, stating that there's a difference between a specimen E and a subject E. Because Moriarty, whenever he was talking about Blue Book, which was subject E, he said it was subject E. But whenever he was talking about the twig, he specifically stated that it was specimen E. So there was a similar, like, it's not a really translation. It's how he said things was a very interesting wordplay that a lot of the FGO JP community have caught, and things started to set into motion and in place. But ProTag, right? ProTag and MASH and DaVinci and the others was fooled by Ruler Moriarty's shenanigans and thought the nervous system was specimen E. So there was some confusion for a very long time, and it was definitely a misunderstanding on the Karudea side, because Moriarty technically didn't lie, right? But he obfuscated and like vagued word and pronunciation and vaguely separated the subject, so it was easier to misunderstand. So that's why Modest Betty specifically says, for you guys, I believe you guys made a mistake and thought he was specimen E. カルデアス100年に解体、再生、埋葬、出走、カルデアスの地球で栄えておいたな。もしだ。知らないこととはいえ、文明らへんで暮らしていた人類は宇宙の神経を心身共に受けていた。It says, yeah, the gratitude of why Cardassi's Earth was so thriving was able to export, extenuate, revive, survive, and quote unquote, not assimilate, kaitai, what does Jack said? Dismember, right? Dismember operationally, right? For 100 years. Even people who do not know, right? People might not know. Humanity and human beings that lived in the paradise, right? AKA in the large civilization in Metropolis, already knew and had bestowed upon them the nervous system of an alien within themselves. And in 2117, the murder mystery event was definitely a training to see what kind of misdirection expect from this game's writing. That is correct, by the way. That is correct. 科学者たちが研究し通れた。So in 2117, as foreseen by the scientist, there was a limit that the physical body of specimen E has reached, and it expired. The regeneration functionality lowered, and simultaneously, it was not enough to answer the demands. 残されたものは復元しない素質だけになった。It says it became to the point that they can no longer regenerate. And once you replace those parts, they were not coming back. 最後の種を終えると、この部屋は閉ざされ、エリア51における人類奉仕プロジェクトを終了した。Once they've taken the last ingredients, they close this room down, and the humanity offering project of Area 51 came to a close. この部屋を去るとき、彼らは頭を下げ、懺悔するように動詞した。 when they left this room, by the way, they said when they left this room, they had their heads down, saddened. They had this room saddened and disappointed and walked their own path. Stating the following words. I am sorry, my humanities. I'm sorry, my fellow humans. No matter how much signal it shot at the sky, a new specimen never arrived. I see. So the signal to call help was... Yeah, it's all the time where you saw, yeah, Olga Marie. So Olga Marie, Olga Marie heard this call, okay? Olga Marie heard this call. And during 5.2, and she specifically says, so this is what you call Earth. I heard that my comrade was being tortured in agony, and then look at this. I am a god that descended from imaginary, right? From the void. I am here to I am here to eradicate this planet from evil, and the one that is to correct them at the right path. And so therefore in this planet, all that would reside will be wiped out clean. All would be bleached.助けをもとい、悔い流れながら失せるがいい。我が無限の演出はついに奈落に到達した。It says, beg for your mercy and cry with your regret and dissipate. My infinite patience has fallen and have reached nirvana, aka you're getting cooked, right? Olga Marie is saying that, understand that I got no patience for you assholes. You're getting cooked. オルガマリー・アルメスフィアはこの手術台で死亡した。So, Olga Marie Atmosphere perished, died in this operating table. So that means that within 100 years, she died twice. I understand that part. But how did the Cardea Earth reach its extinction? How does that connect, really? It doesn't matter if Cardea's humans, Cardea's Earth humanity or whatever of sort, in the end, she's not an alien. And so there should be no quote-unquote ally or friends or comrades that was supposed to come from the sky, aka space. And even if she were to call out, nobody would come. So how then? How then? Why did the foreigner god descend down here? And said, as a person who got murdered, okay, so as a person who got murdered, as a natural right, the foreign god eradicated humanity. So does that mean that オルガマリーはカルデアスだったからではという理念だね。So, yeah, カルデアス宇宙人がどう思うと彼女は宇宙人じゃない。助けを呼ぶ声が誰にも届かなく、空から同胞が助けに来ることもない。なのに異性の神を降臨した。殺されたものとして当然の権利により人類を滅ぼした。それはつまりオルガマリーはカルデアスだったからではという理論だね。So it means that you mean that Olga Marie was part of Cardeas already from the very get-go is your logical conclusion, correct? That is quite correct. Understand that she... Yes! I'm really glad that this is called upon and now it's canon, right? So in the community, and including myself, I told you that Olga Murray is a Carudeus product, right? She is part of Carudeus, and ever since a lot of people got Olga Murray as a anniversary servant, people finally got that conclusion into her head, right? Into people's head. So it says that is correct. 彼女はカルデアスの一部としてデザインされて育たれた。It says that is correct. She was part of Carudeus, and she was raised to design that way. 彼女の魔術回路は一級品なのに、マスター適性もレイシフト適性もなかった。It says even though her magical circuitry was on the top notch, she had no affinity for mastership nor affinity for ray shift. I was very worried about this unbalanced circumstances, but it was something that I couldn't do or fix. After all, she was one of the most important parts of Carudeus. カルデアスの上の人理権を良くするための並存環境プログラム。So it says, yeah, after all, she was supposed to be a life form preservation program that was supposed to make the humanity and its realm of Carudeus proper. 人間の修復は人間を基盤にした方がいいだろう。そのため彼女には自分の役割を知らせなかった。人間の。It says, yeah, after all, a human's personal happiness is each of their own and judged by humans, correct? And because of this, I did not tell her her original role. So essentially, Maris Betty created a designer baby that was Olga Murray, at Olga Murray Animosphere that was part of Carudeus, right? He ripped that system and installed essentially a semi-homunculus, right? Semi-homunculus. But she didn't know that she even was a homunculus. She's technically the first designer baby because MASH is the second one. 得意点 X の消去が進み次第、彼女はカルデアスに組み込まれ、完全になったカルデアスによって宇宙の進行を始める予定だった。Okay. So the problem, right? The problem is that after the resolution, if not the dissolution of Singularity X, she was supposed to be implemented naturally into Carudeus like a part piece. And with the perfect Carudeus, the plan was to rewrite and update the outer planet's rule. That was the plan. しかし、その若干の狂いが命じた。ラフレフロの予見な一手だ。It says, however, due to before this plan occurred, and a wrench of unfortunate circumstances came about. It was Lef Linor's unnecessary movement. Naturally, she was supposed to fuse with Carudeus. She was supposed to become a part. She was supposed to become a material that has no self-emotions or evaluations or self-consciousness whatsoever. Olga Murray, that was supposed to be that, unfortunately, got recognized and acknowledged by the humanity of Carudeus as an alien. And because of that, a cruel environment and unnatural human incentive began to play its role. So essentially, Maris Betty is saying, TLDR, Olga was supposed to be a puzzle piece, right? It was supposed to be a puzzle piece that after she died, her soul would have been in Singularity F, and after Singularity F disappeared or got solved, right? she would have assimilated with Carudeus, right? She would have assimilated with Carudeus, and once she's assimilated with Carudeus, she would just become a material, right? She would have became this source of energy. She would have became this source of energy, quote unquote, that helps out Carudea function infinitely. But because Left Nor sent the soul instead of the parts, she got treated as a foreigner. She got treated as an alien, and humans do what humans do towards aliens and anything unknown, and kind of low-key tortured her to death, accomplishing the same goal, right? Lev actually MVP. So Rushham, I'm gonna tell you, in the Fate universe, Lev has been MVP since 2015. Okay, understand that. Don't get it twisted. He might be MVP, but he's still an asshole. At least one of his personality is. 同胞である地球人に阻害される理由を求めていただろうね。She probably asked her comrades of human beings why she was getting assaulted or getting hurt like this. Gotea was the unsung hero. So I'm going to tell you, technically it's not Gotea, but technically Gotea played a role to stop this from happening in 2015. Lev, right? So separate Gotea for a moment. Lev as a character was an MVP before he assimilated with Flawless, becoming Gotea. He became Gotea when FGO started. Because Lev dies in 2015, preventing all this shit from happening. Because he knows that if he doesn't stop himself in 2015, he would ruin the world. If you read Clock Tower 2015, you'll get it. And because of this, she started to think to herself that she's a real alien. So when she got reborn, so essentially the whole plan was that Olga Marie dies in Singularity F. Her consciousness is gone, right? Her consciousness is gone, but her soul becomes a component of Carudeus, and that component becomes the infinite energy source. But what happened is that Lev threw the soul into Carudeus, and Carudeus did Carudeus do, which was to pull Olga Marie as a component, right? But because it was a soul and not a component, Olga Marie felt everything, right? Because Olga Marie felt everything, she thought to herself, in the end, she was an alien, even though she was supposed to be Carudea human, right? She's a Carudeus human. She is a Carudeus human, right? And so because she turned into that, once she dissipated, she would have became an alien. She became an alien. そして手術から彼女の肉体が消えた117年、肉体を失ったことで本来の機能を受くことができた。See, right here. So understand this. It says after her physical body, right? After her physical body disappeared from the operating room in the year 2117, because of her physical flesh is no longer existent, the time of her original functionality came aboard, right? Because she was supposed to be a part of this mechanism and part of this machine, but because she was she was supposed to assimilate, not fucking crammed in the soul, right? She got fucking soul inserted, and because her soul got inserted, soul created a physical body to kind of make up for her construct, got tortured for 100+ years, and then after the physical body is gone, she came out as an alien, right? So alien, quote unquote, she finally assimilated, right? Her soul was able to fuse with Carudeus once more, and she turned into an environmental program, reborn as a environmental program. カルデアスは世界の展開を作り、地球の中心にした宇宙の進行が開始される。 And with Cadudeus fully activated, it was supposed to create a layer in the sky, a sphere, right? A celestial sphere in the sky, making the Earth central, right? This is the classic heliocentric versus geocentric. So what Marcus Bedi wanted was to turn heliocentric understanding back to geocentric understanding. And geocentric is the Earth is the center of the world and everything else is surrounding it. Okay? All right? That's the Premayo system. Right? I hope you guys are there so far. The update of the outer space, right? Making it geocentric. But that was the plan. Unfortunately, tragedy struck. Because remember, Modest Betty just said before she perished, right? The program, aka Olga Marie, before she perished, she thought herself as an alien, right? And she was kind of tortured. So her experience and memories of torture and thinking that everybody calls her an alien, right? All that idea and pain and thought process got assimilated into the environmental system, right? Called Cadudeus. And because of that, Baba Boy, just like the scientists wanted, an invader, aka an alien, have arrived. 空想銃の枝で作られているわけだった天幕は地球上に円満した彼女の魔術回路に変わっていた。And so the celestial layers, right? You see the celestial layers right here, right? Essentially the atmosphere, right? The atmosphere that was covering this Cadudeus Earth, right? The Cadudeus that was covering this Earth was made out of Tree of Emptiness's skin. So if you guys didn't connect the picture yet, right? So that atmosphere is Tree of Emptiness's skin, right? And simultaneously, next thing you know, the Earth entirely became a magical circuitry for her. Right? Oh fuck, the trees we see are humans? No. You haven't gotten it yet, right? So understand that the atmosphere, the outer layer that you see sky is just the skin of Tree of Emptiness in the celestial sphere of Cadudeus. Yes. The sky on Cadudeus is all trees. Correct. And the Earth, because they kept taking our magical circuitry, the entire Earth became a magical circuitry for her to use. 空から送り注ぐ無限地の間、シェルターの中だろうと侵入してくる白い滑殺。It says, yeah, multiple trees, right? Multiple quote-unquote branches that descends from the sky, right? Multiple branches like the white branches, okay? No matter if you hid in shelter, a white circuitry invades you. The people did not have a place to run or had any countermeasure or an opportunity to conversate whatsoever. Damn, bruh, she got cooked. 宇宙人は人間一人一人を見つけ出しては確実に丁寧に全身の精神を引き抜いて殺害した。It says the alien, right, the invader, went to every single human and accurately and professionally ripped out and murdered every single human's nervous system. Because remember, that's what the doctors did to Olga Marie, right? So Olga Marie's doing exactly what she got experienced to humanity, right? Because she was supposed to be a humanity experience unit, right? What is happiness, right? What is happiness? Well, Olga Murray didn't have no happiness, and she said, go fuck yourself, human. Literally three sides of the pocket galaxy, something like that. That is a pretty easy way to kind of say TLDR. But if you, this is a really big part, right? The quote unquote, the thin atmospheric layer that was created by the tree of emptiness. Like, like, you know, like it, you can only understand if you played Olga Murray Stella, okay? But anyway, we'll get there soon enough, okay? We'll get to that conclusion soon enough. So Jindui wa the humanity probably screamed, and they begged the question, why are we getting murdered in such a cruel way? Why does this thing hate humanity so much? But understand, in actuality, the action that was done by the program had no human-like reasoning. After all, it was merely a simple functionality that activated to restore the physical body of its own. That is all. So essentially, because she perished, she was because she perished, the automatic self-regeneration occurred, right? Right? Because of the auto body repair, and that auto body repairs magical circuitry from your own, aka Olga Murray circuitry, utilized to revive. And remember, every Metropolis people have Olga Murray circuitry embedded in them for infinite everything. Carudeus only did its simple job, and its simple job was to retrieve every single nervous system that was distributed. That's all. Automatically. ともあれ、人類の望み通り、帯寄せた人類によって彼らは世界を終了した。However, this was the wish of the human species as well, to an extent. After all, their world ended by greeting an alien once more. What a tragedy! And that Marasmedi needs to pay! So it was an accident on top of accident that created such catastrophe. But make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. And as always, thank you so much for coming in. And thank you all the subs, like, and subscribe. And I'm always streaming on twitch.tv/TrueLoveTrouble, Kick, YouTube, and etc. I'll see you in the next video. Peace. The song title's True Human? Yes, that is correct. So it snatched people's circuitry along the ones they had from Specimen E. So Hades, understand that everyone had Specimen E, aka Olga Murray circuitry. Every people in Metropolis, every single building used Olga Murray's magical circuitry as a supply, right? It's to utilize as transport. It's utilized as it can be preserved 100% its pureness. It was practically utilized as infinite energy source for humanity. When Olga Murray alien, right, quote unquote Olga Murray alien physical body perished, she finally assimilated herself into Carudeus and became Olga Murray Carudeus Atmosphere. And then she automatically, quote unquote, tried to restore herself. And by restoring herself, she essentially, Carudeus just took all the magical circuitry that was on Earth and just, you know, yum, right? Yummers. Just kind of took all the magical circuitry, and because every human, every building, everything had magical circuitry of Olga, it just automatically kind of went yummers, right? And because of that, humanity perished. Except for some selected few that was living in the mountainside, right? Remember, there are some people that survived this onslaught because they lived at the deep end of the mountainside, like Blue Book. So humanity didn't perish, but they disappeared to the point that recovery was impossible. Yeah, remember, in the end, even the planet had like a there was so much Olgamuri circuitry that at one point continents and countries implemented her magical circuitry in their countries and in their land. So essentially by 2117, the entire Earth was covered in Olgamuri's magical circuitry. And so when she perished completely, became the system Olgamuri Cadudeus, all the magical circuitry got retrieved and it kind of bleached itself out. So people like survive like Blue Book, that is correct. Let me get this started. So this is the final chapter of chapter 4. We've now realized the truth that Cadudeus got booty blasted because of Lev. Lev currently is an MVP. He's still a butthole, but MVP nonetheless. All right, here we go. Last arrow before we move on. Hopefully everybody's having a great time. Merry Christmas, and hope you guys are enjoying the raid and the lotto as well. さて、カルディアス地球人類がいなくなった経験は思い返してもらえたね。It says now, you come to the understanding, probably, I hope, that now that there is no longer humans or humanity in Cadudeus' Earth. Well, I suppose this is the end, as this planet's only god left. I guess my role is finished. If you have any more, if you have no other questions, I would like to go to sleep mode as well. What do you think? 所長がこちらに人類を滅ぼしたいと言いたいのか？その後、オルガマリー所長はどうなった？ Are you saying that our director, aka Olgamuri, was the one? Are you saying that our director, Olgamuri, was the person who eradicated humanity? ... What happened to director Olgamuri after that? Materialistically, please understand that her, what she is no longer exists here. Understand that what constructs a human being is the mental, the soul, and the body, right? The body, the soul, and the mind. Yep. Get ready, chat. The body and the soul and the mind has always been a fate thing / type moon thing since day one. 100年にわたり文明を重視する燃料になっていた肉体はその価値を持って死を得た。Because understand that the quote-unquote the physical body that became a fuel to sustain the civilization of 100 years, that all withered and came to its end. This soul that was finally released, right? The soul / the body that is technically a soul, right? Because the soul reconstructed itself as a body in the Cadudeus world, right? So the soul that has been let go from the operating table due to death finally became the piece, right? A functioning piece of Cadudeus. It says the other part, right? The other part, the mind, the mental, I suppose it became what you all know so well, which is you, Olgamuri. if not the priestess. Because understand that the mind is all about personality, right? It's the you Olga, right? You Olga, and from you Olga we got E Olga. オルガマリーの人格を持ったオルガマリーではない別の作戦実行体。So it says the mind equates to personality. And a different existent, right? A different live existent being that was not Olga Murray had the personality of Olga Murray. That's right. That is what you call the foreign god. Did the universe update happen? Currently, we're doing the raid to prevent it, okay? Currently, we're doing the raid to prevent the 100% universe update to occur. So at this current moment, we are on a process of universal update. And Carudeus has almost completed, and you'll understand why it's delayed very soon, all right? Just heads up. Stick around. And so that's what you call the foreigner god, right? So now we've come to the conclusion, right? The physical body, right? The physical body is at our, right? Our world, Carudea, right? It perished. Her soul, right? Her soul was in Carudeus getting tortured. And her mind got summoned in, her mind / personality got summoned in 5.2 as the foreigner god. 自分を宇宙人だと信じ込んだ。いや、信じ込むしかなかった。娘を哀れに思ってね。It says, please feel bad for my daughter. She had to think and had to believe in herself that she was an alien because of the experience she's gotten. G が崩壊していた精神を集めて君たちの地球を管理する始末へとリサイクルした。It says she got recycled. Yeah, all of her self-consciousness and her personality was been collected once more, recycled into a functionality to observe and control your guys' Earth. おかしなユニットにはなっていたようだが、君たちと交友を深められたことは喜ばしい。It's that she became a silly unit, to be honest. But I'm really quite glad and happy that you were able to conversate and befriend her nicely. Please understand, that unit is not Olga Murray that was tortured in this operating table. But it is Olga Murray nonetheless, okay? That girl really was unsavable to the very end, but I'm really glad that you were able to conversate with her without giving up. As a father figure, I believe I'm quite proud and honored to have someone like you as her friend. The master from Trom is Olga after all? No, it's a combination of both. It's more Blue Book than Olga, but this will get explained either in this arrow or I'll explain it after this arrow doesn't explain it. Okay? あなたはそれに言う資格はない。全部知ってたようなぶりですね。So you got two options. It says, you have no right to say that. Or it's almost as if you knew everything all along. あ、ここで見ていたからね。Oh, damn. So if you put, so if you said, it's almost as if you knew all along, he would answer yes. After all, I witnessed everything here myself. オルガマリーを手術台から解放する機会もなかったが、必要時は感じなかった。 He said that I had ample amount of opportunities to try to release Olgamari from the operating table. However, I didn't feel the necessity to do so. Because in the end, no matter what happens to this operating table on her, she was going to be re-implemented and associated with final stage of Caradeus in the end, so nothing would have changed. And simultaneously, it was quite peculiar and quite intriguing to witness the options and the method that the Caradeus Earth people made during this time. I was wondering what sort of shape and form that they would bring about their own extinction that they were promised. To be honest, it was a thrilling it was a thrilling moment to witness. It was a thrilling moment to witness as a Caradeus. Because of this, I watched over this entire being. 我がことのように見守っていた程度に。これはカルデアスにとってもスリリングな展開だったよ。It says, even for Caradeus, it was a very thrilling moment and sequence of circumstances. I witnessed it. I watched over this, knowing this anticipation of curiosity. Thrilling? How? How dare you? So you had an opportunity? You had opportunity to help her so many times, yet you watched your own daughter getting tortured and watched her be discarded by the sideline? Ash, you need to calm down. We still got many things to confirm before we can do anything to him, okay? Honest Betty. I've started to figure out exactly what you are planning, and I've now understand your plans and motions. And most of the problem has been solved. It says intervention of the Holy Grail War that didn't exist, practically utilizing the Holy Grail to complete Caradeus. You continue working on the race shift experiment, and the first successful race shift, you were supposed to erase Singularity X as a result. And then afterwards, you would show 7 distortions of singularities of Caradeus shown and programmed by Shiba, and faking those distortions as singularity. And utilizing the A-Team himself, you wanted to destroy the stability and the ratings of humanity, correct? A-Team was practically a sacrifice. No, a human time bomb that was gathered in order to create, in order to destroy humanity's stake points or stability. Is my theory right so far? クリプターとはよく言ったものだ。そう名付けたのは君らしいね。It says you said they were cryptors, aren't they? It's just like you to call these characters of sort. Thank you so much for the resubby, Big Preach. Can we get some? By the way, chat, we do have Padoru in the emote slide. Make sure you guys bust out your Padorus. Hugs for Mash, yes. Make sure you guys help for Mash, and thank you guys so much for the sub and the follow. Big Preach, Big Preach. So it says, yeah, the technical heads and advisors like Leonardo da Vinci, Romani Akerman, right? Aleph Linor. Those guys didn't know the existence of Silius Ulite, aka a large command seal. What they didn't, what what was hidden and what was cryptic was not their existence. The concept of Sirius Ulite itself was the hidden part among the cryptors. That's why they were called cryptors. It's essentially Da Vinci saying the reason why they were called cryptors is because they had Sirius Ulite implemented in them, right? Because they had a ticking big command seal singularity time bomb. 正解だ。A チームはレフ教授が生還時に爆発しなかったとしても、it's like that is quite correct. Even if Professor Left didn't booty blast A team in the in the operating room, every single one of them was supposed to perish. It was a plan. They were to die in the ray shift location. As the Sirius Ulite activates, it would evaporate the land and the singularity itself, you see. So それは達成できなかったが、皮肉なこと、ビースト1によって、仮のない得意点が発生してくれた。It says, unfortunately, my original plan did not work. Unironically, due to Beast 1's circumstances, a different singularity started to pop up. Operation timeline-wise, in actuality, humanity once did disappear in a nice timing. Wait just a moment. I was part of the A team as well. Why do I not have a Sirius Ulite then? Well, technically you were the summoning catalyst, you see. There was a very needed reason why you needed to stay alive, and why you, of all people, needed to be left alone to the very end. Oh, simultaneously, another reason was a certain cryptor, for some odd reason, revolted against this idea solidly. He specifically said, do not implement Sirius Ulite in Mass Courier Light. Well, because of this promise, he became the observer. He became the Overwatch, I suppose, in A team. A certain mage. By the way, this certain mage, as people would guess, it is Beryl. Remember, Beryl is crazy for MASH. His love is twisted, but he was in love with MASH. And unironically, Beryl saved MASH from having Sirius Ulite implemented in her. So in a way, Beryl played a major role of MASH surviving up till now. But then again, now that I think about it, it's truly mysterious. It's almost as if he knew the concept and the functionality of Sirius Ulite. Why did he think that it was okay? 彼はなぜそれならいいと承知したのだろう? Says, I wonder really why, if he was okay with his circumstances. Dots. Maybe that mage. It must have been. Please be Beryl. It has to be Beryl. Yeah. It has to be Beryl. 最悪の場合に備えて最終的な得意点爆発手段キリシタリアはそう伝えられていたのだろうね。It says Kiristaraya, I think, was told that in the worst case scenario, Sirius Ulite was a last-minute singularity eradication time bomb. But in actuality, Sirius Ulite was a detonator in your convenience, correct? I'm even more confused. Good, Hades. Maybe you should stick around the stream. Before I get to the raid, all that question is going to get answered, okay? Earth. And Catadeus is Earth. After all, to you, civilization as a concept itself is unneeded, right? I don't want to say that. After all, I just needed it to disappear just a little bit. That's all. Your guys' Earth and Karadeas' Earth. At one point in time, we needed an entire reset, an individual plane. After all, we needed a quick wipe, a cleanup, I should say. After all, experiencing the same history and doing the same thing similarly would be able to increase the chances of swap when that happens, after all. So essentially, Marusberi is saying that everybody needed to follow a certain route. After all, it's easier to transfer things and swap things if things followed accordingly, right? The chance of success gets higher because it's easier to assimilate. カルデアス地球の文明だけをリセットした場合、君たちの地球と位置間は達成しなかっただろう。This is after all, if I only resetted Karadeas' Earth, the swapping, it would not have completely swapped the textures of your Earth and ours. よかった。変換であることには間違いないようだ。It says I'm glad. I'm really glad that it is a swapping of textures, or aka the swapping actually happened. I feel like if they had a bit of communication, they would have figured this shit out. Probably, Dan, probably. A-Team do be like that. そうか。では、オルガマリーがカルデア地球の人類を滅亡させなくとも、君の手でカルデアス地球が博士課に行われたということだね。So that means, even if, so I see. So that means, if Olga Marie did not eradicate Karadeas' Earth's humanity, you, with your own hand, would have bleachified Karadeas' Earth at one point in time, correct? Of course I would have. After all. Of course I would have. After all, this is Earth 100 years after you guys. When the Karadeas' Earth's humanity history became 2117, in that moment, I was planned to reset the entire civilizational format. So because of this, saving her was unnecessarily whatsoever, and there was no benefit to saving her whatsoever. Karadeas は手術台の宇宙人が自我崩壊した後、その精神権利が人類を滅亡することを予定していた。It says Karadeas has already predicted after the entire eradication of the alien that was on the quote-unquote operating table, its nervous system retrieval function phenomena would have extincted humanity. It was already predicted. 地上の文明化にあなたが手を下す必要はありません。そこにある検体 X が人類を滅亡してくれるでしょう。So it's essentially, Karadeas told me that I didn't have to put any hands or promise, any hands or anything to this civilization disappearance. After all, Karadeas said this to him, okay? Karadeas said to Marusberi, there's no reason for you to put your hands in playing the role of eradicating civilization. That body X, right? The quote-unquote experimental specimen E, aka subject X, would eradicate humanity for you. That's what Karadeas explained to me. And so I've understand and went with its logic and went along with it. 私かオルガマリーかは奇妙なことだ。重要なのはアルマスフィアによる滅亡であればいい。 Whether it me or Ogumuri, to be honest, it did not really matter. What was important, that the Animosphere family was the one to eradicate it. Karudeas no 地球の人類を滅亡させたのは異星から来たカルデアのものである。It says, the eradication and the extinction of humanity of Karudeas' Earth was done by Karudea. Yeah, it was done by a person of Karudea that came from a foreign planet, aka Fujimaru's Earth. That result would not have changed. Oh, I suppose I have showcased this to the public of this entire information once more. Did you not know? 君たちも知っている。この部屋に訪れたカルデアス人類にさ人間だった。It says it's by that person. You all know so well. A single person that arrived in this room. He was the final remaining man that was a Karudea's humanity that was on Earth. オルガマリーのマルチ回路を使っていない半世紀以上の前の旧式のオートバイクでやってきてね。He says he came in as a half a century years old technology bike and never once utilized Ogumuri's magical circuitry. The man, a gentleman that was, he was a well-looking man. However, due to personal reason, I had to put a bullet to end his life. 私は地球人だ。私たちの地球のために君たちの地球を使わせてもらった。I told him I was a human, earthly human. In order for my Earth survival, I've used your Earth as a resource. 私は案内役だからね。ここまで達成した人間に説明の義務はある。That's what I told him. After all, I'm the guide of... my role is to guide and guide them here and explain things. Every single human being that reached to this location has the right and the honor. It has the right and the honor of explaining what happened. When the mailman heard about this, while dying, while on the cusp of death, he said this to me. 必ずお前たちに復讐する。お前たちの歴史を使い捨てたことを許せない。It says, I am going to avenge. I will be the one avenging you all. I will not forgive you for utilizing our history and threw it away in the sideline. そして彼は息を引き取り、カルデアス地球の人類、その代弁者になった。And then afterwards, he took his last breath. And afterwards, he became the representative. He became the representative that felt what Karudea's Earth's humanity was like. So essentially, the reason why Trom had so much hatred towards Karudea was because it was 100% Blue Book's translation towards us, right? So understand that the reason why everything hated us in Trom was because it was Blueberry's last thought translated into the singularity. カルデアス地球にいたであろう全マスター候補の令状を一味に請け負い、凡人類への復讐を誓った。It says, yeah, so he became the representative of Karudea's human, he became the representative, right? He became the representative of Carudeus' Earth's humanity. So he grabbed all the Carudeus' Earth possible master candidates command seal, bared it on its shoulders, and promised and swore the revenge to pan-human history. It says, yeah, what you found, the corpse on the table that was next to the operating table was his corpse. So we do now got a confirmation that the Blue Book corpse was the nervous system. It says, oh, I suppose this will be the great opportunity to apologize, Protag. We sincerely apologize of what has occurred in Trom. You were not at fault, but don't worry about it, okay? Merry Christmas, Woodstock. Merry Christmas, everybody. By the way, spam Padoru emote in the chat, will ya? It is Christmas time. 特に価値のない敗北者の著見、取るに足りえない逆見だよ。It says, yeah, sorry about that. It was a loser. Yeah, it was the loser's. It was the loser's perspective that had truly no value. It was an unnecessarily grudge towards you all. Fuck you, Modest Betting. 100恨み100恨みだって。誰が人類を愛しているって。It says, yeah, a needless grudge, or it says, who is actually loves humans, huh? Why would you say like that? Yeah, so you had the option of, oh, why do you say opposite grudge? 誰が人間を愛している？なぜそれが君がそれを？ It says, yeah, I wonder who likes human beings. I was like, why would you, out of all persons, say such thing as so? いや、隠しようもない真実だ。知られていても問題はないか。It says, no. It's an awful truth that there's no need to hide any longer. After all, it's no problem even if you know this. Because Modest Betty doesn't like humans, okay? He likes the outer appearance of humans, right? He doesn't care of what's inside of humans, right? He cares about human as a whole and outer layer of humans. That's it. He doesn't give a fuck about who you are, your personality. The concept of humanity as a title is all he cares about, not what's inside humanity. He is a dipshit. He's an asshole beyond asshole. とはいえ、君たちの彼の話ができてよかった。Anywho, I am very glad that I was able to conversate about him, though. これでこの地域に関たるミランの空白、不穏への疑問はなくなったわけだ。It says, yeah, now this concludes all the answers and the questions that are unanswered that was beyond the plane of unknown in this location. So in this chapter, we just solved who is specimen E, who is subject E, why did Blue Book, why did Trom try to kill us? Because it was Blue Book. Blue Book, essentially connect Blue Book and all the story that happened in Trom. Just, it was because Blue Book hated, us humanity, right? Blue Book hated our humanity because Modest Betty explained to Blue Book that Olga Murray was Carudea humanity, and because Blue Book is a Carudeus humanity, he hated us and wanted to kill us to, quote, revenge, right? Because it was technically our fault, quote unquote. It says, の旅は楽しかったかい ?You stupid motherfucker. It says, yeah, to analyze and dismember, right? Kaitai, right? To analyze and dismember is the human being's nature, right? It's the reward and the curiosity that sustains human life. Did you enjoy your journey so far? カルデアス地球で起きてしまった悲劇について十分理解できた。It says, yep, we now understand what happened to the Cardaeus' Earth's tragedy. That's for sure. But what has not resolved, what still hasn't resolved is the most important thing. Marusberi, what is your true objective? カルデアスを使った地球の入れ替え、白紙化とした地上と地球からを観測する宇宙の消失。So it says a quote-unquote an Earth that was swapped. Cardaeus, utilizing the concept of Cardaeus to swap the Earth's texture. Bleachification and the swapping of it. Bleachification and swapification and the eradication of space that can be observed from Earth. 現在起きている事実は人類の滅亡であり、人類が描いた世界の終末だ。It says what's currently happening is the end of humanity's extinction, right? The end of humanity's extinction, and it is the end point of the civilization, aka the world that humanity has connected up till now. Is the exact opposite of humanity preservation, your grand order. So それは誤解だ。私は人類の継続されているし、宇宙は消滅していない。No wonder it was able to have servants fight each other. That's right. Trom was essentially Blue Book, just pent up on vengeance, collected every single command seal from the Cardaeus' Earth, and essentially summoned Chokaku, and Chokaku created a reality marble that just, expanded to the point that it became a problematic singularity that would have killed Carudea if we didn't handle it, right? Because it was just pent up anger towards Carudea. But during the start of that, right? 5.2 was happening. Right, so it was very minute until 5.2, or essentially 5.1, excuse me, 5.1, beginning of 5.1 was happening, right? Like we're talking about like when the Lost Belt started and the servants was kind of called upon to help Fujimaru out. It's the Hercules, the destruction of Hercules, everybody and their mom, and the anti-god alliance association, blah, blah, blah. When that was all kind of forming up and doing all this shenanigans, Trom was a small singularity that was growing and growing and growing and growing. And when Don Quixote got scared, right? When Don Quixote got scared and kind of ran away to Trom, right? He kind of fell into it. Oopsie daisies. So going back to the story, it says that's quite the misunderstanding. It says I have preserved and continuated humanity, and the outer space, the outer layer, has not perished. Understand that I love humans, and I love just humans. いや、私は人間を愛している。人間だけを愛している。I love humans. I just love humans. 彼らがあらゆる道から身を守れる未来を作る。It says, I am creating a future that can be protected all by themselves from any danger that they or others might oppose. I am making the world that no matter what distrust or discomfort will be released from. Glitching audio? Oh, it's probably because it's been connected for too long. Give it a second. How's that? Better? This Karudia serves its purpose of such, and that is why the outer, quote unquote, update of space will be implemented and will be perfected soon enough. 君たちに危険害は加えない。この星の観光客たちに飽きられた君たちの地球に帰るといい。It says, I am not here to harm you. I am not also here to harm you all or stop you whatsoever. After you've taken a nice little tour around this planet, I sincerely ask for you all to return to your own Earth. That's all. I believe that will be the best option for the both of us, you see. It's the more logical and useful option for both of us. 白した地球で一生過ごすことがかい? It says, so you're telling us to live our lives forever on a bleached out Earth? 生存には何も不要もない環境なんだろう。他ならぬ君たちが証明してきたことだ。It says, wait a minute now. Isn't that an environment? Isn't that an environment that you don't need anything? You don't need anything to survive? Are you guys not the one who kept proving this constantly? Am I wrong? Or, perhaps, are you guys unsatisfied with your current Earth? Perhaps you guys want to turn back the time or turn back the sequence of law where the known planets that you guys know so well, perhaps. Of course we do! That's why we've been doing this all this time! Up this far! 圧勝した君だとしても、現在この状況を作っているのはカルデアスだ。It says, even though you might be the inventor of all things, Karudeas is the mastermind of creating this current situation, right? Our objective here is to take back the Karudeas control forcefully and return everything to return Earth back to normal. If necessary, we will destroy Karudeas. That is our objective, and we're not backing down, okay? I suppose so. Then if Karudeas were to disappear, I believe the update on the outer planet, or the quote-unquote space, would come to a halt. And if that is the case, the real and the fake, its position will probably revert back to itself. Yes, I suppose if that is the case, your Earth will probably get back to its former form. Originality, I suppose. But destroying Karudeas is impossible. After all, it's wovenly connected to the entire outer universe concept itself. いや、すでに地球全体との空白ついている。So essentially, Karudeas is impossible to destroy because it is the concept of outer space itself. たとえ実際の地球を破壊できるものを用意したとでも、私のカルデアスは破壊できない。たとえIt says, even if you were to bring something along that can destroy the Earth, that can destroy the planet Earth itself, you won't be able to destroy my Karudeas. ここに私がいる時点で、 事情はもう終了している。申し訳ないが、君たちは何もかも手遅れだ。It says, unfortunately, every single situation that is happening has already come to an end. I sincerely apologize to you all, but you were all too late by the fact that I am standing here like this. And on top of that, I know that this saying that I'm about to say is not fair, but when Carudeus gets destroyed, if Carudeus gets destroyed, what you guys will be sad about is, the most person that will be sad is you guys. カルデアスを破壊して悲しむものはおそらく君たちの方だ。It says, this is unfair to say this out loud, but if you were to manage to destroy Carudeus, you all will be the ones saddened by this. Huh? What do you mean by... I must ask, why 2,120? Huh? It feels glitchy to hear, and maybe you should refresh. And you, oh, interesting. Maruspedi doesn't know who she is. And you are? It feels glitchy? I don't know what's making it glitchy. It's also cutting out for me. Why is it cutting out for you guys? Interesting. How's that? That better? Everything sounds fine here. Yeah, apparently YouTube's having some weird problems. I don't know why. How is it? Is that better? Might have to rip it off and rip it back on again. Seems fine here. Good, good, good. Yeah, I know the Twitch side should be fine. Let me try Twitch. It's good for me. So far, so good. Okay, yeah. So make sure if you guys want, if YouTube's having problem, make sure you guys go to Twitch. But make sure you guys hit like, comment, and subscribe on both YouTube, Twitch, and Kick for me. It'd be greatly appreciated. Unfortunately, YouTube chat can't be on Twitch chat here, sadly. But, you know, we'll fix that one day. Good? Alright, let's continue. 今、いや、それより質問されたんだったね。今のは何だ? So, Monospedi doesn't know who Shion is. And Shion asks, why 2,120? And Monospedi says, you are? No. I suppose you asked me the question. What are we talking about again? もちろん、宇宙進行の日のことです。Of course. I'm talking about the updating of the universe and the space itself. 得意点 X という証拠を誰かが問わせる思う前に第三者の手で消させる。It says, yeah. Before Singularity X becomes evident and somebody starts doubting and questioning you, you had a third party make it disappear. After you destroyed the Carudea base, you froze Carudeus right off the bat, and you removed it from play. And right now, just before Gnome Carudea was able to reach the base of the, just before Gnome Carudea, which is us, was able to reach the Antarctica base, you made the base disappear. Your movement was so second-handed, almost as if future predictable. There was no attack of there was no time for retaliate, no time or a space or even a possibility to fight back. It was a operation that was full of accuracy and impurity. In order to fight this, even my future prediction could not beat this. 問題が発火する前にもう出口が塞がれていたのですから。It says, after all, before the problem occurred, the exit was sealed off in the first place. そんなあなたがなぜ宇宙侵攻やらをまだ我らが間に合う2120年にしているのか。So it says, why on earth is the date of the universal update, right? The update on the universe, aka outer sky. Why did you place it to 2120 when we still could make it? Why did you make it so that we can still arrive on time to stop this for good? You specifically said yourself that you have a wound on your plan. You slipped it yourself, didn't you? You specifically said that the original plan was Carudeus' Earth's humanity was turned 2117, and when that were to occur, the surface side of both civilization would reset, is what you stated. Meaning that Carudeus' 2117 is Carudeus' Earth, our Earth time 2017. But Oruga Mari atmosphere was dropped in Carudeus at 2015. Then if that is the case, Carudeus' Carudeus' universe update should have started right off the bat, exactly at 2015 instead of 17, correct? From what I've been hearing, your explanation of how this should have gone down, for some odd reason, you of all person have, pushed the, extended the deadline, for some odd reason. Why didn't you update it right off the bat? Of course, the answer is quite simple. It's that you couldn't update it right off the bat, correct? オルガマリアは私の手の順ではなく、レフ教授の手でカルデアスに転送したからね。That is quite correct. After all, Oruga Mari was not moved from my own two hands, but Left Professor was the one who transported her to Carudeus. Because she got added into the operation table, Carudeus could not repair itself wholeheartedly right off the bat. Because of this accident, Oruga Mari fell the same timeline as you all. She came to Carudeus' Earth at 2015, not 2115. 君たちが観測していたカルデアスの時間は2115年。なのでカルデアスも2115年になるまで生態を表せない。So it says, because what you guys have observed last of Carudeus' time was exactly 2115. So therefore, until Carudeus' timeline became 2115, it, aka Carudeus' functionality, could not reveal itself until that time. So essentially, Marusbedi is saying the reason why the swap of Earth didn't happen, the reason why the universe update was delayed, is because Lev, MVP once more, threw Olga Murray in 2015 timeline in Carudeus' timeline. So Carudeus had to wait 100 years in order for the plan to occur, because that's when the plan was supposed to occur. But the main component got sent 100 years back. So that was the unfortunate part in Marusberi's hand. この誤算が延長の理由だ。どの道100年かけ待って100年間は待たなければよ。待たなければならなかった。It says the reason for the delay was because of this mishap. However, we still had to wait 100 years in time either way. Either way. なので、オルガマリーの自我を崩壊するまでカルディアスの完成を急がなかった。It says, so therefore, until Olga Murray's self-destruction was imminent, there was no rush. Until Olga Murray's personality crumbled, Carudeus' completion was not hurried. That's just the only reason. Did I say anything wrong? もちろん、点というより巨大な穴ですが。It says, of course you did. Instead of a point that's wrong, it's a giant hole though. Because in technicality, Carudeus' Earth's human was extinct by the hand of an alien in 2118, right? So that means that Oruga Mari Animosphere as a human crumbled at that time. So just like you've planned, Olga Murray became a system and got implemented into Carudeus, which completing it whole. That means when that occurred, the update of the universe should have occurred by then, right off the bat, right at the get-go. This is 実際は違います. But in actuality, it was different. There was a problem. カルデアスの地球の滅びの日から今日までの予算があった。It says, Carudeus' Earth's death due date until now, there was a complication. Because it gave Gnome Carudea. Because it gave, there's a complication. After all, it gave us, Gnome Carudea, 2 years of time to fight the entire Lost Belt. Meaning, あなたの計画にはない予測不可能なトラブルが今もまだ起きている。It says, meaning that what you have not planned and unperceivable trouble is happening right here, right now, at this current moment. Correct? The situation hasn't ended whatsoever. There's still an opportunity, a chance to bring our Earth back to normal. Didn't I tell you already that Carudeus cannot be destroyed, right? 宇宙とつないだ地球モデルカルデアスは破壊できないのは計算済みです。It says, please understand the earthly model. Please do understand the earthly model of the Earth model that is now binded against the universe itself. Destroying the Carudea is impossible. Was already within my calculation. But what about its control system? What about its defense system? Perhaps. You're not going to say even the defense system or the functioning system is hollowed out or anything, correct? 残念ながらその地にはたどりできなかった。私にできたことは復讐だからね。It says, yep, that is correct. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to reach that realm just in time. After all, I was only able to imitate or replicate things. It says, 君が言った方向なら止められる。メインシステムの停止こそ唯一の解決策だ。So, so Modest Betty is saying that what you have stated is quite correct. If you stop the main system, if you stop the main system, it is one way to solve this entire problem. So watch this, chat. Watch this. Witness. Everybody gather up. Shion's about to Shion's about to pull up. Boom! You're the main system, right? Sheep! She busted a gat. She busted a Glock up in this bitch. Pull up. She pulled up with a gun. She said, eat this magic, bitch. Wait, the bullet went through. Are you a hologram? Well done. That was a good move. Your decision. No, I suppose your thought process is faster than others, isn't it? But didn't I tell you already over and over? The timeline of solving this is already over. Understand that I am just merely a personification, a hologram, I should say, of Modest Betty Atmosphere that's imitating him. I'm merely a guide that was prepared for anybody that arrived, any pan-human history or any humanity that still live to tell the tale. I was ordered to guide here, to show you this place, explain what's happening. When this role is over, I will just perish, just like this. You whore! Understand that the life that Modest Betty Atmosphere was already perfected and finished when Carudeus was fully built. He also created, he also funded, by the way, Serifix, right? The underground oil, right? Underground oil base. He was able to fund Carudeus. And the fact that was it Persuado? Fucking what is it called again? Keep forgetting the quote unquote Carudeus's simulated global environmental model. That's what it is. When the simulated global environmental model was completed and installed on base, when that happened, he was perfectly fine to die at any moment. I believe, if I am correct, the original me should already be dead in your world, right? In the end, he really didn't care if he got murdered, suicide, or accidental death at that point. 最初に消した証拠は, and please, don't get it wrong. The first evidence he erased was not Singularity X. He erased himself, who was the culprit, by himself before the incident could ever occur. To understand that Modest Betty Atmosphere does not reside or exist anywhere. Understand that what's left is the functionality of Carudeus that he so came up with. That's all. So, all I can say to you now is this. You all can no longer solve this case. This incident is unsolvable. The end of humanity has already happened. It's already here. And you missed it. But I suppose there is one other options of possibility. I suppose you are quite correct of the 2 years of silence. A whole. I can't argue with that. Carudeus surely made a fatal flaw, a mistake, a paradox. Something it shouldn't have done. to utilize that to your content or to your to utilize that to your advantage will be your decision. Let's use the Grail to resurrect him to kill him again. That would be pretty funny, huh? Torture him like the fairies. So, fun fact. LB6, by the way, LB6 was happening to Carudeus. Right? Remember LB6's story? Remember LB6's story? They killed the god and utilized the god's component as land, right? They tortured the maiden and utilized it as cattle, utilized it as a source of efficiency. LB6 was essentially what was happening to Carudeus. So that concludes Chapter 3 Final Arrow. I hope you guys weren't too triggered. I know you're mad at Marusbeti as much as I am. That asshat's gonna pay. However, he's no longer with us. So all we need to do is to beat the shit out of the system that he has created. So I'll see you guys in the next video. TTFN. Ta-ta for now. Alright, before we start this, any question about that chapter before I move on? Okay? I am going to, I got some water. I'm gonna eat some snack here. I'm eating a muffin top blueberry oat. I got this shit for $8 for four box. 4 box was $8. That shit was a steal. Did Shion use magic gun or a gun? That was just a normal gun. That was a blicky. She used a blicky to go back, 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 back. That was a blicky. Oh show. Can we go back in time and shoot Marusbeti, or would that make another lost belt? So, fun fact, Marusbeti just said the moment Carudeus was turned on, the moment that Carudeus was turned on in Antarctica, it was done. So you have to stop Carudeus from turning on in Antarctica, or you have to beat the system, right? So even if you go back in time, you can't kill Marusbeti. Even if you kill Marusbeti, it would not have worked. So we have to kill him before Carudeus activates fully, or even Carudeus goes to Antarctica, right? Because remember, David, right? David Senvoid, right? Remember, David Senvoid. Thank you so much for the resub, CZ Chan, Big Priest. Can we get some Paduru in the chat? David Senvoid killed our Marusbeti before the operation ever started, right? It didn't work. If we wanted to stop, we need to stop Marusbeti from building Carudeus in the first place and bringing it to Antarctica. Can we achieve Evan's Field, resurrect Marusbeti, and enter him into an eternal death loop, please? Dude, that would be pretty hilarious. Can you explain more in detail the connection to LB6 to what happened to Carudeus? So, essentially, right, remember how Carudeus, remember how LB6 went abort, right? LB6 went abort the following, right? LB6 had the fairies, right? Remember the fairies? The fairies. And fairies, do you guys remember what the fairies did, right? Low key chat. I'm gonna explain to you the fairies while I fucking charge my phone. This is a perfect opportunity to charge my phone because it's like less than 50%. Let me charge my phone. Let me bust out a YouTube's here. and show you guys what's happening. Let's see. Yeah, do you guys remember what happened to the entire LB6's land? Right, it was built on Cersanos' corpses. And remember, at one point in time, you saw Olga Murray you saw Olga Murray kind of overlap, kind of like a blimp, as the priestess of the foreign god. Right? After Cersanos' corpse has dissipated and turned into land, the priestess of Cersanos got severed, dismembered, and utilized as a slave, cattle, etc. They gave magic to keep it alive permanently, right? And in the end, the priestess of the Cersanos was utilized as a material, right? Quote unquote. Same concept what happened to Carudeus and how they thrived, right? Because a god came, right? A god came. Before the god came, Alien, right? Alien came into Carudeus, which is Olga, right? Our Olga. But because it was not transferred correctly, the Carudea Olga was perceived as an alien, right? Because it was an alien, it got taken to the underground, ripped his magical circuitry, realized that the magical circuitry can revitalize, right? Resurrect, heal, and they can utilize the magical circuitry as a permanent energy source. Same thing with the priestess of the priestess of Cersanos, right? They gave her magic, and they gave her medicine and they gave her magic so she can never die. They severed her into many pieces and created the concept of human that could be utilized as a cattle, right? Do you get that so far? And just like Carudeus ended, LB6 also ended, but Morgan used time travel and sealing techniques to stop the calamities from happening, right? That's why it was Morgan was low-key looping to stop the calamities from happening, but the calamities kept coming and destroying the fucking Lost Belt because that was that's how everything should have ended, and B, that's how currently everything is planned to end, right? Was Olga originally supposed to enter as a soul, and Lev throwing her into the body, Carudeus, was what messed up in the first place? So what happened is that Olga Murray was supposed to stay in Singularity F. And after the Singularity F got solved, she would, like, her like, the soul of Olga Murray would disappear, but the concept and the mechanical function of Olga Murray would assimilate, right, fuse together to Carudeus to create Carudeus Olga Murray, or I should say Carudeus Oruga, right? Carudeus Oruga. Oruga is the first Carudeus, okay? And so Lev throwing her soul into Carudeus, it's essentially, it was supposed to, she was supposed to disappear with Singularity F, and she was supposed to melt into Carudeus, right? Like a melting pot. You know how you, like, melt things into soup and whatnot, slowly but surely? But instead of melting it, Lev shoved her into the Carudeus, essentially a clump, right? A clump went into Carudeus, and the clump automatically formed a layer, quote unquote, a physical body. So it created like a Saint Graph style body, and it fell down to Carudeus because it didn't assimilate, right? And it came from Carudea. Carudeus people thought it was an alien because anything outside of Carudeus is supposed to perceive as an alien, right? So that is why, right? Fuckface Modest Betty was trying to put a lion king / zoo to save humanity. You'll learn about Modest Betty's intentions. It's quite insane. He created a system, and this system's about to open its mouth. And its system opening its mouth is going to say some dumb shit next level. But unfortunately true. Yes, but he wasn't saving humanity. He was molding humanity in his own concept of what humanity should be. Yes and no, right? So he was essentially saving humanity by creating his own concept of humanity. So he technically was saving humanity, but he was technically molding it into his vision, right? What's the difference between Singularity X and Singularity F? So Singularity X is the origin, right? It is the origin singularity. Singularity F is the faked, right? It is the quote unquote Singularity F is X, but it's disguised as F to kind of mask the layer, right? To kind of mask the layer. Simultaneously, it's actually the reason why it was called F is because Salter staked her Avalon, right? Because she staked her Avalon, she created this timeline anchor, right? She created a timeline anchor to kind of stop this from happening. So after we solved F, which is X, right? It didn't really disappear because Salter anchored it and was just like, this timeline might crumble, but it's not fucking going anywhere. It's going to restart. So it restarted, right? So we never solved F. We left F, by the way. And that's the, that's kind of the cool part, by the way. The cool part is that if you read it correctly, we didn't solve F. We escaped from F because it was crumbling. And that's part of the important part. All right, so far so good. Did I answer all of your guys' questions so far? Right. Any more questions? We should get some background music, I guess. Yeah, this is your time to pee. This is your time to rest up. Because I am not ending the stream until I get to the raid. By the way, off topic, but last night, Mousy created her own singularity. What do you mean by that? Explain to yourself, Dad. Why does she create her own singularity? I saw it as Escape 2. Yeah. And what it is that the reason why F wasn't solved either was because Salter was staking her Avalon. That's why. Essentially, OG Artoria staked her Avalon. Yeah, OG Artoria staked her Avalon into this timeline and became Salter because she went against her originality, and simultaneously, I don't know if this is true, but in technicality, in Salter mode, right? In Salter mode, she was able to gain magical energy tremendously, unlike her original counterpart, right? So, like, no matter how good the OG was, Salter had a better mana. Salter has a better mana. I wouldn't say consumption, but just able to suck more mana better than suck more mana better than OG. I don't know if this shit tells it in the index file, but she should have more magical magic than OG. So this is what, Salter versus OG. Yeah, so now notice the difference between Salter and this is OG. So this is OG, this is Salter. So her mana consumption got double plus. Right? So this is OG, right? This is OG. This is Salter. Her magical consumption is double plus. On top of it, her endurance increased by 1. Her strength also increased by 1. Her agility decreased by 2. her luck decreased by 2. And then, you know, MP is the same because she has Excalibur. Excalibur's OPP. Right? So so is Singularity X when Mother's Betty went back to 2004 and participate in the war? Yes, Singularity X is the collision point, and as the story goes, Hades, you're about to find out, right? It's one of those chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6 will tell you everything about the 2004 participation in shenanigan. Just wait for it. But to give you an early idea, 2004 is when Marusberi fucked shit up and created Singularity X. Singularity X, Singularity F is 2004, okay? Agility D, she skipped leg day. Yeah, she lost her mobility for every big booty power. No ads. Hey, make sure you guys hit that like, comment, and subscribe so you don't get hit with ads. If our Earth got bleached, it got swapped with Catadeus. Why is Earth still bleached in Catadeus? So you probably missed the entire fucking arrow. 2 arrows ago, they explained that. TLDR, Olga, it was supposed to happen. Bleached out Earth and bleached out Catadeus is supposed to happen. But what happened is Olga Murray got tortured. Her magical circuitry became an infinite source of fuel. When Olga Murray died, she assimilated into a system called Catadeus. And when she became Catadeus, she saw humanity as evil and kind of took back her circuitry, right? Because she was the system. And because she took back the system, everything perished into white because everything assimilated into Olga Murray's material, aka her magical circuitry. Because by that time, Olga Murray's magical circuitry was all around the globe, inside humans, etc. So when System Catadeus activated and retrieved all her magical circuitry back, everything just, everything got disappeared because everything was, everything turned white because everything utilized Olga Murray's magical circuitry. TLDR. She became an evil of humanity? Well, kinda, right? Like, not really. That's why she never became a beast. Like, she became a beast, but she never was a number 7. Technically, she was our number 7, but she was never humanity's number 7. And Unbeast is the shit that you're gonna get after the final raid ends. I thought it was a really an alien invasion. No. The alien invasion was essentially Karudea Olga. Alien invasion is Karudea Olga perished at the operation table. And because the operation table perished, she became System Catadeus, and System Catadeus retrieved every single magical circuitry that she got distributed, and that was the quote-unquote alien attacking us, right? Quote-unquote. Humanity became a beast when she was the salvation, something like that. Earth got bleached and Catadeus got bleached and they swapped. Something like that, yeah. Essentially, everything got bleached out and they swapped. Because in order to swap things efficiently, everything has to be on the same table, right? Because if you get a real version, right? You know those Labubus and fake Labubus? You could tell the difference if you look at it hard enough, right? But the closer they are to real, it's easier to fucking fake it, right? You know how fake diamonds are and whatever? Same thing. A third impact happened to Catadeus, I suppose. All right. So, any questions so far? Damn, my phone charges fast, Dale. 77%. Feels good. Feels good to have a good charger. To be fair, it was their own doing. Oh, 100%. Those scummy fucking scientists. They deserved every single bit of it, Dale. Oh, nutty. There we go. All right, you guys made it, Dio. Chapter 4. In the void, there is a god. It's kind of insane. Muddsmitty or mere human accomplished what combined fate gods could not. So listen, after this, you'll find out why and how he made it, okay? It's bullshit. But okay, so the title of this is In the Void There's a God, or in the empty, in the imaginary sky, right? In the empty sky or imaginary sky, there is a God. All right, we got two of them. Let's go. Here we go. Carudeus. So currently we're in the world of Carudeus. Don't get it twisted. So make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. And here we go. Oh, code word. We forgot the code word. Code word is MASH. Code word is going to be MASH, chat. Make sure you type in MASH in the chat. Code word for this chapter is MASH. Which chapter is woodcutting? Chapter 6. ご苦労であろう。エリア51でできたことは大体把握した。It says good work, every single one of you. I've understood most of what happened in Area 51. I see. So that Modestberry has already died. I sincerely thought that the Carudeus' death report was merely a disguise or some sort of manipulation, and was living along all this time, but I suppose そんな考えもよぎってはいたが、聞いていた限り小細工をする男ではないだろう。It says, I suppose there was a chance. I suppose there's a chance of a thought process that went through his head. However, from the conversation that I've heard from you all, he doesn't sound like a man that would do something so crafty. 家をかけた目的を達成した以上、現在にいる未練はない。It says, the fact that he was able to accomplish what he was reaching for, there was no future or reason to stay in the real realm. Has a mental fortitude. He really does have the clock tower's lord-like state. 人生の幕切りだよ。私の。It says it's quite amazing to pull a curtain on a human, pulling a curtain on its own life. To me, I would be struggling to choose such a thing. So yeah, it's essentially, it says, as expected of a pinnacle of a clock tower lord, strong mentality, and it is it is the leading future of humanity. Goldorf saying that I don't think I would be, ending myself. エリア51にいたマルスベリーが仮想人格だったのは残念だった。It is quite a shame that Marsberry that existed in Area 51 was just a personality, a hologram, a fake. But then again, capturing the creator or the planner of Carudeus was never was in our option in the first place. This operation has no shortcuts whatsoever. let's get back to let's get back to the ship. So yeah, let's bring back the steering wheel. So we'll be fighting Karudeus head on from here on out. So, even if you say that, what are we gonna do? What's the next step? Fighting against Karudeus. What is that? Are we not on top of Karudeus? Right? Are you saying that, you know, fighting Earth? And, I got it. Atlas Institute should have some sort of a bomb that can destroy Earth, right? No problem, perhaps? We might have it, but nah. ない。カルデアスは地球続いてますから用意するなら宇宙爆弾ではないと。It says, but please do understand, we do have the bomb, but that's impossible. Karudeus is now binded, right? Karudeus is now officially binded by the cosmos, if not the universe itself. So if you want to prepare something, you need to have a universal destruction bomb in order to kill things. 何度もお話した通り、物理的にカルデアスを破壊することはできません。So understand this right. I've told you and we've discussed this over and over. We cannot destroy Karudeus in physical aspect. In order to カルデアスを停止させるにはメインシステムを破壊するほかないかと。It says in order to halt Karudeus, we need to destroy its main system. That's the only option we have left. I understand this, dear. But where is this gosh darn main system? Are you gonna say it's one of those it's in one of those Tree of Emptiness mystery pull shenanigans? By the time we find it, 2019 is going to end! No, that's perfectly fine. I think we figured out where exactly the main system might be located, you see? Huh? But, before all that's going to be, I have a conversation with Protag and Mash, if that's okay. I'm going to talk about Specimen E, the specimen that was murdered brutally by those scientists in Area 51. I'm going to be talking about Olga Murray Atmosphere. Dots. Understand that no matter what we do, what has happened in that location, we won't be able to change it. We won't be able to revive her, or I don't think we can save her whatsoever. That's what you're thinking, right? But in actuality, that's completely the opposite. There's still a chance or a possibility to save her. Because after all, in the mage world, in order to construct a fully functional human, you need a soul, a body, and the mind, or the mentality. Even Marasmeri, within that law, gave each individual an ending, right? Her physical body was sliced into nanomites. And simultaneously, her mentality was used to summon Olga Murray. And her soul, in technicality, and her soul was assimilated into the Karudea functioning system, right? So, this comes the question. What is exactly a soul? Well, I suppose even in the modern science, even up to now, it still hasn't been proven or probable fact. But in the mage world, this is how it's explained. A soul is not what happens in this plane of field, but it is a living phenomena that always exists in one plane above our dimension. 魂とはこの次元で発生するものではなく、 一つ上の次元に存在する指名専業である。物理的な界に存在する魂は高密度から落ちた影であり、肉体と接触として精神を育てる方向性である。ね。So meaning that the soul, the soul that resides in a physical body is merely a shadow that dropped from the higher plane. And utilizing the physical body as catalyst, a mentality gets developed in that direction. So, in a way, chat, so it's now come to full circle, right? The body is the vessel for the mind, and the mind is the vessel for the soul, and soul is the vessel for the body, right? There's that full loop, chat. There's a full loop. If you read Fate Extella, Fate Extella, and Extella Moriaris, you would love and understand this concept, because the body, the mind, and the soul concept is very important in Type Moon universe. Well, at least in the Fate universe. So essentially, Da Vinci is saying that the soul is preserved in Carudeus. So if we can pull the soul out of Carudeus, we might have a chance to get Olgamari. So does that mean? そうでした。魂を肉体、精神から離して別の個体と存在して定義しているのならば、それは魂の物理化、すなわちサーバント体、霊気体の体です。So it says that's right. A soul separated from physical body and mental mind. And if you were to name this thing as a completely different existence, it is the physical manifestation of a soul. That is practically of a body of a servant. That is a body that acquired a saint graph, right? 霊気の体です。That's why she was able to regenerate, right? Because the soul had a physical property, which was a saint graph. つまり、霊気状態で生きているってことだ。So that means that she is still alive in a quote-unquote servant graph form. So, and that is what I'm telling you. And I can guarantee you that. At least. Didn't Marasbeti tell us that himself? She was designed that way in the first place. Isn't that right, King Solomon? I think whenever it comes to these circumstances, I think your word weighs a lot more heavier than mine. See? The location Singularity X, where all of your journey started. The Olgamuri that reside there only existed as a soul container. Understand, after all, her physical manifestation exploded and dissipated in the coffin room. A soul is the blueprint of a living life form. As the blueprint instructed, the physical body will manifest automatically, and within the manifestation of physical body of flesh, slowly but surely, inside that container, a personality, a memory, I should say, the mind will start to activate. Everything starts with a soul at hand. Without a soul, you can only call things a flesh puppet, if not a lump of flesh. このカルデアスの地球においてオルガマリーに肉体があったのはカルデアスによって魂を日に修復されたからに他ならない。The reason why Yeah, the reason why this Carudeus, right? この、Carudeus 地球において the reason why the Olga Murray had a physical body in Carudeus's Earth is because Carudeus used her soul as base and reconstructed her in Carudeus. Nothing more. 逆に言えば、霊気状態でも活動できるとならば、肉体が消去してもまだ死んでいないということ。It says then the opposite effect. If she was able to operate on the Saint Graph mode, right, aka with her soul, even if her physical body were to perish, in technicality, she is not dead, is what I'm saying. Is that statement satisfy you, Da Vinci? Of course it does. Thank you very much. デミサーバント実験は人間と英雄を融合させて超人を生み出す試みだった。Is this Gotea or Lev? It's Lev / Gotea. Okay, it's a little bit of both. It's more Gotea than Lev, but it is still Lev Gotea. Okay, just think of it as like equal, not equal to, but equal to. Demi-servant so demi-servant experiment was supposed to create a fusion between a human and a heroic spirit. It was it was something of an experiment that was, wonderful, interesting. 一方、オルガ・マリーは肉体が失われた後、本来消える魂を霊気状態で固定する仕組み。But it says, however, Olga Murray was a little different. When her physical body dissipated, it was supposed to stabilize her disappearing soul into a Saint Graph circumstances, and いわば人間をサーバントにする自主式の成功例、第三の魔法の実証例だ。So essentially, she was the succession of turning humans into servants. That magical technique and capability, she is one of the few successful ones. It's practically the application that is fruition of the third magic itself. So if you don't know, third magic is Heaven's Fiddle, right? So, fun fact. The extreme version of the third magic is the servant universe. So fun fact about that. Right. The third magic went... Yeah, third magic times turbo equals servant universe. I'm pretty sure it had something to do with Olga Murray as well, and her aptitude and her herself. However, it's definitely a miracle that the Animasphere family made into history. オルガ・マリーがマスター適性なしだったのは普通の魔術師として通常の魔術師として断言してたからだろう。It says it's probably the reason why Olga Murray did not have any master candidacy is because she was probably observed as a normal mage or magus. 魂がすでに霊体化状態であると分かっていれば、もっと違う健康診断の結果が出たはずだ。So it says, if they already knew if the soul, right, if they already knew that the soul was already servantified, or aka in a Saint Graph format, I'm pretty sure the readings would have given us a completely different result. 墓を使うときにカテゴリーを間違えたってことか。本人も知らないだろうな。It says what you're saying is that whenever it comes to measuring people and people who was measuring things, they got she got misgendered in her category, and that's why she was cooked. I bet even she didn't know that herself. Yeah. 墓に使う州のカテゴリーを間違ったってことが本人も知らなかったんだろうな。So yeah, it's essentially Murieru is saying that to, you know, evaluate, she probably utilized a different category to measure herself. And that's why she was the way she is. And if she wasn't, you know, even she didn't know about it. それだとマルスベリー町は娘を実験材料としか思ってなかったとなりそうだけど。So yeah, if that is the truth, that means that director Marusberi only saw his daughter, right? Only saw his daughter as a live material, yeah, live experimental material in his head. That's kind of yikes, but he is the clock tower's lord after all. Because it's something so precious, he gave her a very precious role. Maybe that was the thought process. Scary, scary. What a freak. じゃあカルデアのメインシステムにはイモ、じゃあマシューのお姉さんってことになる。So, does that mean that Cardeas's main system, we still have Olga in there? So, does that mean Olga is Mash's big sister? Big sister? Director Olga is. I wonder if the Jannu Jalter Little Jannu was a reference to this all along that he was trying to hint people at, but nobody really got. I really do wonder. Wow. It says, wow. Now that's a thought process, Protag. In alchemic wise, it's true. ゼミサーバントの実験の前にはサーバントが実験があったはずですから、マシさんの亡霊としてオルガマリー女王がいる。つまり姉と妹です。So it says, yeah, before the demi-servant experiment, there had to have been a servant manifestation experiment. So that means that before MASH, there is Olga Marie, Lady Olga Marie, meaning that Mark 1 and Mark 2, aka Big Sis and Little Sis, like Rin and Sakura. Very cute, very kawaii. なるほど。今すぐこの説を時計塔に出出します。やれやれ。研究者の悪い癖だ。デラカシーのない発音はほどほどにね、しよう。Oh, so it's essentially, she answered your Mark 1, Mark 2. Oh, I see. I will be telling this, I'll be throwing this theory into the clock tower ASAP. It says, my. It's a bad habit of you. It's a bad habit of the scientists, aka experimenters. You see, Shion, make sure you keep the undelicacy tone to a minimum, okay? It says however, my feelings and thoughts are practically the same. 今のは。それより重要なのはオルガマリーが今の霊気状態でカルデアス内にいることだ。It says, that being said, what's most important is that Olga Marie is still inside of Cardeas while she is in her Saint Graph form. 彼女をカルデアから救い出すイコールカルデアスの停止につながるだろう。If we can save her from Cardeas, it would also equate to halting Cardeas altogether. Oh! It seems that our the will to fight has come back once more. Good. The morale is back at it again. Captain, it seems that we have to add another rule or another tick to our operation. and that is releasing Olga Murray from Cardeas. Do you hear me? It says that little brat was so that little brat was very on her high horses. However, it was too bad to see her go. Yeah, it was too bad to see her go because of who she was and how she be. 助けられるならその方がいいに決まっている。まあ大統領モードは勘弁だから。It says if we can save her somehow, some way, we should definitely go for the some way. However, I would not prefer in her presidential mode. I suppose, old man, you only know her through a presidential mode, huh? It says, yeah, Olga Murray director that was in Karadea back then was a lot more, prickly. That was a lot more, yeah, prickly. That's about it. 了解。オルガマリー・アレマスフェアの救出を最優先の一つにつける。This is understood. We'll put rescuing Olga Murray Atmosphere as our top priority. Then we're going to start the operation once more. Da Vinci, where's our location? Where's our destination? It's almost as if you know. Where's our destination? From the sound of it, you already know where the Cardeas' main system is. Yeah, 今から別の大陸に向かう必要はない。行き先はここでいい。It says, yeah, there's no reason for us to move or go to any other continents or area. The place where we need to go is here. It's exactly here. というより、地上であるなら何でもいいんだけどね。アネメスフィアの左に従うだけだから。Just to be perfectly honest, as long as we're on the surface side, it doesn't matter. We're just going to be following Animesphere's little secret. Which was even more tsundere, that's right, more prickly. Mm-hmm. What is this meaning of this? What is this secret that Animesphere you're spouting about? Didn't Kiristraya say himself, right? In nothing there's a god, but at the same time, his incantation was, there's something inside. Yeah. 天体は空大なり、空大は、異教になり、異教には神がある。So it says the heavens, right? The heaven is hollow, and the cavern is the void. And within the void, there is a god, right? So, in a way, Kiristraya was warning us, but at the same time, he was also, while he was fighting us, he was also warning us, right? And he did spout this out during 5.2. 天体は空洞にあり、空洞は異量になり、異量の中には神がいる。メインシステムは異象にいる。では、異象とは何か？ So it says, yeah. God, right, quote unquote, God resides in the imaginary realm, or quote unquote void, right? Imaginary space, I should say, but void is better. So, the question to you all is, where is the void? It says, I don't have to tell you this, right? It's what's surrounding this earth itself, you see? So essentially, we gotta pop the sky, baby! It's time to pop the sky! Yeah, we're about to pop the sky. Because remember what happened to Stella Murray? Our sky got popped. It's only natural that we pop their sky. Abanyan! Whoo! My goodness! The outside wind is quite strong. Hey, Mash, are you gonna get blown away?
I'm perfectly fine, Miss Habanya. Currently, I've stabilized both of my legs and planted down as we speak. But how about you, Miss Habatron? I know that, I know that the weight that's been bearing down as the shield is going to be quite a hassle. So I wanted to ask if you're... 縦の状態もひどいけど、それよりこっちの地球の方がひどいかもだ。It says, I know the shield situation is rough, but to be honest, the this Earth's atmosphere is even rougher. We're definitely getting rejected, you know? No, it's almost as if they don't even recognize us. 間違いなく僕たちは拒絶されているというか認識されていないかも。そのせいですっごく限界しにくい。多分ここからもっと厳しい。And it says because of that, it's so hard to materialize like this. I'm pretty sure from here on out, it will be a lot difficult for any of us to materialize. I think as a defensive fairy, right? A little guardian fairy, I think this is my final job that I can truly protect you. Are you sure about this? Can you still go for it, Mash? Yes, of course I can. After all, I'm the round of the table knight. After all, I am a part of the Knights of the Round Table. That's the spirit. Even though if you can't see me, just know that I'm fighting right next to ya. She gonna bust out her Excalibur, chat. This is Master Light. I'm in position. Catapulto. The catapult has been the catapult has been stabled, and I am now stable. Weight. The weight adjustment adjusted, and no problems here for now. Connected with Storm Border, and simultaneous functionality has begun. The attack target is supposed to be the Carudeus' Earth's outer layer, 80 kilometers. I will be using illusionary phantasm I will be using a illusionary, essentially made up noble phantasm sword Carudeus. Hoshinku sequence in the hiding. Kaso, right? So imaginary noble phantasm sword Carudeus. I'm going to be, right? It's fake, so think of it as like virtual, right? Like you're in a VR headset, right? So it's essentially she's going to project Excalibur, but it's technically gonna be, instead of Lord Carudeus, it's gonna be Sword Carudeus, right? So virtual noble phantasm, if not imaginary noble phantasm, sword Carudeus. Extraction sequence commencing. Habanyan about to cast God? No, we about to cast VR Excalibur, okay? 何空賊的に始まってしまってんのかね。しかし本当にいいのかねこれ。It's what sort of crazy sequence has started already? And will this really work? Is this okay? I'm just understanding that if the defensive system is in the Carudeus' Earth itself, and I understand that within the we are inside the atmosphere of such. I get that conversation to a point, but that doesn't mean that we're going to physically rip apart the shell of the outer layer of sorts? Isn't it not a impossible task, if not a suicide maneuver? 心配ないない。トライスメキシスによる解析。多少は済んでます。It says, don't worry about it, you see. From the analysis of Thrymegus II, everything's all in order. And calculations and assurance is good to go. It says, when Sheba scanned the Carudeus' Earth inside and the surroundings, the observation results was none in the first place. 反則的ではなく、 地の粒の下より地球のコアを進む地の 95% がないということ。It's not that it was unobservable. It's almost as if the outer layer of the Earth's shelf itself, the Earth's core, including the Earth's core, surrounding area of the Earth's 95% doesn't even exist. Understand that inside of Carudeus, inside of Carudeus's Earth, it's practically hollow. It says if we can break the outer layer and cut it down, infiltration is quite easy. トライスメイセカンドが聖剣をエッセンスを常用したのはこのためと言っても過言ではありません。The reason why Thraismegis II wanted the essence, right, the shape and the functionality of the Holy Blade, and it doubled down on it, was supposed to be for this entire sequence itself, even. This is the reason why we have the ray proof, right? Ray proof. And because of that, we've added the Sacred Blade Edition. And that is the reason why we have the Storm Border. 単なる趣味や成り行きでストームを剣状にフォルムしたいと思っていました。キャプテンは残念がっていましたが、ストームはノーチラスコーとは違います。初めから大地を砂漠剣としての用意ができるようにデザインしたもの。It says, please do understand, did you think that this storm border was constructed out of hobby and how it looks? And did you think that it looked like do you think we made the storm, aka storm border, look like a blade hilt of a sword? Do you think that was do you think that form was made out of hobby and fun? Captain was so sad about it, but Storm is completely different from the Nautilus ship. This ship was supposed to be designed to cut down a large land, and it was supposed to be a blade in the very first place. I see. This is my first time hearing this. But isn't it a little too much for Kyria Light to handle? She's going to be wielding a sacred blade, you see. Is that all right? Isn't the head honcho the captain? Why don't we just do it with ray proof, right? Didn't we use that during the ORT battle? The only reason we were able to pull that off is because Olga Murray's magical resource was there. And besides, our objective is a little different from before. It says, our attack purpose is not a living thing, but an object. An hollow vase, you see. Or vessel. Or it's essentially, it's a fucking pitcher, bowl. It's something hollow. All we need to do is secure a roof. That's all there's to it. All we need to do is create a shatter or a constructive weakness, right? Construct weakness. All we need to do is slam the Holy Blade to create a construction weakness. Or a what's another word for construction weakness? It's structural weakness, excuse me. To create a structural weakness and re-ram it on the other side, we ram the rest with the storm. That's all there's to it. Thraismegis said that if we were to pull this off, 99% is a success. We're almost we're practically able to get out of here. But this is all the help of Solomon King, after all, though. Were you, yeah, were you, あの朝青の件を Google して我々に嘲笑してくれるんだから。So we're yeah, we're basically using the virtual noble phantasm of Arthur King's Holy Blade as an imitation in the first place, and he's letting us have it. Maybe because もしかしてこのためにグランド級のセーバーを召喚していたのかな? It says maybe he summoned a grand level saber to able for us to utilize as a basic concept, perhaps. So it's essentially Da Vinci saying the reason why there was a grand saber next to the grand caster battle is to analyze and able to perform a virtual noble phantasm, which what we are about to do, right? But instead of using Lognus, right, King of Lognus, aka virtual Artoria, we're going to use virtual Excalibur using Mash as a catalyst, and using Mash as a catalyst, aka this wielder, the swinger, right? And then Solomon's doing all the calculation to make it happen. It's just a coincidence, that's all. 知恵を割り裂く道具の一つとしてかの剣ではどうかと提案したまで。It says, I've only suggested an idea to break, as a tool to break down this vassal, or quote unquote vase, right? This earthly vase. This layer, right? This stupid fucking breakable layer. I've only suggested to use the holy blade of him, right? AKA Artoria. Oh, 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 oh. As expected of Solo, right? Solo, aka Solomon. But will this fatigue Mash? ない。小尺なことにシールドは聖剣の使い方をそれなり握って積んでいる。It says no. After all, that shielder, funny enough, has already know the basics of wielding that holy blade. I can't believe it. It was definitely all of a sudden. I suppose the second visit to Fuyuki was not wasted after all. So, fun fact, right? If you guys kept with the story, Salter said before she perishes, she will teach you how to wield a holy blade, right? And so she was training Mash the second time to use a holy blade. ですが、不安素材は確かにあります。当時で地上内のレイプルーフの二重の使用が突撃できますが、マントル卿に到達する走行には空間のひびれが観測しています。それながら嵐の壁ですね。異星形態が囲っていた嵐の壁と類と似たものです。So it specifically says, however, there are two unsatisfactory problematic circumstances. We can get through the Earth's mantle, right? Earth's mantle's outer vase layer by slamming Rayproof twice. However, while reaching the layer of the mantle, there has been a distortion in dimension. It's easily to explain that this is the wall of the storm, right? The storm wall. I believe it's the same caliber, if not the same type of the storm wall that was surrounding each individual Lost Belt.
Sorry about that. A storm wall? I suppose that was the dimensional shutting type supercell or whatever, right? Yeah, it's essentially the storm wall. So inside of Cardaeus, there is a storm wall surrounding once you destroy the outer, you know, the quote-unquote mantle, the outer layer of the Cardaeus. We're gonna cut Cardaeus. We're gonna do some waja! It says we pierced through it once before. Then we have no problem. What is the worry about this? Unfortunately, compared to the 7 lost belts surrounding, this one, time dilation, its density of dimension, it is multiplied by many, is what I'm going, is what it's been recorded as. There's a possibility that if we were to try to slam it through the same way, I don't think the ship can hold out. Unfortunately, Stormboarder cannot zero sail, so,防御壁に加えて時間空洞泡で答えを包みながら多少の傷を覚悟の上で工業橋を突破する。It says that's right. Adding defensive layers on top of a dimension protection bubble, right? Jiku awa. So yeah, dimension protection bubble, and we'll surround that in our entire ship, and we'll be piercing through, on top of knowing that we'll take casualties. Marines, report. What about the connection of the engine room and the others? Has every section has every section charged according to the plan? Yep. Perfect to go. Engine said she's all fired up, so have at it. Good. All members in position now. Uh-oh. We about to do it. So from here on out, we're going to be infiltrating inside of the Cardaeus' Earth. Putting dome engine. Full throttle. Put the monitor, right? Put the HUD. Put the quote-unquote, essentially put MASH on screen, okay? Essentially put MASH on screen. Master, prepare your command seals. Here we go, baby. Everything's ready on this side. AKA on the Starburst Servant. Status report. Yes. Oh shit, she about to wield. 両腕部ガントレットにソロモン王の召喚術式を確認。魔力回路一時的に新時代へ逆行。Oh, she about to use Ages of the God magic. God damn. It says in my gauntlet, right? In my gauntlet, confirm the magical flow of Solomon King's summoning sequence. Yes. Yeah, in the gauntlet, Solomon King's magical sequence technique fusion confirmed. Magical circuitry for a momentarily is now going to be in the Ages of the Gods. She essentially not going to be using magic of the modern age. She's gonna be using the Ages of the Gods magic, aka she about to bust out that Excalibur level. Outputting energy to the round shield. Round shield's output at max confirmed. Changing sequence to ray proof. No abnormalities. Master, I'm ready whenever you are. All right. Open up that noble phantasm. Go MASH! Virtual noble phantasm activated. Please watch over this, Director. This is our... No. This is my... this is our Excalibur! Yo, we get to see it? Yo, please see. Yes! We get a visual. Let's go! Fuck that planet, boy!
God, what a beautiful Excalibur. Hey, Matt, by the way, Excalibur is so powerful, it pushed Velbar. So, of course. 誰も一人かけることなくたどり着いたか。ここまでは見通した通りの展開だ。So it seems you all have arrived without losing a single member. As expected. This is a foreseeable... this is a sequence that I've already foreseen. Before we get on the inside, Protag, I must tell you this. Understand that, 内部で、凡人類, inside, when we go inside, there will be no pan-humanity summoning sequence whatsoever. Unfortunately, I will no longer be able to be useful as Solomon. My role will end once we cross this border. Oh shit. So essentially, Pretender Solomon is saying the role of Solomon ends when we go through. Hey, make sure you guys like that and like, comment, and subscribe. We are about to finish chapter 4. And once we get to chapter 4, man, you are about to get a world of surprise. Make sure you hit TTFN. Ta-ta for now. I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Okay, you guys ready? So we just smashed, smash, right? Smash. It's time for us to go. Welcome to the final ticker of chapter 4. You're about to find out what is truly inside of Carodeus. That's Carodeus' Earth, after all. Rewatching the opening to season 2 is depressing after later what happens to Olga. That's right. She was singing and calling for help all this time. Okay? All this time. All right, bitch, let's ram in there. Fuck that hoe. Slam into the, slam in there. Let's find out. Jesus だよ。予測通り、遮断内の流れが速い。各増員、気を緩めるな。各員、気を緩めるな。Just as expected. The inside construct of its maneuver is a lot faster than anticipated. All members, don't let your guard down. Present, past, and the future. All these times are being distorted at an immense rate. Anybody that can defend mentally, prepare to block us on there. Until we get through this border, try to grasp all 5 senses as best as you can. Protag, activate your Mystic Code immediately. Dimensional information that's not yours is going to start driving through. My hand, it won't move. The atmosphere is so heavy. I have to turn on my Mystic Code to battle formation. Ah! 初めの頃、分かっていたという熱念。A girl is speaking. Is that the very first time? These wishes are already known. Later then, there was a scream of agony of help. Sadness, wishing to stop. I don't have any memories after that. Who am I? Who really am I? Why am I here? How did this all happen, I wonder? Well, doesn't matter. After all, when I was thinking about that, a few seconds later, my consciousness turns white and blank. 2015. Specimen E has been arrived and is now in place. Simultaneously at the same year, we've started to identify and examine Specimen E. We will create an experiment of applying every single, we're going to experiment with everything of every substance on Earth and applying it to this creature. See what happens. I am an Earthling. I am an Earthling. I am your friend. You are my friend. Let's test out the pain receptor. See if it works. Perhaps what about the happiness receptors? Let's see what makes it pain and what makes it happy. What about its endurance? Let's check that out as well. What happens if we malnourish this thing? Let's burn it. Let's freeze it. Let's melt it. Let's attach additional organisms into it and see what happens next. I am sorry. ごめんなさい。聞こえてなかったのです。I am sorry. You probably did not hear me. I am sorry. It seems that my consciousness flew away momentarily. It seems that I have to get used to this pain, don't it? It seems that I have to get used to, I have to get used to this pain, isn't it? I have to endure this sadness, isn't it? If not, I won't be able to voice my concerns. I am an Earthling, human being. I am. It's even alive. Somehow, some way, without its organs. Ah, I see. I wonder how far it can go. Let's start severing body parts to see exactly how far it can take. Let's find out these brain waves, or I suppose what we call ourselves the brain. Let's find out its signals, and let's find out its functionality. Maybe we can understand its emotions if we were to figure out its brain patterns, if not signals. I am. Again, this place. It seems that we don't have to do a revival operation any longer. From here on out, we'll split ourselves into different sections and we'll start testing it from there. It seems that from here on out, the other medical team is joining us. Now you're gonna test the aliens with drugs and medicine? What's wrong with you? Nothing's gonna change. Today is our retirement day, gentlemen. For 20 years, every single one of you have done a great job. Unfortunately, we still got a lot of things to do, but we have to give that to the next team. There's merely a moment, just a little bit, when people are all gone and everything becomes silent. Whenever I close my eyes, an atmosphere change. a reminiscent dream that's like a forlonging of the past. I don't have any memories, nor do I have any consciousness. I should not have a functionality to dream. But I don't know why, but this is the picture that I always see. It must mean that whenever I was myself, this was my most fondest memory. To be honest, it's humiliating. It only occurred only half a day, but to my lifetime, it was the sweetest. I feel angry, pathetic, and irritated, but because it's just that. And so, in my dream, this keeps repeating. This was my once in a lifetime. Just once. Hopes and dreams was laid beyond. That I am still fighting here. You who would smile like nothing ever happened. So proudfully, you would extend your hand.
What was that? It seems the retina. We had some sort of a signal. I wonder. It's so hard to understand the alien's eyes. Let us begin once more. Today's gonna be a long shift today, boys. I know. Man, I wish we could have some rest. Ugh. And by the way, how long has it been? Yeah, how long has it been this facility been operated for? I heard it's about 60 years plus. Man, it really does feel like the specimen. Very retro and ancient here. This is a secret facility that's off-site and blacklisted everywhere. We're not gonna be able to save any records or fancy things to get transported, okay? So we're just recycling what we can and repeating what, using what we have. As long as this specimen keeps keeping itself alive, this facility will forever be operating under its control. It'll never end, you see.
I wonder what, when, how will this end? I wonder when can I wake up from reality? I will no longer hold any hope. I will no longer hold any reasoning. I am an alien. I am an alien. Someone from faraway land. Someone from the faraway sky. I am here. I am here. Please help me. Help me, 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 ah! Ah! Huh? Wait. This This place is... Somebody is there. Hello? Dot. Hey. Are you perhaps by yourself right now? Hey, are you alright? Of course not. It hurts. It hurts a lot. It hurts like I'm going to die. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to run away. Drop everything and run. Then let's get away from here. But where do we go? I'm fine. You can get back to your friends very soon. Close your eyes and just imagine the place you want to go home. That's all there's to it. But then what about you? Why are you in here all over the place? I don't know, but I have to be here. That's my job. And to be honest, you're in the way. If two people are here, I'll get distracted. So, hurry up and open your eyes. This is not your battlefield, right? Gotta blow my nose, boys. That shit got me teared up. All right. What was that? I just had somebody's dream. All right. We're almost out of the dimensional rift. Deactivating the dimensional bubble. Lower the engines. Calculation room. Use any means necessary to get any information from the outside source ASAP. Are you prepared for this? We're about to enter the Cardias' Earth's core. All right, chat. Don't forget to hit that like, comment, and subscribe. It was a quick chapter, but from here, shit's gonna hit the fan, okay? Little bit of preview for the next chapter. We're inside Cardias. So we are now called Anima. Animusphere. Oh shit. I'll see you in the next video. PTFN. Ta-ta for now. There's buildings on trees? Yeah. I mean, you gotta understand. These trees represents our Earth, you see? Or I should say every timeline's Earth. Somewhere along here, there is Olga. I don't know where. She's part of the assimilation. The star was in the cosmos all along? Oh my god! Oh my god! Is this justice for Olga? Yes, justice for Olga, Dio. I could see my house. Yo, true. Yo, Cosmos was in the Lost Belt the whole time? True. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a Hollow Earth Logic Anima Animusphere. We're inside the Cardias Earth. And the we about to beat the shit out of whatever the hell that is, aka the administration of Carudeus. Now, zero hyphen. Is that hyphen? Right. So it's essentially 0/. Let's do this. Fate Hollow Order. True. 0/. Origin point. Null. Null sounds pretty good. I like null. Wish we could destroy those scientists again? No, we don't need to destroy the scientists. We just need to destroy the admin. Once we destroy the admin, all that torture doesn't count. Null point? True. We're back into normal space. All technicality in each section. Functionality, weapon check is good to go. Inside the ship inside the ship corridors, no irregulation to be found. No power downs are affected from these atmosphere. All ships inside functionality is A-OK. Shower. You can even use shower if you want to, guys. The quote-unquote ray proof, right? Weapon ray proof and digital torpedoes. All normal. The servant summoning system is saying, wait, nope, no sync graph. Nobody's responding.
What? Is it broken? Repair this immediately. Send Kayan and Marcus. Yeah, send Kayan and Marcus to this immediately. They'll know what to do.
Yeah, I think I agree. Whatever we can, we definitely should get that fixed right away. And besides,これがカルデアスの中。遠くてよく見えないけど、周りにあるのは。It says this is inside, right? The hollowed inside of Carudeus. I can't see too much because it's so far, but the outer layers, it's in mathematics, it's an empty set. Ooh, I like that, Canoop. Empty set might be the better terminology here, because in technicality, inside Carudeus, it's an empty set. It's null. It's nothing. It's empty. It's supposed to be empty. Is this a town? A city? It seems like a lot of building has been accumulated in the outside walls. Instead of walls, it's almost as made up of waves of structural buildings. I see a couple of key features that I've seen before, but wow, it's the surface of the Earth. Shion, what is the Trismegistus reading? Yep, it seems as it said. The historical, essentially the history of 2017. 2017's humanity's civilization has been condensed and frozen. I believe this is the same concept of the magic theory phenomena of the preservation of world egg. It is indeed a concept beyond its theoretical phenomena. So if you guys don't know, Koyanskaya 6.5 Tunguska is important because it kind of talks about the world's egg, and essentially Shion is saying that it is a magical, theory of the concept of the world's egg, right? Everything is in a shell. Inside of it, you can preserve some shit inside. では我々地球表上の文字なんだな。カルデアスに背後に放送されたと。So what you're telling me that this is the true outer layer of the Earth, correct? I cannot believe it was stored inside of Carudeus itself. 世界卵。密使された空間の内部を世界に無に見立てて魔法輪ですね。The world egg. Creating an entirely new world inside of a closed space. It's a magical theorem phenomenon that that ignores the outside circumstances. Think it as whatchamacallit. Think of it as like noble phantasm, right? Noble phantasm is one of the few theoretical theories of what the world egg is, right? Where you can essentially close the domain to create its own domain inside of its domain without getting interfered from the outside. ではカルデアス地球は内部と外部が逆であるということでしょうか? Does that mean that the Cardaeus' Earth's inside and outside are the complete opposite, perhaps? だから地上には何もなかったんだ. That's right. That's why on the surface side there was nothing there. カルデアス、いや、マルスベリーにとって地球の上辺は白紙じゃないといけなかった. It says Cardaeus, no. To Marsberi, the surface of Earth had to be bleached out. After all, a hollowed there is a center of the universe inside a hollow space. So meaning, in the center of this hollow space, there's a main system. That's right. Captain, what is the reading of the current surroundings? Do you see anything? A high density energy. Anything that reads anything in the high density outside the city metropolis, if not any others. Try aiming at the center. I've already done it. Right when we entered this hollow space, I've already am searching. Marines, open up the monitor. I need you all to look at that for me. The current camera setting is at the center, the center of this hollow place. All I know is what we see right now. Nothing more, nothing less. あれの内部の結晶を統計見た瞬間、未来感知のレンズ、シバが破壊したとダメだ。破壊しただとOkay. So the reason why I want you all to pay attention and we can no longer obtain information, because right when we analyzed the inside of that, the future perception lens Shiba got destroyed entirely. What? Destroyed? Isn't it supposed to be as treasure? Isn't Shiba as more? Is Shiba not treasure as important as Cardea? ShibaはCardeaの宝ではないのかね? It says here, destroyed. What do you mean by this? Isn't Shiba supposed to be very valuable, a treasure of us Cardea, same as Torais makes the second? It wasn't complete destruction. It was just entirely, dead on arrival. Shiba was シバの時間の計測は10億年分しかない。その限界を超えたことで劣化し機能を停止した。Shiba's observation limitation is 10 billion years long. It just overcapacitated itself, overaged, and stopped functioning. That's all there's to it. So it's essentially, it didn't quote unquote, it didn't break, it just rotted or rusted, right? Because Shiba's time observation is only up to 10 billion years. But it seems that that thing went over its capacity, and because of that, this thing stopped functioning. It says that was definitely my fault. I should have put a limiter that automatically stopped its function at 5 billion years. But that is enough for now. in the end, Shiba, right? That thing is something that needed to be thrown away in the future later. The problem is that thing has an information density around, if not over 10 billion years old. Erutonamu. What is Thraismegis II to say? It is currently denying any answer whatsoever. It seems that it's the same answer that's given us after the battle with Stellar Murray, when we broke the shell of the outside, when we broke the shell of the atmosphere. そうか。大シャンが乖離してしまえば、その不思議はより真実と確定するか。I see. If the third person were to, if the third party were to analyze it, if the third party were to analyze, if the third party were to analyze it, its mystery or its unknown will become factual and become reality. In order to not complete its logical system fallacy, Thraismegis is trying to help us by not answering us by concreting its function. It just means that unlike my Shiba, right? Unlike my Shiba, it has a safety feature. That's all there's to it. It says, it seems that Atlas Institution let go of quite a capable employee, didn't they? It says, Mage King, your words is my honor. Do you have any advice for me? Like for instance, can we keep going straight towards that thing? Isn't that thing a massive relay of information that's condensed and trying? So it's trying to avoid a Zeltrish by not letting a possibility be definitive by observed. That is correct. So essentially, Shiba rotted because it was over 10 billion years old. Thraismegis II is not answering because the safety feature turned on, right? Because sometimes if red is blue, right? If red is blue, and if enough people say red is blue, red does become blue, right? And that becomes the new factual. And so Solomon specifically saying that by not answering it, it is preventing the logic from coming true, because we are relying on Thraismegis II. And if we say what Thraismegis II is the truth, and we believe exactly what it said, it would complete the quote-unquote the thing, right? The void, the quote-unquote the god, right? The void, the god, the emptiness, the girl, right? Quote-unquote the red girl. That's technically not going to be red. It's quote-unquote logical system functionality would be, the new. It's essentially by Thraismegis II not acknowledging this, the universe can't update, which is thank God, right? And Solomon said it had a safety feature unlike mine. この船の強度なら大しても問題ない。その後危険はあるだろう。It says this ship's stability, we will have no problem getting closer. After that, there's probably some danger. Merry Christmas, my friends. Hey, make sure you bust out Padoros for me. だそうです。いかがしました？皆さん。That's, you heard it, everyone. What will you all going to do? Didn't ORT try to pull those shenanigans at end of LB7? So, ORT, what he did was, he just ripped the concept of Saint Graph and he attached himself into the Saint Graph functionality, right? If you're a sub, right, like Canup, or you can get yourself an emote and bust out a Padoru, right? Little birdie Padoru. Yo, thanks for the follow. I'm not gonna be saying that username. That's crazy. It says here, we must get close to it.
It clearly looks like a main system. But keep the speed at a light pace, you hear me? If we detect any danger whatsoever, we're gonna reverse this.
Understood. I'm with the same opinion as well. Munieru. Just, yeah, straight ahead, but with caution. In the calculation room, Professor, continue to calculate and analyze the analyze the observation as possible before breaking. Wait! Emergency stop. Turn this ship around. What did you mean? What is the meaning of this? It was an object that was supposed to be undeniable in calculation. Why is it right in front of us all of a sudden? Huh? Oh shit. You all must be pan-human history. That are the survivors, the refugees. Welcome, all. This world, this place, every single problematic circumstances has been resolved, even unknown. Welcome to the Humanity Preservation Celestial Sphere Karudes. We will be registering you all now, so please stay where you are. I, myself, personally, will come to your ship on board and come to the onboarding situation. Hey, there you are, little shit. So understand, chat, even though this is the foreign planet's priestess, this is not Olga, right? This is a system. This is not Olga. This is not Marasberi. This is a priestess of the planet. All right? And this will be explained very soon. Konnichiwa. 旧地球人類の皆さん。本宇宙の代表として参りました。It says hello. Old Earth humanity people. As a representative of the real universe, I have arrived. Please, just call me a navigator. It's quite simple, but I believe it's a befitting title in this circumstances. She talking now? Yeah, because she's a robot now. She ain't no, she's not a Olga Marie, she's not a Marasberry, she's a fucking clanker.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Who are you? You came out of nowhere. Aren't you supposed to be the priestess of the foreign planet?
Oh, I see. You would call me a priestess of the foreign planet. That is what you labeled me as. I sincerely thank you for giving me a wonderful title. I believe I have no problems with that at all. Please call me like that however you like.
You stupid bitch. You are clanker.
Huh? I sincerely would like to apologize. It seems that your mental situation of you all is not of a good sign. Have I caused some sort of problem to waver your mentality?
Of course you did. It says, yeah, it's impossible to not be on guard with your titties out.
Huh? Impossible? What is that terminology? I am just a navigator. I am just a functionality in order to come to an understanding. I'm just a navigator. I'm just a functionality that makes sure that every single one of us comes to an understanding and all around about.
She's Karudes OS? That is correct.
She lewd? Just a little bit. Yeah, 異世界の女王の目を通して皆さんの情報を理解しています。It says, until now, through the eyes of this priestess of the foreign planet, I have understand and gathered all your information. All of your efforts and your journey has finished. And I haven't, 皆さんも私を理解しています。It says, you all understand me as I all understand you. その結果、皆さんにはここに帰還を果たしました。その結果、皆さんはここに帰還を果たしました。そのように確認していますが、違うのですか？旅々を終えて、皆さんも私を理解しています。Yeah. As the end result, you've all returned to this location. Am I wrong to assume as such things to be true? You're getting demonetized by Booba? Yo, I hope not. And Booba be clanking. 時間を果たしたらと？何呆れたことを言っている？ It says return to home? What sort of stupid statement are you suggesting? We are here to get back our Earth. We're trying to bring back our own world, you see. Modest Betty's Atmosphere's little charade. We're going to here to destroy Cardeas and this stupid little system. And besides, we have no clue what you are in the first place. Not only you bleachified our Earth, for some odd reason you've also bleachified your own Earth of Cardeas' Earth. The brilliant stars in the skies of the cosmos is no more, and inside of Earth, what is this disturbingly creepy hollowed land? What is your objective? No, what is Modest Betty's objective in general? Are you saying that this atmosphere, what we are staring at currently, is the pinnacle of humanity preservation? Director, he said everything that we wanted to say out loud. Is that so? Then I sincerely apologize. I have done something quite wrong. マルスベリー氏はご自身の理念を皆さんに伝えなかった。共有できなかった。Says it seems that Mr. Marusberry was not able to tell you his ideology, or it didn't understood by you all. You all did not come to an understanding of conclusion. But then again, it is Mr. Marusberry after all. He probably said like, because it's humans, they would come to an understanding without saying anything, right? Perhaps. What a troublesome person. Truly. Just like the time when he constructed me. Same time, same problem. Constructed? So, this priestess of the foreign planet is not the priestess that we witnessed before, but... いいでしょう。改めてマルスベリー氏の存在を説明します。Then that's perfectly fine. Then I will be explaining further into detail of what Mr. Marusberry has created. Thank you so much for the sub, Big Preach. David was trying to save the universe. That is true. That is correct. Please look at this map right here. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Yeah, they're gonna bust out the 3-world theory. Ah, shit. I hope you're ready, chat. You're about to get your mind blown. I gotta kill the overlay. Fake priest equals Nero-sama? Dude, evil Nero be wildin'. You guys get it? You guys get it? Do you? It's so funny Because that is the you stupid bitch. I was memeing that. She actually is asking us this. Did you guys now understand what's going on? Oh. Huh? I have no clue what's going on. This is not like Othello? Or maybe it's Ribashi. What is going on? So, do you understand why there's 3 planets? ありえない。いや、しかし、それなら空想獣の説明がつく。This is impossible. No, but well, if that's the case, the explanation of Tree of Emptiness makes sense and... But is that even possible? No, it's impossible. How's that even allowed? Just because one circumstances, it followed the entire thing and the whole thing follows suit? No. This is not a majority vote from the universe. That's... No matter what happened, because of the rule already implemented in state, it's like a forceful all-round agreement. Oh my god! Did Marusmiti really think of something so shameless? That's ridiculous! ただ自分がそうしたいからという理屈で天体すべての生命活動をないものにすると? Is this just because of his own reasoning of he wants to eradicate the entire celestial life form and make it into nothing because of just that? What is going on? You're a technical advisor. What is the visual that she has shown us that was very undefinable? Is it something that's scary? It's not just scary. This goes beyond all life forms. No, as the knowledge of humanity, he's disrespecting all of us. Understand that the missing of the cosmos, or missing of the cosmos slash the space during the fight that we saw in Stella Murray. What we thought and saw was that the Earth was cut off from the universe, right? But in actuality, it's different. Earth was not the one that got hurt. It's actually the it's actually the universe. The cosmos side got hurt. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. シャドーボーダーに記録されていたテペの響き、空想獣は兵器ではなく銀河であることが重要なのです。Tepe, right? Remember your boy Tepe? Tepe specifically said this and was recorded in the Shadow Border. Understand that the Tree of Emptiness is not a weapon. It's important that each individual it's the Tree of Emptiness. It's important that it's the cosmos. 彼はミクトラの空想樹の海を見て確信しただろう。これは人理心にしか宇宙はないという致命傷だと。They separated the Earth from the universe? That is correct. But the universe is in the Lost Belt. That's the important part. Saying that he specifically came to the conclusion witnessing the seas of Tree of Emptiness in Mictlan. So meaning that he came to the conclusion, and it's a proof that in human custody, right, in the realm of human, there is no universe resides. So, Jinrui Kago, right? Only in human universe, right? Only in humanity, humanity stable, right? Cosmos exists.
cosmos in the Lost Belt, right? Exactly. The cosmos only exists if humanity is secured, right? Cosmos only exists if humanity is secured. So therefore, if the cosmos is in the Lost Belt, humanity is secured. If humanity is secured, Lost Belt is secured, therefore the cosmos is secured. Yeah. The Lost Belt and the Tree of Emptiness, right? The Lost Belt and the Tree of Emptiness is a set feature. それぞれ異なる天体道の下で行われる人類史だった。Yeah, it's a the Lost Belt and the Tree of Emptiness became a set. It's supposed to come together. Each individual underneath the celestial functionality, humanity's history were to be operated so. Even if it's a hypothetical. With that much understanding, yeah, even if it's a hypothetical and even if it's imaginary, even if it might be fake, it can still be acknowledged as a real galaxy. But understand that Lost Belt is Lost Belt humanity is not a possibility, nor as a if. Lost Belt was created in order to be sacrificed by the name called fuel to create a functionality inside the Lost Belt's cosmos to become it reality. So it's essentially in order to make the Tree of Emptiness whole, right? In order to make the Tree of Emptiness whole, the Lost Belt was created as a sacrificial catalyst to fuel the concept of a cosmos to be real, right? マルスベリーは人類に観測できるだけの銀河で地盤を埋め尽くして It says Marusberry Marusberry filled the surface side with all the galaxy that the humanity observed so far. And created a model case that everything outside of Earth, right? Everything outside of Earth is the cosmos, and everything outside the Earth sphere, right? Everything outside of the Earth, everything outside of Earth is there's nothing, right? So essentially, he created a concept where Earth, right? Earth becomes the cosmos, right? And Carudeus is the Earth, right? It's the shift of perspective. It's the three circle shit that I kept telling you guys about, right? The perspective change of where Carudeus became the new Earth became the cosmos, and the cosmos became nothing. They got kicked out. They said you don't exist anymore because the cosmos is now Earth. So he created a case by case of sort. That's why people kept telling that this planet became a lone star. Because every other celestials or every other planet was eradicated because of its own selfishness. The entire cosmos is gone. No, Marsbedi probably... Yes, that's right. Mr. Marsbedi wanted this planet to be the cosmos. カルデアスはそのために作られた人規定の地球モデル。Got some titties and hand, goddamn. The cosmic Jorkin hand right there. Anywho, sorry about that. Got a little distracted by the hand. Carudeus was made, quote unquote. I gotta bust out that fucking the simulated global environmental model. Sorry, I always have to bring that up. I know what it is, but I just always want to make sure it said it right like that. I'll give you the explanation later, right? ここで社会的な理解をしましょう。こことは何というです。
He says, let's come to a easy understanding logic. What is preservation and security? That is to come up with a conclusion that is outside the boundary of control. Calamity. Calamity by nature, calamity by man, accidents and crimes, and many more. Those are the things. Natural disaster, man-made, natural disaster, planned disaster, accidents, and crimes and criminals. All these in humanity's hand, there are circumstances that could be unpredictable. No matter what the era may be or how the species would change. I believe everybody would say this terminology. You don't know what could happen at any time. いつ何か起きるかがわからない。Yeah, you don't know what would happen at any time. That worrisome factor also is heavily applied to space as well. So, Mr. Marsbetti come to also the conclusion to operate and control the universe as well. And by doing so, simultaneously he came up with a system that could secure both civilization and humanity. Mr. Marsbetti said a specific thing. Human has become too intelligent. He also specifically says, as a life form, a cosmos, a space, should be a simple thing. And what's making it more complex than it needed to be is humanity itself, after all. It says, in order to preserve humanity and in order to keep the continuation of humanity and preserve it, some level of intelligence is necessary. However, any intelligence that goes beyond the knowledge of the body, right, the flesh, that goes beyond the flesh, would become poisonous to some, if not a lot of others. Beast One specifically felt pity and thought to a theoretical conclusion like this: humans will always struggle and be tortured by their foolishness. To me, that is such a wrong answer that I cannot believe it. After all, what tortures human beings are its intelligence and its smarts, after all. So are you suggesting that humans should throw away their intelligence of knowledge of sort? No, I am not throwing it to throw it away. I've asked of a decrease of thought process. I believe decreasing in their intelligence is what I've come to the conclusion of. I suppose if I want to come to an ideal intelligence level that for you all were to understand, I want you all to be stupid. That is what I want all of you to become. To create a future that can protect your own self from the unknown. To be liberated from a world of uncertainty of sort. But you do also understand, while you were on your journey, I hope, that as long as humans are humans, that setting would be impossible to maintain.
I sincerely believe that Mr. Young Marasberry came to the conclusion that was impossible to conquer, but he has arrived in one simple conclusion. Every single wrong always comes from multiple factors. Humans have become too intelligent. They've added too many existence to the life force, too many meanings to certain things. They've got too complicated. That's no good at all. After all, 観測の光が当たらない、闇にはあってはならない。Ooh, how do I explain that? That's not good at all. There should be no darkness where the observation of light cannot reach. It's essentially, while observating, right, with light inside, right, there should be no darkness. So essentially, she's saying that while she's scanning the outer layer, whatever's inside of a person or whatever's inside of a thing should not be dark, or aka unknown, right? If everything is one layered, we don't have to worry about the inside. We've already know the properties of how to construct a human. We've already obtained the requirement to have humanity. All of those has been resolved. All that's left to do is create a machine, manufacture it once more. この星の地球上でそういうように動いているものとして人類を生存させる。Holy shit. So that means we would operate it as so with this planet's surface side, and we will be able to maintain humanity forevermore. There is no human needed to press the projector button. All we need to do is put the human inside the projector and constantly project it. That's all there's to it. It's an open world. Same concept as reality. It's just a world that has no back or has no double meaning. It's just a reality that you can see without thinking too much. After all, in the observing side, I don't care. Yeah. In the observing side, we don't care what humanity and how humanity operates. As long as we can see them, they're all the same. That is this hollowed earth, or hollow world. The humanity's continuation of humanity's what's the word? Humanity's immortality forevermore. The absolute safety. It is the perfect it is the perfect operational preservation calculated plan. After all, there will be no accidents from inside. There will be no inner there is no deterioration from the inside, nor will there be accident from the outside. She's saying outside as in the planet, right? The cosmos. There will be no like meteors, there will be no alien invasion, yada yada yada. I'll explain more in TLDR after this chapter is over. 全てを理解した先に倒立させた、全てのモデルだけを完成させた、よしろもない宇宙。It says it has reached the pinnacle of logic and understanding.
a cosmos that has no room for error. All the models is now perfected and ready. 間違いのない、間違いようのない世界。それこそがアニマスフィアの理想です。That is the Animasphere's ideology. A world without errors. World that can make no errors. What? A world that's just a model? So, are you saying that you're leaving humanity as a artificial intelligence of sort? Merry Christmas, my friend. No. After all, intelligence is unneeded. All we need to do is move it as such. Intelligence. Functionality of knowledge. Cardaeus is the only one that is required to have such capacity. In ultimately speaking, any life form is no longer necessary to preserve human history. Human pets? No, 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 no. No human pets. No human. No human. No nobody. Just Cardaeus. Okay? But please do be at ease. I've all understand what I've all understand and your arguments of the side of humanity. Isn't the same as an ideal as a LB3? No, because in technicality, humans are utilized in cattle and being happy. In this circumstances, we just need to have a form of humanity, right? Like, as long as there's like a human existing in the projector wall, the machine can say, oh yeah, humans running. Humanity preserved. That's what it's going for. But I'll give you the TLDR very soon. これまでと同じ、この先も同じ、何も危険のない穏やかな人類の成立を約束します。I says just like before, forevermore, from here on out, there'll be no more dangers. I will promise you a preservation and continuation of humanity that is very comfortable and leisure. What an honest conversation and wonderful. To be honest with you, I don't understand a single bit. No, I believe that's a false statement. You do understand. Because you understand, you are currently denying our understanding. いえ、あなたは理解、いや、no, you clearly understand. Because you understand, you are denying the understanding. Yep, I said it. あなたの中身が、実際は中身は不要である事実を恐れている。Your mentality, right? Your inside. What you are inside is truly afraid that you are unneeded, aka what's inside of you, right? "私は人類管理研究カルデアス。皆さんの未来を約束する悟空の星。It says, I am the human, my god, she a bitch, that's what she is. I am the simulated global environmental model Cardaeus. Right? The humanity preservation celestial sphere Cardaeus. I am the planet that is hollow that promise you all your future forever. That's right. 私たちはそう見えているだけでいいのです。That's right. We only need to look the part and act the system. After all, every single thing can just be empty. So all of you old humanity can be at ease. My goodness. 中身を作るものはこの推しの悪い癖でした。Hey, there it is. Modest Betty, aka Olga Murray's wording. It is a bad habit for the universe to try to fill something inside. What's the meaning of this? It seems that you guys are still worried and on guard at this situation. I've explained it to you all so diligently and well. Has the ideology of Mr. Marasbeti not come, or I did not go through, or do you not understand it anymore? No, I truly understand it. Almost too reasonable. I believe our words, I believe our answer, I believe as a representative, I will be saying the same exact thing that my people are thinking. So as a representative of Karudea, let me state you this. I need you to stop functioning, yeah. I need you to stop this idiotic functionality and bring back our Earth back to normal the way it is. And simultaneously, bring us your main system or whatever and its administration and give it over to us now. If that can be done, your destruction can be salvaged. After all, it is not your fault. Marasbeti is in the evil. I have no, there is no crime that is done by the tool. What's wrong? I believe Mr. Gordov is a very negotiable person, a human being that's worth conversating to. That is indeed correct. That is a very human-like thing to say out loud with your mouth, something that's so impossible. It's so foolish. It's very lovely. Unfortunately, I cannot swallow those agreements. I will be rejecting the halt of its functionality. I'm an intelligence that was born to perfect my creation. I will be prioritizing my own self-preservation first. Oh, I suppose I will not be able to refund or return the Saint Graph that I am reusing as part of the main core to the main system. It's very convenient to have that main part of the core. My calculation efforts gets decreased by 0.0002%. Having that on. By the way, that's the little Olga she's talking about. Then we have no more to negotiate. Then it seems our negotiation is no longer an option. That is truly unfortunate. So you will not see it the same view, or will not be able to welcome you all as friends. In actuality, at this very moment, if it's a foreign entity or enemy outside bounds, they would have already evaporated. However, I love every single one of Karudea's staff members and you all. And answering the answering the hope as possibly to make the hopes possibly wish come true that you love so much was the answer Mr. Modest Betty has given me to program to answer. So I will give you permission to contact with me physically. Please continue forward towards the main system. Masta Protag. I would love to see your efforts of this journey. Please tell me all about it. A gargantuan large energy is coming towards us at a low speed, yet close. It's about to contact the starboard in 60, 50, 40 seconds tops. Masta. I know. We're gonna beat the shit out of her. We'll come to the rescue too. Captain, go to the, prepare the St. Graf torpedoes at the standby. And Solomon, can you help us out a little bit here? If Protag says go, I will follow. You can't be calling any servants. Having much strength in your side would be your best call. Yes. Yes, please. I'm glad you're able to help out. Understood. I've got the catapults open and ready. Protag's coming out. It's going to be a servant battle. Get ready. Aw, shit, Chatterino Cappuccino. It's time to fight. But before that, in the next chapter, we're going to be explaining things, and then we're going to be reading it, okay? So TTFN, ta-ta for now. Make sure you hit that like, comment, and subscribe, all right? And the code word is MASH. All right. So, you want the TLDR of what the fuck just happened, right? I'm going to take a piss. And while I'm taking a piss, I need you guys to ask the question. What do you want to know about what just happened? All right. Nice piss. I need to go grab another snack. God damn. All right. Piss into the empty hole. That's right. So let's answer this one at a time. Let me record this, by the way. This will be a good recording session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the questions of what happened in Chapter 4 before Chapter 5, Arrow 1. Before we move on, we're gonna figure out what happened and what is going on. Why are we inside the hollow celestial sphere of logistics animasphere, right? So, Power has asked, what is it mean? Why does she want us to be stupid? Right? That's a very simple question. Very powerful. Very good one. So the reason why she wants us to be stupid is because idiots, right? If we are stupid, right? We will not cause harm to ourselves, and we would not destroy ourselves from the inside if we are stupid, right? And we're talking about level of intelligence of like Cain, not even Cain and Abel. We're talking about like caveman level, right? We're talking about the stupidity of caveman level. To be honest, it's just stupidity of you just breathing. That's it. That's technically the ideal what the priestess wants, aka anima. Technically it's Madi, but you know, don't worry about that. You'll find that out later. So that is why she wants us to be stupid, because it's easier to manage and it's easier to preserve, right? They need some intelligence, but like to be honest, she wants us to be just a vegetable, so we don't hurt ourselves or you don't get hurt by anything. Okay? Do you think the MC would punch the one behind all this in the face? I think the MC should punch the one behind all this in the face. But I think we just witnessed the one in the face. That machine got titties and some clanker hands, okay? She got some dangerous sexual parts. All right, next question. Does Modest Betty just want to protect the concept of humanity? Something that appears and moves like it must be like it. That is correct. So Modest Betty came up with a conclusion that humanity can be preserved infinitely if you can just look at the outer shell. Because understand that Modest Betty is a piece of shit. And his concept of a people is not what's on the inside, but what's on the outside. So he has came up with a conclusion that as long as the outside, right, as long as the outside looks fine, everything looks fine. So he has created this counterfeit or falsified idea of, hey, if humanity looks all right, it is all right. What do you mean, give me an explanation? I'm not gonna give you an explanation because the logic states right there that humanity is fine. Because humanity is fine, it's preserved, right? So between the soul and the body and the mind of our president, what are we trying to save? We are trying to save the soul of the president, because the soul is simulated into Carudeus as a part, right? Like a mechanical part, as a saint graph. That's why that quote unquote priestess of the goddess, right, specifically says, I'm not giving you back the saint graph part, because that's little Olga that we witnessed, which was the soul of Olgamuri, right? And because it's the soul of Olgamuri, it was able to it doesn't have to calculate like 0. It's super insignificant, but because it's so insignificant, it doesn't have to worry about it. He you know, this priestess of the goddess doesn't want to let it go because it lowers its thought process by even just a significant. What are the 3 planets mean? So it'll probably get explained here in this arrow, but the 3 planet means there is a real planet, and then there's a fake planet. And by deleting both of the planet, the projected planet is the real planet. And the real planet is the new cosmos. Therefore, inside that real planet is the Earth. Right? I ain't gonna lie to you, that shit flew by so fast that I didn't get to see it witnessed. But that's what it showed, right? Like quickly showed. It showed 2 Earth, 1 Earth of Caradea, 1 Earth of Caradeus, both bye-bye, making Carudeus, aka Atomosphere Earth, the real thing, which is to preserve. Seems that the goal is to create a model humans without free will that lives in a lobotomized state to be an exhibit across all of eternity. You're very close. You're very close. Yeah. So the goal of Anima Animosphere, right, is to quote unquote create a preservation area and create a preservation realm where no space can harm humanity and no humanity can harm humanity, right? So there's not going to be a Kiara incident. There's not going to be any murders, thieves, thefts, because people are too stupid. But in order to do this, we don't need humans. We just need the concept of humans and that shit running on a projector. Right? She doesn't want AI. She doesn't want humans. She just wants the concept of humans doing their best, doing their things. All she really needs is a historical value. And historical value observed and said, see, look, they're moving. And because they're moving, they were real. Therefore, because they're real, I'm preserving them. And because I am preserving them, humanity is good for eternity. Smile. That's what it is. It is a selfish concept to preserve humanity by discarding everything and everyone. So we are discarding humans, outer planets, living creatures, but the concept of humanity is preserved infinitely. It is a shitty version of what Camelot was doing. You know how Camelot happened and Camelot, Lion King wanted to preserve humans so that if the humanity gets incinerated, humanity is still preserved inside of Rongominiad or some shit, or Camelot and whatnot. But more cruel, right? So she wants a NPC mob world with no protag ego. No, she doesn't want no mob, no NPC. She just wants a historical record, right? The creature wants the system, right? We're talking about a system. So the system wants, right? The system wants a historical valued history. It just wants information that says, hey, we have proof that humanity can protect itself, including themselves. So therefore, I will project this logic into the entire universe. So therefore, the universe can't hurt humanity, and humanity can't hurt humanity. So therefore, humanity is perfectly preserved. What? Where are the humans? No humans. Just humanity. Humanity preserved perfectly. Humans? No. Other planet? No. Just Earth. Earth is the only cosmos. The rest of it's in the Lost Belt. They're all fuel for the fire. Okay? That is what that is what that is. So she wants us to be animals, but humans. She wants us to be recorded and non-existent. That's what it is. The best way to describe it would be to MASH when she was first born. To an extent, yes. Yeah, I think that's a good call to an extent. Yeah, she kind of wants everybody to be MASH, but at the same time, a little bit more unintelligent than MASH, so they don't hurt themselves or even question themselves, right? Because what MASH was good at was good at questioning things. The system don't want no questions, okay? It wants you to have an ideal understanding. I mean, he did it to Gotea. I'm sure he would do it. So how did we avoid the archetype planets, so like ORT or ARC, when he decided to erase everything but Earth? What are you talking about? Are you talking about, Gatia? So how did he avoided archetype of planets like ORT and ARC when he decided to erase everything but Earth? Oh, are you talking about Marusberi? So, here's the thing. It's gonna get revealed later. So I'm not gonna spoil it too much. But there is a major spoiler that would cover that problem. Okay? So look forward to that. He basically wanted to debate with the universe, and then universe did his job for him. Something like that. For a smart person, you sure are stupid. Everyone to participate. He's just a very different person, right? He's a mage. Help Nasu bring alien or beast next. So the priestess is not Olga. No, the priestess is not Olga. Understand that our Olga is no longer here. That is just a system using the priestess of the goddess as a hyperplot convenient tool to fuck us. Not physically, but would. But just essentially it's a representative feature, right? It looks like a human, it acts like a human, talks like a clanker, but it is what it is. That is a Olga inspired clanker. Okay? Yeah, say it with me. Olga inspired clanker. It looks like Olga, tries to act like Olga, but it is not Olga. She is a system. She a system? Yes, she a clanker. Everyone's modest Betty. Okay. How did Olga's mind turned into the president? So the reason that actually has to do with the count, right? Your boy pretender count, right? Not Monte Cristo, but your boy, I forgot his name. Pretender fuckboy. In OC2. Cagliostro. Yeah, you're right, yeah. Cagliostro. So because of Cagliostro, Cagliostro collected the fragments of you, Olga, and was just like element Olga. And element Olga equals President Olga. Unless you're talking about the 5.2 Olga, right? Because the 5.2 Olga is a heroic summoning, right? Quote unquote, heroic spirit summoning of 5.2, right? Like she was summoned as a servant, kind of, right? Because remember the whole sequence of utilizing Atlas as a catalyst to summon Olga. So we don't have to deal with mage bullshit for a while. Good. No mage bullshit, thank you. So both Earth and Cadudeus are planned to be sacrificed to create a new Earth. Yeah. Well, yes, that is correct. Yeah. In technicality, you are correct. Just understand that Cadudeus is inside, right? Understand that Cadudeus is inside of the hollow earth, right? This hollow earth is... So, I think it's best if I just explain it in pictures. I don't know if I can bust out the pictures, chat. Do you guys see this? Okay. Can you see that? Hello? I guess not. Some odd reason y'all can't see that. Oh, my phone is in the way. Okay. So, easy to explain is that our normal... So, understand the heocentrism and geocentrism, all right? Heo is... A heo is, quote-unquote, Sun. Yeah, sun, earth, space. Okay. I'm making it very fucking simple. All right. Understand. I'm making this shit super simple. There's 3 layers: earth, sun, and space. Right. So that's Helio. Geo is earth. Earth. Actually, yeah, it'll be better if we just go earth, planet, space. Right. Helio is earth is the center and we rotate. Geo is the earth is center and we rotate. Okay. Watch the orb anime. To be honest with you, orb anime is kind of lit to explain this whole circumstances. But what Marasmiti has occurred is the geocentric to the extreme, right? So he wants I'm gonna put CH as Chaldeus, right? Chaldeus. Chaldeus, Earth, space. Okay. So understand this order. Alright. Actually. No. It's Chaldeus. Yeah. It's Earth, planet, space. Actually, I just put uni for universe. So you have the order of operation: Chaldeus, Earth, and universe. Okay. Well, actually, it's hard to explain. How do I explain that perfectly? Essentially, he fucked around with the order of operation and made it so that Chaldeus, right? Chaldeus is the center of the earth. Okay? Chaldeus is Earth, and everybody surrounds Earth. Chaldeus is the new Earth. Okay? So remember that. Marasmiti wants Chaldeus to be new Earth. And with the new Earth, he wants one thing, which is Earth. Earth is the planet cosmos, okay? So outside of Chaldeus, there is cosmos, which is called Earth. And what happens to cosmos / outer space? That don't exist no more, because the order of operation kicked outer space out of existence, because the new outer space is Earth. Okay? So it's a hollowed world, and within a hollow world, it's a hollowed universe. So Marasmiti wants everything hollowed out. So Chaldeus is hollow, universe is hollow, Earth is hollow. And the order of operation is Chaldeus is number 1. And Chaldeus maintains human preservation. And human preservation is maintained. Therefore, humanity preserves forever. Any questions? Good, because there's nobody to question the system except us. Because everything's hollowed out. So both Earth and Chaldeus plan to be sacrificed to create a new. It's kind of like a reality marble. It is a reality marble. That is a good way to explain it. In technicality, it really is a large-scale reality marble, even a close to a phantasmal marble, right? To overwrite the reality. It's if we lose, it becomes a phantasmal marble. If we lose, but currently it is a reality marble. Marasmiti and the priestess are working together. Master and priest servant relationship? No. Marasmiti is dead. And the priestess is, I guess she is technically a servant because she is a part of the system. She is a system that is evil to humanity. It's a human zoo. It's an emptied. So think of it like this. It is a zoo, but there is no human zoo. There is no animal zoo. It is a projection zoo, right? It is a animated CG human zoo that it's not real, but technically is human. Because look, human doing human stuff. Humanity preserved. It seems like they're doing Gotea with extra steps. Pretty much, right? Understand that Gotea's plan is a blueprint for the entire Beast's corridor, right? Essentially, Gotea's plan was to incinerate the past to create a new human from starting over, right? Yeah, by burning the past. The B7, right, aka the system of Animasphere, is burn the future by using past as evidence. It burned the future by using the past as evidence to preserve humanity forever. So he's a control freak who wants to control everything, even in the cosmos and dead brain people. That's insane. A little bit. But it does preserve humanity. And this is important where, like, a lot of people would also talk shit on Ordeal Call. Ordeal Call is very important because it is just like EOR, right? Ordeal Call is just like EOR, where everything is told in breadcrumbs and you have to figure out the system, right? Because in Ordeal Call 1, you fight the system, which is the quote-unquote zero cell. Was it zero cell? It's Paper Moon. You fight Paper Moon, essentially. Because Paper Moon detected the danger and it wanted to prepare itself. You are fighting a system in Paper 1. Ordeal Call 1. Ordeal Call 2 is the fighting of yourself, right? You have to fight yourself because technically Ordeal Call 2, there was some fuck shit that happened during 5.5. Simultaneously, there were unsolved resolution for you and this entire concept of Avenger. Simultaneously, it should have given you, you know, like, what really happened to Protag's past, right? That's another question to add. Ordeal Call 3 was the what happens after humanity, right? It's essentially the opposite direction of what's currently happening, right? Because if Golden BB hears about this, right, the AI BB, not the R Seraphic / Kawaii Kohai Devil BB, she would be pissed, right? Because she loves human struggles because, you know, she's a very emotional AI. But also Ordeal Call 3 kind of understands that letting go, right? Like humanity can be preserved, but it can never be preserved forever, right? That's a whole thing of FGO. And a whole thing about archetype inception, right? The battle of the next title. And then Ordeal Call 4 was technically not about you, but about Mash, Kadok, and the diversion point of are you ready to are you ready to quote unquote accept the punishment that you're gonna have to do, which you're about to find out very soon. It's like a zoo, but all the animals are plastic animals. That is correct. Something like that. The only alien lefts are David buddies who are looking right now at the blank space outside of the universe saying, what the fuck? True. She just wants a data, typical AI of it. Pretty much. I find it nice that the navigator wants to protect themselves when she negated Gordov's counterpoint. Yeah, I mean, she's built like that, right? So, meat puppets, correct. The equivalent of playing a movie made by humans to the aliens and saying these are humans, that is correct. Just wants the record. Mm-hmm. Mages have always been messed up in the Fate universe. That is correct. Mages have always been very unethical, right? They have their logic, but they were very unethical or very inhumane. She's a system? Yeah.
Animosphere is a system, as you can see, right? Our Olga is dead? Yes, that is correct. So we fucked up multiple attempts of cryptors saving the day? No. Because no matter what happened to the cryptors was supposed to be a ticking time bomb that the Animosphere would have applied in order to make the singularity, if not a lost belt, disappear at its convenience. Because Silius Ulite is practically a ticking magical energy of time bomb that it could have been activated by the system, if not Marsberry. He's compressed the cosmos inside the Earth and made the Karadea the center of the universe. So the Earth is the new limit to the universe because everything is empty after he absorbed the cosmos. That actually is the simplest explanation you've said. Cool. Thank you. Geo is middle? Yes. Marsberry did the Russian doll shit. Pretty much. So, any more question before we start the next chapter? Good mage mustn't mean a good human. Their worldview and their egos are different from ours. That's correct. Each mage has their own grand order to achieve. So their grand order is, they'll do anything. If Kiristraya succeeded in 5.2, would Marsberry succeeded? Yes, because Marsberry had Silius Ulite, and that would have blown up on his lost belt. So, what Kiristraya wanted to do was create a servant universe, right? Essentially, he wanted to create the same concept, except he didn't want an outer shell like Animosphere right here. He wanted every soul to have a purpose, right? Every humanity to have a chance to live infinitely, which is the ideal servant universe. So it's funny that we kind of go to servant universe every so often in FGO, because servant universe is technically the ideal Kiristraya's dream / Olga Murray times plus ultra. But the only way this could have happened was that if he was able to cut off the lost belt, sustained its singularity all by himself, and essentially needed to update the universe, which essentially utilizing the energy from the cosmos in the lost belt to create an entire different universe called the servant universe, because all humanity's soul is converted into Saintcraft, which solves a lot of material problems. But in the end, right, even if it succeeded, you had like Silius Ulite, simultaneously Muramasa and Doman kind of was there to kind of stop that shit, because the the quote unquote, what was it? The collaborators of the foreign god, right, was kind of there to stop this fuck shit from happening, from getting too far. So no matter what, he would not have succeeded, because the collaborators of the foreigner god would have stopped it, right? How he would have won? Yeah, he needed to pull a Morgan. He needed to like do some next level shit. How could Olga's circuitry power civilization exactly? So it only works in Carudeus, right? Because Carudeus is part of Olga, and Olga's circuitry, because it was an alien life source, right? Because of they witnessed Olga coming down from space and thought she was an alien because she couldn't speak, normal human language, because Carudea language is different from Carudeus's language. And when they ripped out her magical circuitry, they found out that they could utilize this magical circuitry as just anything and everything. And so they just
you know, ripped her shit apart till the point that the entire Earth became that. Easy said David wasn't wrong. I mean, David put, you know, remember, David put a bullet in Modest Betty before FGO started. And it still didn't work. And David wanted to destroy the entire Earth, including Carudeus and including our realm, in order to save the world. Which, I mean, he ain't wrong. If Olga had some training, she also could have avoided all this, no, like blow everything up. No, that is false. Because Olga, unironically, no matter what happens to her, she is programmed to assimilate with Carudeus. So the same shit would have happened all along. Like, no matter what happened here, if she got blown up or non-blown up, if she didn't get blown up, well, technically she was supposed to get blown up. Singularity F gets solved. She gets assimilated with Carudeus. But because of Lev's silliness, that, you know, that actually bought us 2 years, which is crazy. So she was kind of a clanker from the beginning. Yep, she was kind of a clanker. She is a designer baby. She is the #1 designer baby, Mash's #2 designer baby. Okay. David didn't shoot Marsberry. Marsberry shot himself like a madman. That is true. Technically, David attempted to shoot him. Then, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, you're right. David tried to shoot him. Then Modest Betty says, "I'm not catching your bullet. I'm catching mine. Watch this, G," and then kind of shot himself. Right. I forgot about that. True. Yo, by the way, can somebody... It's impossible. But there's gotta be a clip of me, like, talking about Modest Betty taking out his life. It says, "Catch this, fam," or something like that. It was insane. If that gets clipped, that would be so hilarious. Because while we were explaining about Modest Betty getting killed / you know, like, unaliving himself, I said some dumb shit. We owe Lev an apology, it seems. Technically yes, technically no, but it's okay. It's Olga Onesan, that's right. She was designed to be a cog in the system called Carudeus. That is correct. If he had a power to cover up everything, why shoot himself? Well, the thing is, the completion of Carudeus practically completed a lot of things. So, they want to see a magic trick. That's what it was, I think. But anyway, the activation of Carudeus and Carudeus arriving in Antarctica, that was already like, that was game set for Modest Betty, because the system would do the rest, right? Because it's out of Modest Betty's hand. Modest Betty created the entire system and it succeeded. And because it succeeded, there was no reason for him to be alive. Understand that his Grand Order didn't need him to be alive to be activated, because that's how it works. That's how he is, right? That's how he is as a human being. He didn't care for what's inside of a human. He only cared about the outer appearance of a human. And his Grand Order was to preserve humanity. And in his perspective is, as long as the concept of humanity is preserved, it's preserved. So that's why after Carudeus is over, after Carudeus was activated and every system was ready to go, he didn't really need to be alive to finish this plan, because the plan was already in motion. And to erase, so in technicality too, he erased himself so the mastermind can disappear before the crime can even start, right? So it was the ultimate Houdini move to not be the quote unquote criminal, right? That's, dude, that is such a great explanation. Mars Medi won satisfactory, so he wasn't needed anymore, so he offed himself. True. True. That is the most TLDR answer that you can give somebody of what happened. Yeah, what happened? Why did Mars Medi turn himself off? Well, Mars Medi won satisfactory, so he wasn't needed anymore. True. I'm surprised that he didn't want to see it come in fruition. Oh, he didn't care. He saw the vision, and all he needed to do was see the vision. That's it. There isn't a mystery to solve if there is no who did it. That's right. If there's no who did it, then you can't ask why done it. That's right. Well, I believe this will conclude the questionnaires of FGO. What the heck happened in this arrow? Make sure you guys stick by for the next video. You'll be answering more things. Apparently, I gotta fight some clanker here real quick. So make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you in the next chapter. Peace. All right, we did some 36 minutes of Q&A. It's time for me to continue reading, please. If he wants a projected humanity, makes sense. You also don't need to see anything anymore. That's right. Even if he doesn't change anything, we can go back and shoot the guy anyway. He screwed up on covering up the whodunit. That is correct. Salter, aka OG Artoria, who sacrificed Avalon to stabilize Singularity F, low-key was MVP. All right. Welcome. Second arrow. No. We're about to fight a clanker. Get ready. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. Oh, what the Sigma? Grand selectable. Hey, yo. Mash Solomon as a starting member. Quest Grand Servant. You can put one. One Grand Servant, eh? How about we bust out my daughter? Instead of normal craft essence, we utilize a more MP gain efficiency so we can loop this dumbass. Do I have to bring Chalaman? Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I didn't level up Chalaman. I really did not care for this dude. I do like the grand activation shows you the symbol. Chat, tell me, is this gonna be a rough battle? Grand Sayer base? Kinda? Okay. Can be? Alright. Well. If it's gonna be a rough battle, you know how it is, boys. You know how it be. Rough battle equals my boy. Low-key, Mash needs healing. Like, that's the problem with Mash. Mash is such a great character, but this girl just... This girl hurts herself 9 times out of 10. Depends on your grand? Really? Depends on my grand, huh?
Give me a second, chat. Healing. Okay, good. Alright. Alright, let's beat his ass. I just used classic Olga Mash Solomon squad. Oh, that sounds good. If I fail, I'll probably do it. I'm so glad that she got an upgrade. True. Yeah, Mash OPP. It can become very star if you aren't prepared. Oh, really? Time to Grand Herc? Nah, dude. Grand say OP. Ooh, look at that. I can't summon properly. Oh, shit. The battle reasoning has been occurred in this place. Destruction will not be a crime or wrong or error. I will ask the two of you, the old humanity, was your journey fun? Memory recall. Damn! We got everything and it took everything. Main system. Low damage. Can't be stunned. Damage against Noble Phantasm down. Oh, well, fuck, I should have gotten mine. Okay, well. Yo, my phone is fucking dying. Here we go. Please show me your other Grand Strub after this. Oh, sure. Oh, damn. Okay. So it's AoE all day, every day? I got you. You're a whore. Memory recall. Are you gonna, like... Damn. Noble Phantasm. Next is crit. It keeps taking my stars away. You're a whore. You know that? And it's Sugita-san's voice? True. This was pretty much mouse stream last night. Oh, it was so laggy. Yeah, damn, she did a lot of damage. Get him! Fuck your system. Christ. Storm border damage. Chat, did my... It'll crack. Okay, we'll just go big dig damage here. So it seems that I should, if I fail this, I gotta buy Solomon's shit. Yo, I do love that. I do love that. We do love Big Good Gatia Chan. Oh, damn. Black Planet Observation. Trying to touch me? Not today, Jimmy. Or you recall. Oh my god! This bitch taking my... Yo, you are a whore. Every 3 turns, he drains my MPP. Okay. I understand you drain people's pee-pee. Well, that's problematic. So that means the damage cut's gonna be a bitch. Let's kill it. Let's do it. Can't MP with mash? Oh, that's no problem. Hey, it goes above its expectation, Dio. Oh, damn, 1 mil? Yo, no problem. Please continue attacking? What the fuck? Invisible activation? Oh. Okay, invisible activation. You put a unremovable defense? I see you, bitch. Buff removal resistance, huh? Buff removal resist 30. Okay. 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 So. That's a bitch. It's not okay? Listen. It's a bitch. It's no problem. I just have to win the probability game. Okay? All I have to do is win the probability. Fuck, I don't have Invuln Pierce. I see why you call it the stall. You stupid motherfucker. Just watch, I'm about to cook. My daughter about to cook. Planet of Observation. Ow. Bruh. That crit though. That's crazy. Memory recall. It does have sure hit. I hate the fact that I have to revive him. Because the thing is, I have to use his buff removal. Okay. So now it wants to fuck me. But you will not fuck me, Dio. Die, whore! Oh, never mind. Never mind. Alright, I might have to reset this chat. This is taking a little too long. I don't have Invuln Pierce. I'm gonna come back at 1 shield count. Well, MP1 Solomon, you won't do anything? Well, MP5 Solomon would have done nothing either. Because I need Invuln Pierce.
分それで十分だ。
What aren't you raid proof? I ain't gonna lie to you. The raid proof can't be done because by the time I get to raid proof, my MP gets drained. Does Mash get invuln pierce? If I can get the black barrel started again. So what I'll do is change everything real quick. Yeah, I'll solve my goddamn problem right here, right now. I'll solve this shit myself. What is MASH CE? MASH CE is a 75% regen. I have all her command card regen HP. So she heals and removes debuffs while she's attacking. The problem with MASH is that she eats up a lot of HP of herself. Yeah. It doesn't count. Blah, blah, blah. Not a sin, nor it's wrong. I'll beat your ass. Give me a second. Flower does have threat to humanity. Good. I'm about to touch his feet right now. I don't have a healer at this rate. That's not good. It's so easy. Solomon's first skill does have heal over time at least. Oh, does it now? Invisible activation. What don't matter now, bitch? I got invuln pierce dial. I brought my gun.
私が必死になるよ。殴り合い、そう悪くはないな。悪魔のように燃え尽きよ。人理をもって仁義を払う。
Is this the core? Correct. Well, it's the system. We're kind of beating the system. We're kind of slapping the system right now and said, "Hey, function."
Says, hey, why aren't you working?
カルデアス起動。空想の根は落ちた。もはやどこにも未来はない。神に神戸を垂れる時だ。プラネットオレネマリー。
Damn, I almost one-shot that bitch.
神明、国名。
I want to shoot it with MASH just to tell this system to go fuck itself.
証明せよ。ロードカルデアス。
Not today, Jimmy.
Ooh, monkey noise, monkey noise.
デッドカウント。
Yeah, the problem is MASH regens like butt ton, right? So what happens is she loses star and gains star as much as she gains her MP, maximum 50 to like 200% charge, and she loses 2k at the same time. So like the concept is you collect a fuck ton of stars, you deplete it with MASH, and then you Noble Phantasm. But the problem is MASH loses 2k attempting this multiple times. So what you do is you bust out a comp, right? You bust out a comp that you practically heal and have a craft essence that makes you heal better. So any applying healing does more to MASH. Hit him with that. Let's go. Rape room. Oh damn, she's gonna give us the result. What is the result? Oh my god, what the Sigma? Hey. Hey! What just happened? What's going on here? We destroyed the system, Dio! Oh yeah, we get the fucking jar pots, that's funny. Oh damn, we're like blinded by the light. One eye out. Wait. So we just we destroyed the main system and now what's going on? What's happening? Protag, Kirielite, Munir, Da Vinci, Captain, Shion, Useless Solomon. You guys are there? I think you guys are, but I can't see. I feel like you guys are so close, yet I can't reach my hands. I can't reach you guys. Hey, can you all hear me? Every single squadron, report. Yes, we can hear you quite well, Gordolf. Yeah. We hear loud and clear, old man. I'm a little surprised and frozen up too, but because of Commander's loudmouth, yeah, my logic is back to normal. Thanks. I can hear it as well. Simultaneously, I believe King Solomon has also heard it as well. Is here and is hearing us loud and clear. Everyone, it seems that we can't see too much, but we can hear the voice perfectly, don't it? Senpai, what about you? Don't worry, I hear you just fine. What about Captain? Where did he go? I can't hear him. Answer me. Oh, right. Apologies. My answer was delayed. As the Captain, Nemo, I'm safe and sound is what I can answer. But for some odd reason, I can't find any of the Marines. Marines reading has gone silent. At this place, at this location, it seems I, Nemo, am the only one that's here. Now, 爆発のショックでしょう。分子思考による事故の複層再生が解除されたようです。 says, I believe that is due to the effect of the explosion nearby. I think the multiple process circumstances, its personality has been deactivated. If Captain is safe and sound, I believe the Marines are also safe and sound. If given enough time, they'll probably reboot and come aboard once more. I see. That's good news. However, where are we? And what's happening? I feel like this is I thought we were in a command room, correct? I feel like this place is like a world after death then. No, I believe we've won. Yes, we've won definitely. We did not come to a conclusion of death due to a loss. So, maybe perhaps this is some sort of a temporarily visionary block or something. Maybe perhaps the main system's destruction is so powerful that maybe the light is too strong that our retinas have not recovered of sort. Even that might be true, Mash. We were at the starboard. We were outside the ship. That's, yes. That means you didn't understand at all, didn't you? Didn't I tell you before? Stopping Catadeus itself was a suicide attempt by you guys in the very beginning. Who is that? Who goes there? Oh, it's Olga-chan. 私が誰か? なんて今重要? まあいいわ。顔見せて。It says, do you really need to know who I really am? That's perfectly fine. I suppose I could show you my face. So you can already tell that because you can see her face, she's not real, right? Because every single living being got their face hidden. The fact that she said she's going to show your face, she's not real. Understand that this is the heart of the hollowed world center point. Understand that this is point 0. This is location 0 where everything began and everything started, I suppose. This is the fog of uncertainty where nothing has happened, even though it is a location where it points to all the possibilities. It says it is a present that with your guys' decisions alone will continue, and with your guys' decision alone it'll continue, and with your decision will not continue. As this is just like the history that was not admitted to pan-human history, the same thing as a lost belt. It is something that you guys have been cutting around this whole time. この宇宙で一番初めにできたセブンにして何しても今の給与できる。This is the very first lost belt that was created in this space, in this universe, right? In this universe is the very first lost belt, and to this day, a lost belt that's still functioning. This is Animosphere's Grand Order. Welcome to Lost Belt number 0. Meaning, this is your guys' world. Dun dun dun! The fucking truth bomb comes! What? Our timeline was a Lost Belt 0? Yes, sir. Welcome to Point 0, our Lost Belt. That's right. Surprise, surprise! Our entire FGO timeline was a Lost Belt. We'll find out more about that later. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. And as always, thanks for watching. Peace. We are a lost belt. That's right, Magic. We are a lost belt from the get-go. Welcome to Chapter 5, Arrow 3. We are cooking, and we just figured out something very important in Point Null, aka 0. That we are no longer in the realm of reality. We just found out that our entire timeline was a lost belt all along. Let us start, shall we? We destroyed the main system, and the main system is now cooked. この宇宙で一番初めにできたロストベルト、唯一今にも起動しているロストベルト。It says that in this universe, this is the very first lost belt that was constructed. At the same time, it's a lost belt that's still working to this day. This was the Animasphere's Grand Order. This was Lost Belt number 0. Meaning that this was your guys' world from the very get-go. What? Well, our world is a Lost Belt? That's impossible. Stop saying silly things. That's impossible. Even the humanity stability and order told us this, that Gnome Karadea is an organization that's going to bring back the pan-human history. Being a lost belt and bringing back pan-human history are two different conversations, is it not? You're quite right, but you're only half right. Understand that your existence of pan-human history, you are real, except just halfway through. The limitation was up till 2004. You do know why that's the case, right? I see. So in the right timeline, Karudeus never was able to function. The only reason it was able to function was the Holy Grail of Fuyuki. So therefore, when it comes to Karudeya and onwards, that's right. Correct. It comes in as an irregularity that should not have happened, and it correlates well. So essentially, Elemeloid's adventure and Elemeloid's case file is the correct fate timeline. ありえない異訓として成立する。So yeah, we're nothing but an irregularity. So therefore, the fact that the Karudeya base that exist in Antarctica, and simultaneously the succession of servant summoning is also irregular. Meaning that you guys solving the entire humanity, incineration of humanity, and simultaneously to bring back your own world, that accomplishment means all for nothing now. In the proper history, you'll be all witnessed as an irregular and treated as so. これは私が活動したことによって得した結果です。私が選び出した正解です。This is the result. This is the result that was created because of my functionality is now in fruition. This is the correct answer that I have chosen. In this universe, pan-human's history, therefore, Karudeya side servants do not function. Because I don't permit, because I do not give permission, You cannot summon heroic spirits. Marusbiri atmosphere has occurred a minute twist andカルデアスという異常な凡人類に座るからほど大きな異性光に成長しました。So essentially, Marusbiri atmosphere created a minute twist in fate. And because of this, Karudeus has created that would overpaint the pan-human history so much that this lost belt has grown this much and this far. The answer that you have reached to the conclusion that you all had an objective to bring back Earth was correct. After all, Karudeus, when Karudeus disappears, pan-human history will return back to normal. But at the same time, the lost, if not the irregularities of Karudea, aka you all, will also be chosen to be perished. Understand that Animesphere's grand order was to preserve humanity and humanity's future perfectly. We are the grand order. And your guys' connection is at Karudeus at stake. So if you were to deny us and destroy Karudeus once more, the entire incident that happened in the origin singularity will all been a white blank canvas once more. Meaning the grand order will end permanently. What are you saying? What I'm giving you is a simple option. It's you would return it's either you would restore Earth once and for all, or you would continue your little time and your little history. That's the choice that I'm giving you. You're going to deny me? Yeah, you're going to deny me, and you're going to bring back pan-human history and leave the stage together. Or you would acknowledge me, and just like before, continue the story of hopes and dreams. It's a simple answer, really. So easy to choose. You are... What are you?あなたたち人間と同じです。修復された肉体モデルに生まれた精神活動。It says, I am just like you. I am a human being. I am a physical body, right? AKA a Persuado model that was created multiple constructs that was a mental activity, right? The spirit. It's a mental spirit. Please call me Maris Karudeus. It's a simple title. However, it is a title that I named myself. 皆さんの中身のある人類です。感情が理性できないことも理解して。It says, I sincerely understand that you guys are all humanity that has valuable things on the inside. And due to the fact that I also understand that your emotional sortation can be quite complex, if not impossible. And I understand that too. So, as a proper humanity preservation, I want to give you the right answers and right decisions. And I'll do my very best as a life form and perfectly make you all come to an understanding that is explainable to you all. You all were able to eradicate 7 lost belts. You guys have proven that Karudea is the most you guys have all proven that Karudea is the most elite lost belt out of them all.先ほどの戦闘ではその動力に応じた対価として昨日のダイブを凍結しました。In the last battle, as a price of your hard-earned efforts, I've frozen most of the functionalities. I will be re-releasing these limiters, so please do understand your current situation little by little, I hope. I did tell you to choose between Earth or yourselves, but in the very end, in logical sense, you all have no choice to begin with. Oh shit. 本クエストでは共用クエストが無限大になっています。Oh, okay. このクエストではグランドサーバントを一気このクエストはマッシュできません。So what's happening? Do I have to one-shot this bitch? Yo, tell me the gimmick. What's the gimmick here? Do I have to booty blast or do I have to stall? Stall? Stall 8 turns. Stall 8 turns? Alright, bet. Stalling time. Do I have to put a grand? Ooh, I don't have to put a grand. Excellent. 8 turn stall. Yo, leave it to us. Oh, Mash can't get in there. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. I'm building the stall, okay? I'm not here to do damage. Who is thick? Who's a thick boy? Go all out. You got infinite cost though. Oh shit, you're right. It's okay. The gimmick is that you're getting booty blasted. Oh, okay.
1名を除き旧人類史の痕跡を容認します。スペース、スケールの差も平等に均等化してあげましょう。
Okay, giving us base and scale into ordinary equalization. Yo, what do you want from us? Max HP is 10 mil?
Yo. Oh shit, yo. Okay, girl, okay. I see you, bitch.
リラックスリラックス。さてカウンティングオーバー。 OK。 ご要望とあらば。
やります。
Got MP1, right?
どうだい？
やった。
What's up?
ハッピーエンドの話をしよう。
運命。
川のせせらぎ。
Why did you bring the Trunk Sisters? The Trunk Sisters MP heals. So like while she don't do big damage, healing proc is pretty nice. It's a perfect art. It's a perfect art saber comp to
あ
stall
れはいつか見た終わりの星。
because the MP does damage and heal.
私は星を探すのです。
And then on top of that, they have a healing per turn capability. Which is pretty good. Planet of Observation. No damage today, Jimmy. And its art functionality goes up, which is very nice. And then whenever you attack with Buster, whenever you attack with Arts, Buster up. Whenever you attack with Buster, you get Arts up. It's a nice little nifty sleight of hand trick you can do.
まあもちろん。
OK。
ここでまっすぐ。
切り込む。
Damn, that shit hurts. God damn, that shit hurts, Dio. What the fuck? What the Chigma?
体が軽いわね。
ハッピーエンドの話を
我らの
しよ
刃ですから。
Damn, son, that shit hurts.
う。星の宇宙に物見の見て楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のみ通るがいい。ガーデン・オブ・アバロン。
悪辣にして無法なる者たちを引け。
Get him!
願うはただ皆が正しく生きられる安寧の地。
そのためなら私たちはどこまでも進む。
Wait, they didn't heal us. What the fuck?
誰に呼ばれるまで
The Trunk Sisters are supposed to heal us.
星をかざすでしょう。
アラウンドカリバーン。
Was it not the Trunk Sister that heals us? I thought it was Trunk Sister. That fuck up? Oh. Oh my god. Thank god we were able to block that crit die. Holy shit. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, add HP per turn, 3 turns.
体が軽いわね。
it's them. It's
白兵戦行きます。
let them
最
cook.
高のカードを君に。
Let them cook.
さてカウンティングオーバー。リラックスリラックス。
Is that overcharge? No overcharge on that, right? It's MP scale? I don't know if it is MP scale. I don't think it is MP scale. All you gotta do is just let them cook.
ために。
So you're saying that Nebo Christmas is also linked to the current situation? That's right! I think you guys are at the main story part now, that the main story is playing a very significant role in Merry Christmas. By the way, this Christmas story is canon. By the way, it's written by Nasu, and it explains time travel and a lot of shit.
私たちの国だ。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、 あなたは星をかさすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
Yo, I thought you said this shit gonna be gone. What the hell, boy?
戦いですから。白兵戦行きます。
オーケー。
見つないだて。
切り込む。
突撃猫ンデータ前から後ろからはっ
Jesus.
こんなもの
No buff is a little rough. God damn. 3 turn 3 time is a bit rough, Dial. So we have to go.
望まれることを全力でされたように。あれはいつか見た。
We gotta cleanse it and then apply it, which sucks, but it is what it is. We are getting cooked as we speak. I did not expect it to be this thick and this tough.
星の宇宙に物見の
I'm using Summer Colcom. That's
君に
good.
聞かせよう。罪なき者のみ通るがいい。ガーデンオブアバロン。
I was promised that I only have to survive 8 turns.
にして無法なる者たちを引け。
願うはただ皆が正しく生きられる安寧の地。
そのためなら私たちはどこまでも進む。こんなものこんなもの
Damn!
眠いな。もうこの後。こんな時間が。体が軽いわね、セブン。次の機種にピーココ天罰執行。刃は重く、弾は浄化します。串刺しにしてあげましょう。切断します。足元から脳天まで。鉄を胸に剣は散り、毒血うがつべし。
Huh? Daddy?
ここに一片の余地もない完全な世界。
And to create a perfect world that has no mistake, Lost Belt number 0? What are you doing? Oh, okay. What the Sigma? Anima Animosphere. Yo, they're giving us the fucking Land of Steel vibe? Oh my god, it is. Holy shit, Dial. Yeah, the red moon on top of the crimson is kind of wild. The red moon on top of the ORT. Everything returned to nothingness. Alright, well, FGO's over, chat. Capital. GG. We got reduced to atoms, pretty much. Game over. Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey. All the Lost Belts, we see it. And beyond all the Lost Belts, we see a single planet behind that veil. We see it, bitch! That was just now. 皆さんが私を破壊した場合の未来を同率的に取得してみました。It says, yeah, I've just shown you, I've just materialized all the possible future when you have destroyed, 皆さんが私を破壊した場合の
I said, I've given you all the possible future and manifestation when you destroyed me. In simpler terms, it's your universe's ending. Understand that in this cosmos, there is no further than I am. If you pass me, right, if you go beyond where I am now, you will only see the void. But please be at ease. I will be maintaining humanity's history starting from 2018. Any human history that is before 2017 is not to my interest. So therefore, the maintaining the core structure of 2017, I will leave all that to the rest of you. Please restore, please correct the singularities, right? AKA the mistakes that I have caused due to my own existence. 今まで通り私が原因で発生してしまう間違いを正してください。So, just as if before, please fixate or please restore the problem, aka singularity, and correct the singularity that will be caused due to the fact that I am the problem. So you're saying right here, right now, we can still continue our own journey with the Cutterdale folks? The ideology for humanity to constantly survive is through innovations. However, the hope of humanity's survival, 人類の生存における理想は発展ですが、人類に増善を受ける希望は安定です。So instead, Marisu is saying the quote-unquote functionality, right? The ideology of humanity's survival is through innovation, but in actuality, the humanity's survival is in the hopes of stability. Understand that by destroying me, that means that you all will not have a continuation. Even after hearing all that, you're still going to stop me? Even though I might be a replica, even though it might just be an outer shell, as long as I live and function, human history will forever be continued. Even throwing away those precious time that you've all won with your own two hands. We solved that with Ordeal Call 3, baby. Go fuck yourself. それは当然停止させるとも。何より優先されるのは本人類の地球で。そうかな。君にとって大切なものは人類だ。人類の歴史がいつまでも続くことだ。So, Da Vinci goes, that's right. Of course we're going to stop it. After all, what we need to prioritize is the pan-human history's Earth, and are you sure about that? Humanity is a very precious thing, even to you. You know how long it will be. Yeah, you know, you will not know how long human history will last. You also do understand that you are not a servant. You're an artificial life form that was created with a pan-human history heroic spirit. You should really be cherishing. Yo, this is some like just Monaco shit. You should really be, you of all persons should be truly cherishing the small, tiny functionality window that you've obtained and your own memory as the important. In 2000, human history that was born up till 2017, to you, it's the same concept as a universe that was born 5 minutes before. The most perfect and wonderful reward is the time that you have in the bleachified earth together with your comrades. Of course, obviously we have to stop Caradeus, but it says, the battle indifferences is obviously clear as night and day. Caradeus can't be destroyed, meaning that we won't be able to restore pan-human history, then maybe... Of course we're going to destroy it! Why do you think we've taken all this precaution to come to this scary place in the first place? But you know... 勝ち目のない戦いを演じることは許されない。今の戦いで戦闘力差は明白になりました。It says, it is not authorized or permitted to fight a battle that has no winning. You've already clearly seen the difference in battle aptitude in this fight. You are a commander. Do you not have the right to protect your those who work under you? And besides, Carudea is now a special location that lives within your heart. Don't you not want to lose anybody else so precious any longer? Maybe we should retreat then, perhaps. After all, we could still live in the bleachified earth. And this battle, this is an opponent that we can't even fight, and everybody's getting like a mental attack. That's あら、だんまり感情と理性を切り離しているのが新しいの錬金術師じゃなかったかしら。It says, oh, why so quiet? I believe emotions and logical reasoning were separated from two separate cloth. I thought you Atlas alchemist was all like that. You already know the answer logically. Are you going to close your mouth almost as if not going to future predict something so gruesome like you always do? That. We're at Christmas, damn it. What a terrible story. I can't choose if I need to. This is just... I'm sorry, Doctor. The promise that we made, all of us, I think it's
I promise. Forget about all that, man. And besides, if Caradias were to blow up, you won't even have a home to return to. And if you return this white bleached out Earth of yours, then this time you guys will become bleached out, huh? Then you have no choice. Don't hesitate. Just prioritize your life. It's only natural. Nobody's gonna blame you. You're doing the right thing. Jinguru. You're finally becoming like a mage. What are you talking about? I've never became a mage. Not even a proper one. Look at me now. So who is it gonna be us? The current ship's equipment. For some odd reason, during that last attack, it didn't function properly. If we were to continue this battle, our ship is going to sink for certain. As a captain, I must... There's no reason for you to think hard. You should definitely push for retreat, Captain. Because if you guys were to fight, you guys will be denying yourselves. And that'll lead to your own eradication. If you already knew from the get-go, this is such a stupid operation. You wouldn't have pushed this ship up to this far, right? You're always the one that constantly pushed people's lives' safety at first beyond anything. No worries. All you gotta do is just do the same thing you always do. And every lifetime, you can always just look and throw away Earth just for your own sake. I'm pretty sure no divine retribution will ever happen to you. That's... So I wonder who's MASH and us. We got everybody. So here's MASH. Got... Yeah, who's MASH gonna get convinced by? Oh! She's getting convinced by Shadow. Us is crazy, Dio. That's insane. Shadow Us convincement is such a dirty move. 皆さんの同意味のようですね。誰も今の世界を失いたくないのですね。Yo, this fucking sound is gonna fucking brainwash me. This shit triggering me. It says, it seems you all came to the same logical conclusion. You all don't want to lose this current world. So, that's why I asked you so many times, didn't I? Did you guys enjoy your little journey up till now? Dots. It was almost like a finishing move. You're asking me if I enjoyed myself. Of course I enjoyed myself. My heart hurts. My chest is in pain. I was given an ultimate option to restore the Earth back to normal or go back to our regular journey. I can't choose, but I have to choose. I know what I need to choose. But for some odd reason, I can't get the answer out of my mouth. Because right here, up till now, all the things that I've acquired and earned, it's so big and too large of a scale that I can't even take a single step forward. Yo, to use this OST is such a fucking asshat. It's making me tears. It's such a good OST. The most difference between humanity and protag. 人類にとって大切なものとトラブルにとって大切なものはこんな風にも違う。There's a clear differentiation between the most important thing to humanity and the most important thing to protag. You all came. Yeah, we all came in order to restore the proper Earth once more. But then now lies the question, what is a proper Earth? What is a future that has no dangers whatsoever? Choose which Earth or which world is more superior. The celestial sphere speaks that in this case and at this rotation, humanity's history will still continue onward. And on top of it, if we were to retreat, we were still able to continue our little journey. Then the answer is obvious. Aw, Mash. Are you gonna choose Master over Journey? So you finally come to a conclusion of understanding, then our Grand Order can finally continue. Please return to your homes. Return to your Earth. And thank you very much for all of your hard work up to now. Hold it. Are we cooked? Hold up. We ain't done yet, boyo. But we are done with this chapter. So make sure you guys hit that like, comment, and subscribe, and we will figure out that we are not done with this story just yet. I'll see you in the next video. Peace. All right. We've been thrown into despair. Carudeus is a piece of poo-poo doo-doo. Is now given every single one of us to convince us to go home. The classic iRobot. Return to your homes. A curfew is in effect. Return to your homes. A curfew is in effect. But now, there's gonna be something, someone, somehow, we're overcome this. Chat, like, comment, and subscribe. And let's do this. I'm really glad that we all came to an understanding once more. Then our Grand Order can continue on. Please, return to your own Earths. Thank you very much for your hard work up till now. That's... 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 Nuts. But hey, yo, we bringing Patsy. Let's go. My boy comes back clutch. But something. Yo, all the Lost Belt's gonna tell us to fight back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Somehow, some way, yo, everybody's coming back, Dio. Something so pathetic like that.
現状の理解が世界の解析が怖いと言うんだね。ミストラブル。Miss Protag, I'm a female at the moment, so. It seems that you're quite afraid of the current synapsis of the world and the analysis and the understanding, correct? I understand. In all honesty, I was thinking about that topic quite a lot, little by little. I thought to myself, should this incident truly be solved? Or should it be solved in the first place? Isn't that correct, though? Even if we were to avoid a bad end, it's not like we will be able to restore what we have lost. Because we can't bring it back. Because we can't bring it back, there's no reason for us to remember it whatsoever, correct? But don't worry. Please, be at ease. Nobody's going to pressure you or bother you or fault you for this. After all. Understand, Protag? There's no reason for you to have emotions or sympathy towards them. This is a humanity's if. A history that was been one-sidedly cut, that is all. Well, I suppose that was a bit harsh. But it was not our responsibility, you see. Understand that we are a pan-human history. We are the victories of the correct route. We can't be failing. We are not allowed to fail. But what can 12 people really do? There's no reproduction or restoration. It's all impossible, you see. You do realize that what's in front of us is all pitch black. This loneliness. Do you think they can handle the pressure that we have in the end? They are the one that's going to be leaving. They are the one that is going to disappear. They're that level of damage compared to what we're about to face is a minuscule. After all this is after all the battle is over, you're gonna go back to your regular days? Do you really think there's going to be a happily ever do you really think there's a story that's so convenient like that? Your heart can't go anywhere. After all, a panorama that's been burned will never be will never be taken back. A smell that's been implemented or burned or seeped in too deep, you can never rip it off. There's no there is no road that you can go back to. So that's why I'm asking you to stop. Stop all this. You should feel at ease. Protag. Your movement, or your quote-unquote, I should say, Karudea's Grand Order was a little too heavy for you. But give up. Well, I suppose I should give you an example. This is a what-if story, okay? In all species perspective, I suppose what's good is to continue living on. But
in humans' perspective, it becomes a little different. There's a continue feeling and a game over feeling. Feeling of continuing and continuing of ing. These two constantly, these two logic constantly switches and collide. Those are what it means to be human beings. Understand that just because there's a game over, that doesn't mean it's evil or bad. After all, everything will have an ending, you see. Because if you even deny that part, then there's no life to begin with. And there's no continuation as a life force. In the end, at the very end, all of us have to prepare for the ending. Because no matter how many times you win, and no matter how many times you become the victor, in the end, there's always going to be a time where you're going to be on the side that ends. Wait, you're not convinced? That doesn't feel accomplished? You're asking me what I should... what I should achieve for, you say? A very protag-like question. Straightforward, aren't you? It's quite an answer. Don't go for a game over. Reach for a game set. Not game ending, but a game completion. Because in the end, you and I, our end is going to come about, whether we like it or not. So, until that time comes, why don't we just accomplish as much tasks as we can? Whether that be happy, sad, whether we succeed or fail. Something that we haven't even looked up before. Anything, really. After all, you've got a lot of goals ahead of you, right? Still got a lot of things to explore. A life worth living from the bottom of your heart without any regrets left behind. I know that in technicality, that's not all life force's ideals, but I think personally, it's individuals' good. That's what I at least want to believe in, you know? And on top of it all, if you would be someone like that, I would be very proud. It says during, what did I answer back then? How did I answer that question? Hey, somebody is crying. Who is crying? Is that Olga Murray? Is Olga crying? No, it's Mash. Oh, Mash is crying. Oh. No. If we stop Cutter Dance, everything is gonna be gone. Please don't do something like that. The people who met in the singularity, the people we say goodbye to the Lost Belts, every single people's memory, they all were memories. Everybody had their own story. The memory of holding the hand in the operation room, in the operator's room. The blue sky of the Antarctica that we saw together. All the things, everything, that every single one of us went on a journey and overcome, including Senpai. Every single one of them is my treasure, and I don't want it to end. I don't want it to be nothing. I can't do it.
That's perfectly okay. Nobody will blame you for that. Mash Kira Light. Please, be more honest. Let out your feelings and how you feel. That is going to help protect and everybody of Karudea. No! 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 I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I do not want to say goodbye. I do not want to be alone any longer. I don't want to be... I don't want to ever not see you all again. I don't want to not able to eat food. I don't want to not be able to journey together. I don't want to not be able to say good morning. I don't want Senpai to not be Senpai. I don't want Senpai to not be Senpai anymore. But still. That's right. Get up, Mash. But still. I would still not like Senpai. Oh, damn. Damn, bruh. She said a rem line, dude. Oh, I'm tearing up. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Mash said a rem line. Holy fuck. Oh, I knew it was coming, but holy shit. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's so good. Oh, fuck. I'm cooked, chat. I'm cooked. Okay. Are you ready? But above all else, I wouldn't want a senpai that would give up right here and right now. That's right. Fuck this shit. We're out. Right. We had everybody backing us up. We won't let them down. Not only we have negative energy, we also had positive energy. The journey we went through is not gonna be for naught. Data lost will not come back. Stop coping. Keppa. You're right. You're exactly right, Mash. I've confirmed that every single old human staff members have regained their battle morale. What is the meaning of this? You know damn well. There's no retreating here unless we fight till our last cause. Senpai. What the Sigma?ですから、どういう状況か確認しています。正しく状況を把握してください。That is the reason why I'm asking you right here. Please remain calm and understand the situation that you've been put here. I thought your objective was to live and survive. The battle that you're about to currently do
Yeah, the battle that you're about to currently do ignores that entire objective. It is illogical. It is a paradox. It says here, I cannot permit for one singular outcome. 一部の例外のために相当の意見を曲げることは許可できません。I cannot permit you, I cannot permit you to bend the entire consciousness for a simple, quote unquote, irregular thought process. Oh shit. Oh shit. So it has seen us as enemy. Yeah, we have deemed you, we have deemed you a threat. あなたは他の凡人類の皆さんにとっての弱悪です。It says, I've come to the conclusion that you are a threat to the old humanity. Yeah, old humanity, unfortunately, irregularity needs to be taken care of. Oh shit. Yo, Solomon with the blockage. Ayo. Karudes, you finally show your tail, haven't you? You couldn't even measure a human emotion. Its calculation functionality knows so frail. Hey, thanks for the sub, Big Prishki. It says, I have calculated, and they are quite accurate. Please watch your tongue. Old mathematical occasion. So if you comprehend this situation, then I suppose what you've obtained as an information gathering data was wrong. That's all there's to it. Understand that humans, their logic and their reasoning change all the time. And as they grow, the person that grows on the inside also change and becomes something else on the container of the inside. Isn't that right, Protag? What is your objective now? Is it the same as that time as before? Tell me. Dots. Soda. だとしても投げ出すことにはまだできていない。Because that's right. No matter what, even if that may be the case, I was still not able to throw it all out just yet. And why is that? Huh? Yeah, by the way, this is a Lost Garden sequence. It all started as a curse. But it all started as if we needed to fight to survive. But now, this is a little different. We trampled upon many things. We've left upon so many more things. But there is something that's there that's stabilizing and pointing me at the right direction. That time, I told that thing that I yelled out loud to survive. So essentially, Protag is saying to Gaetia that I'm here to survive, right? To live. And because of those words, I was able to defeat the good, right? I was able to defeat the good. But now is a little different. Almost the same wish as surviving all unknown. I have a different, stronger reason in my heart to finish all of this, to reach the gold line, to cultivate a path, to leave behind a legacy. for those who were not, for those who've, 道半端で倒れた者たちへの慰めとして to redeem those who have fallen halfway through our journey. Tomurai として to attribute to attribute to those to tribute to those many living things that had not the chance to born, and to be a destination for those that will be born further and beyond. これからの生まれ出る者たちの投票したし It's not just for survival any longer. Now that I've survived, I'm going to accomplish as much tasks as I can in my lifetime. I suppose you were going to say things like that. Fine. Do whatever you want. I will lend you a hand. Huh? I don't understand. Why am I getting attacked by the old humanity that knows my conversation and knows its logic? What is the meaning of this? What are you saying? A person that could understand us. And of course, this is no misunderstanding or miscalculation. You hear me? You understand that we, and in unity and full ship throttle, is saying no to your silly debate, idiot. That's right. If you guys are gonna say it like that, it won't, it can't be helped to deny it, you know? Yeah, we're already at the depths of hell. Why don't we just go to the depths of depths, huh? I'll follow you to the very end. At this point. Thanks for all the explanation and simplification, Marisu Karadesu. But I suppose our conversation or negotiations are completely cut off from here on out, okay? Captain, Shion, load up the next torpedo. We're going to keep firing at this idiot. Everyone, you're right. That's quite unfortunate. It seems that you have chosen the wrong answer. So that means that in this dimensional space and time, all that has inside the container will now automatically be eradicated. In technicality, you guys were fragments of the human history that I was in charge to preserve. However, irregularities cannot be forgiven. From here on out, I will be deactivating the safety device towards the old humanities at this very moment, at this very time, at this very dimension. Yeah, bring it, bitch. Bring it, bitch. Come on, ho, it's time to tussle, Dio. It's time, Chad. Wake up! Wake up, it's time to fight, Dio! Alright, make sure you guys, actually, we've only been 26 minutes. We're gonna hit another arrow. It's another arrow special. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. The final arrow before the Raiderito Cappuccino. Prepare yourself. So the safety lock has been deactivated. We can now take damage everywhere. We're getting attacked by Karudeus? But from where? Master, behind me. I believe we're getting assaulted in all cylinders, all directions, but we cannot perceive it whatsoever. Command room, can you give us a status report? Yeah, we confirmed the attacks, but We don't know what's happening. We don't know what's attacking us, and it's almost as if we can't find it. Make sure you guys come back from the starboard system. Come back inside the ship bed. Ah! Armor layered 1. We've lost contact. It seems that it's going through our defensive system and it's landing us directly. It says, reporting in from the calculation room. It was a minimal damage of the outside outer shell. However, we've lost all communications and route. It says there's some sort of a mysterious particle decomposition happening to this ship little by little. Protag. MASH. It seems that it's impossible for you guys to get back inside the ship from hatch number 1. Go to the back side of the hatch. We'll open the back line and you guys can enter in from the rear and... Whoa! Something hit us on the left side of the bridge. Oh no. But luckily we didn't hit the command room. Lucky us, huh? Lucky or nothing. What's going on here? It's a direct hit still. Captain, evasive maneuvers. I need you to bust out your amazing dodging skills and slide these attacks. I can't dodge an attack that can't be seen. Calculation. I need the analysis quick. This is, this step. This is a top priority, you hear me? At this very moment, we won't even last 10 minutes. Find a string to our escape or plan. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we're overburdened and this situation is completely out of our hands. This entire attack itself is very familiar to a cosmic lost belt, and however, its wide range or its circumstances, this fog is the problematic, and it's almost as if individual particles is a lost belt level type of information status that's creating a jammer, and we're in a situation that the radar can't be seen. This place is an entire information sea, and we're running blind. You can almost expect it like we're under the sea, and the storm border is being crushed by the water pressure of abundance of information, and little by little, we're losing consciousness. I believe that's the easiest way to explain what's happening here. Torais Megis is on an SOS situation. Even it says in order to calculate these, in order to output these calculation device, it requires an additional support. So you're saying you need one more. You need one more unit that's almost close to Torais Megis type, right? Oh, Da Vinci's going in. Okay, I'll prepare that right away. Until then, activate the dimensional bubbles to get the calculation room stabilized. You hear me? By utilizing that circumstances, you should be able to handle the information pressure a lot more, okay? Otto! That's not going to happen, dear. It would be quite problematic for you to leave your post without saying a word. Shion? Let me go to that location. I will be going there. Miss Da Vinci? Please, I need you to handle whatever comes out after we finish this. If you could, please. And besides, Torais Megis II is an Atlas Institute product. The person that made or bestowed upon it is in charge is a lot more is a lot more is a lot more fitted for the job. I guess that could be the case, huh? Well, can I leave it up to you then? Of course. After all, an alchemist, there is no word. There is no word impossible in the alchemist dictionary. Leave it to me like you're on a large, gigantic ship.
Technical advisory. Is this going to get us off in this crisis situation?
Don't worry about that. Very soon we're going to have a quote-unquote defensive barrier that can fight against this space. We'll do our very best at least to hold on till then, right? We just need to hold out for like 30 minutes, I think.
Hello? Did you not hear him? We can barely last 10 minutes at tops!
Master, we should head back towards this, the tail side of the ship if the hatch number 1 is unavailable. そうでした。ソロモン王も先ほどの加護ありがとうございます。He says, King Solomon, you as well, sir. And thank you so much for the protection, protection and the supporting fire. Do not thank me. Didn't I tell you to treat me like an air, an atmosphere? I'm perfectly fine where I am right now. The question is, Protag, what will you do? It says Marisu, or whatever that thing is, will not contact you all ever again. Stormborder will be Stormborder is in crisis of sinking. That thing is going to that thing is going to stare Karudea's crumbling from the very far away from the space realm itself. You know what's going to happen? What kind of...先ほどの対話で奴の根性は知れた。正常は知れた。熱心で自信家。その上で令状奥義。異常老奥義。Yeah. From the conversation we just had just now, I've found his true nature and its existence. This is very meticulous and very self-confident. On top of that, it is willing to use any tactic necessary to achieve victory. It is an avatar of perfection and righteousness. And on top of it all, it hates getting itself hurt. Unlike other beasts who enjoys fighting, and feast and crackle and feast and enjoy the sweet crushing victory. It's going to just it's going to shoot wave attacks to you guys with no fun or trick and kill Karudea. Crush Karudea to sunders. That's all it's going to do. At this current moment, you have no chance of winning. Everything is everything is under its control and it's in his calculation. What? There's no chance of victory? Are you really sure? That's I think I can agree. Just ray proof will not be the only deciding factor in this circumstances, and in this fog I don't know what we should be targeting at whatsoever. And if we can't summon any servants on the Karudea side, then the situation is quite a bit, nuts. Wait. If we can't summon from the Karudea side, doesn't that mean that we can summon the Lost Belt side? だからマルスベリーは分かっているのに分からないことが嫌だったのよ。That's why Marusberry. That's why Marusberry hated. That's why Marusberry hated. That's why Marusberry hated something that you know that could not be understood. Marusberry は分かっているのに分からないことが嫌だったのよ。So yeah, okay. So something is talking to us, or the memory is saying that that's why Marusberry hated something that you don't understand but understands it. He tried to analyze and understood everything. That was his that was his only mistake.
私のやつの違いを知りたいという顔だね。他ならぬ君の願いだ。答えを置こう。
It says you want to understand the difference between me and him. So him is, the professor's talking about Sherlock Holmes. I suppose it's a wish from you and you only. I suppose I should answer it honestly. See, you can clearly see that I like to construct things into perfection. However, he likes to, quote unquote, I should say, abide things. Show things out of the darkness, you see. To figure out a riddle. To unsolve and unwrap the mystery. That is a movement of not construction, more like destruction. It's almost like a closing curtain close to it. And so that is the reason, few reasons, why that he and I can never come to an understanding. Perhaps maybe if I was a little bit more younger, perhaps we would have a different opinion about that. Why are you asking me that I was so suspicious of him to the very end? You say? Well, I suppose that was quite a misunderstanding. I just wanted to confirm things, that's all. I was wondering if he and I were the same being. I was wondering, that man, what sort of logical conclusion did he end up to be where he is now? And as a result, it was not the same. Oh, by the way, this is not about a talk of good and evil. It's only merely talking about who summoned who. Yeah, who summoned who and who called upon who. That's all there's to it. Understand that because he's a ruler, the fact that he is a ruler, his diversion in his categorization is different than most, you see. Understand that before you go. Hey, we about to summon, baby! Ah! そうだ、カルデアで召喚した英霊は呼べない。でもならぬカルデアスが召喚した英霊ならば。So it says, that's right. If I can't summon any heroic spirit, right? If I can't summon any heroic spirit from the Karudea side, then I should be able to summon heroic spirits of the Karudea side. Summon who? Well, we gonna summon a Karudea servant. Because we can't summon a Karudea servant. This is not good. Master, you can't summon servants here and... Don't worry. After all, MASH, we're fighting against the criminal. We're fighting against the criminal.
And so, I call upon a detective. I call upon a detective that will solve this mystery one last time. Elementary, my dear motherfuckers. What is this bright light? This light. I've seen this light before. It's...
Wow! Look at all the fog that's surrounding us. It's disappearing little by little. To be honest, it's now becoming an information that's easy to process. I've got a report from Shion. She's specifically saying what the heck is going on out there.
All you need to do is tell her that the return of the detective has come once more. I suppose he's a little too flashy for it, though.
Wait, what is the meaning of this? This heroic spirit was...
That's right. I summoned Sherlock Holmes! Have I arrived a little too late? I wish you could overlook that just a little longer. After all, detective always arrive at the final moment, in the final cutscene.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes! Welcome back, Mr. Holmes!
I sincerely want to apologize to you, Miss Curiolite, but we do have time to press, and we must continue this onslaught as much as we can. I am honored for your tears, however, I would like for you to put them back for now. We must accomplish our goal at foremost first.
Sherlock Holmes, you were my very first servant that I've summoned.
Indeed, Miss Cutadeus.
I was summoned by Cutadeus, and I am the intruder. I am the intruder that became the foreign god's apostle.
Why, you must be wondering, Sherlock Holmes became a foreign god's apostle, you might ask. Well, you see, he had to answer the call and obey the apostle. I've came to answer this mystery questions, and on top of it, I've arrived to solve this incident true masterminding case once and for all. Welcome back, detective. So the time has finally come to talk about it, correct, Holmes? That's right, Mr. My man Watson. Thanks for your wonderful reaction. So with that said, we don't have much time. So let's come to the conclusion in the analysis of why I am here. Once again, I'll repeat myself. Why did Sherlock Holmes obeyed Cutadeus in the first place? A detective that did not the great detective that did not succumb to the three great pleasures, but 支配欲にも権力にもなびくなかった探偵が他に従う理由は何か? He says, yeah, what is there more of a reason for a detective to follow this suit, right? Those who didn't want control or right or authority. If you were to pursue this answer a little bit more further, the answer is quite obvious. Sherlock Holmes is the one who shows things, put things into light. The pursuer of truth.
A man who's offered his soul to unbind the riddle and the unknown. And if that's the case, 彼が従うのはただ一つ。すべての現象を解き明かすある断りだ。It says that is, yeah. Then if that's the case, there's only one thing that he would follow. He would follow the phenomenon of unrevealing a certain logic. 明かすものとしてその理を持つ者には逆らえない。逆らってはいけない。Because as the one who's abiding and pursuing the truth, those who have logic in the world's law, you cannot abide or you cannot resist to it. You shouldn't resist to it whatsoever. After all, it would spit and be humiliating to the soul or his own life that he's lived up till now. So what is this logic? What is this law that that I keep saying? What I would say is nothing more than analysis, unveiling.
自分を読み出した者はこの世界すべての現象を解き明かすもの。そう認識したショーラック・ホームズは召喚者からの任務を受けたが、当然その任務のおかしさにも気づいている。
So essentially, it's Maris, right? AKA the analysis, the truth, the logical conclusion, the answer, right? The one who would summon, right? The one who would summon would be the one that would unveil the phenomena of the entire world. That is what Sherlock Holmes perceived and got the commission from the summoner. However, at the same time, Sherlock Holmes already knew that its commission was strange from the get-go. Because even though it states that it is protecting, it states in order to protect human history. Even though it's spouting that it was going to protect human history, in actuality, it was lightly staring at the human history. It says the detective started to doubt the detective started to doubt the commissioner, and started to doubt himself that was summoned, and he was almost reached to the conclusion of that answer, and came to the entire conclusion that could have been ending badly. So that is why he halted his analysis and his hypothesis. Because after all, the commissioner, if Sherlock Holmes was to truly figure out the foreign planet's true mastermind in its existence, the detective knew that it would be erased on the spot. And so therefore the detective, utilizing the calculation functionality of Torai Hermes, and sealed his own memories. And just like the commissioner asked, right, the Iraini, right, the person who asked the task, aka Cardes Maris, a foolish Sherlock Holmes became Cardes' member. It says, sealing his memory at the depths of depths, knowing that this information and this memory, it will be a weapon to fight against the foreign god. It says, yeah, it would, ことが武器になる. It says, yeah, being the foreign god's apostle would be a weapon later on. Yeah, while inscribed, that's, okay. まあ、そんな無茶をしたせいでクラスが変化したがね。一番大切な秘密は隠し通せたわけだ. So essentially, TLDR, Sherlock Holmes got summoned by, quote unquote, Marisu, right? The, Marisu, aka the fucking, you know, the root. Not the root, excuse me. Marisu, right? It got summoned by Marisu, and because Replica, right? Replica root. Not Replica root, excuse me. The priestess, yeah, the priestess. So the priestess, right? The Marisu summoned Sherlock Holmes first. And the problem is, Sherlock Holmes sussed Maris right off the bat, right? So his task, he was kind of sus about his task. And when he came to the logical conclusion, he stopped thinking. He said, I need to stop thinking and I need to seal myself in order to use this logic against the foreigner god, aka Marisu, later on in life, right? And because I pulled some fuck shit, right? AKA Holmes specifically says, because I pulled something crazy, my class changed from a caster to a ruler, if not alter ego, right? It just means that I was able to protect a very valuable secret to the very end. George の手で消したことも計算内のうちでしたかですが、それが何か It says, you've calculated the fact that you will be defeated by the hands of a professor. Even if that's the case, what about it? Do you really think a single servant arriving to your rescue, do you think this situation can change whatsoever? Of course it can. Now the situation has changed to 50-50, that's all. I know I've caused quite the trouble to the Carudeas folks, but because of this, I was able to become a droplet of turning this entire table around. I would sincerely ask gentlemenly to admit your defeat very elegantly. However, I sincerely apologize. It does not seem you have such capabilities or functionalities. What source do you have? You all do not have any power to make me stop functioning. Sherlock Holmes should have had his class changed to a pretender instead of a ruler. So in technicality, cool. After this, we can get a Sherlock pretender because he was able to fool us as a ruler. Therefore, he pretended to be a ruler. And the reason why he became a ruler is because he decided to play a very important role for us. And because he wanted to save us, but also at the same time did not interfere, he became a ruler. Right? He became a ruler for that factor. 雲が一日で地球を調子のこれというのはその可能性はみんなです。It would be impossible like a moth. It would be very impossible like a moth trying to stomp Earth in one single day. Or lead Earth to its destruction. In that possibility, it would be impossible to create such juncture. How strange. It seems that even a foreign planet of sorts, you do not realize that everything has flipped the script Everything else got flipped the script, but do you not still understand that circumstance? So yeah, Mari's just talking about, this is not a butterfly effect, right? It says a single butterfly would cause the earth of single destruction in a single day, aka a moth. It's best if we explain it like a moth, right? A single moth could not cause the earth of destruction in a single day. That's impossible for you all to accomplish. And then Holmes is like, oh, you must be, yeah, even though you're a foreign planet, you must be tripping. Everything is starting to turn back towards you, but you still don't understand it, do you? Understand that if one thing change, everything can change. If you can summon once, you can summon them all. Isn't that the functionality that you have? Yeah, isn't that the functionality you have, my dear? That your cosmos. それが君の宇宙の、いや、君が持っていた権利だ。So isn't that your universe? No, that is the authority that has been bestowed upon you, my dear. Isn't that correct? Quote unquote, Persuado replica Earth model Carudeus. Ooh, now we get to hear the second Carudeus. No, I suppose I should properly name you. You are the second Carudeus that was made after the very first one. The Persuado Cosmos model, right? The quote-unquote, the simulated Cosmos model, Maris Carudeus. Oh, yeah, so, yeah, spoiler alert. She is the replica of the root. You are the quote-unquote a replica of the swirl of root that Modest Betty has constructed. That is your true nature. That is your real being. That's right, chat. Maris Atmosphere is a replica root. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy, chat? We cooking so hot, mate. It's Timu root. That's right. It is Timu root, Dio. Chapter 6. Finally, I get to participate in the raid soon. I thought she was a replica of Elia or Gaia. No, it's much more logical for it to be the root. It is a artificial root. Because remember, every world, right? Every planet has a root. So if you're going to fuck with the universe, you're gonna have to fuck with the root. So you're gonna have to replace the root as well as the cosmos. So if you can replace the root, you can replace a cosmos. If you can replace the world, you can replace a cosmos. If you can replace the cosmos, you can replace the root. Right? Define root. Oh my god. God. Defining root, Dio. Well, my good friend. Root is when a father loot and a mother loot love each other so much they decided to sorry. So the swirl of root, okay? It is known as the Akashic record, okay? It's the vortex radius. I think that's what it's translated as. It's a location that exists on top of every single dimension, right? It is a source of all things that happen. It is a outside world that is not the same as the earth and the reverse side of the world. The root exists outside of the concept of time itself, and I believe it has every single information of every single event from past to future, everything. It's place where technically all the soul resides. I think that's where the throne of hero is. I remember, like, I think that shit was originated there. right? K and K, I think, call the root emptiness, right? I believe. We called it void, right? Emptiness. There is a corresponding difference between emptiness, void, and imaginary realm. But essentially, the root, right, is something that every mage, right, Maggie and Magus wants to reach. Okay? What the fuck was the there's an order of operation. The first magic and the fifth magic was the reason was able to be utilized because the root was there. The second, third, and fourth magic was able to be it's supposed to be I think it's supposed to be a stepping stone towards the root. Some shit like that. It's a K and K thing. It's a Mahoyo thing. It's a Tight Moon / Fate Stay lore thing. Okay, well, Fate lore thing. Just understand that the root, right, is very important. Root is kind of like Akashic Records, and Akashic Record is like, it's like heaven to a lot of people, but it's not really heaven. Right? It's essentially root is everything, right? It's essentially those who reach the root practically gained everything. They kind of like stay in the root, or they never really last in the real world just because the root's so powerful. Time for a whole new video, just the root. That's true. Root is the DNA of everything. I think that's a really good reference. Yeah. The root is DNA, right? The root is everything stored in a dimension beyond comprehension. But other than that, make sure you guys hit like, comment, and subscribe. And we are about to hit the raid, baby. The final heavens meteor shower is coming hot. I'll see you in the next one. ETFN, ta-ta for now. All right, let me take a drink real quick. The source of all things in Nasuverse? That is correct. Source of all things. Is it the group? That is the group. Is that why people saying reaching the root is crazy? Isn't that why Musashi getting there was crazy? That is correct. Musashi reaching the root was fucking wildfire. Like, you know how we're getting crushed because individual particles that we're getting hit is like information overload? Just times that by jillion, right? That's kind of what a root is. And in a weird way, like the sheer fact that we were getting crushed by the sea of information, you could have early predicted that we were in the swirl of root getting crushed by a Pseudo simulated replica of root. When did Musashi reach the root? 5.2. Essentially, when she was able to touch chaos, she technically reached the root. It's the entire reason the 5 Holy Grail Wars of FNM timeline happened. Yep, that's true. That is true. Everybody wanted to reach the root. And third magic was low-key the easiest way. So, yeah, the replication was there until Angra Manu intervened simultaneously. Human beings being human beings. On top of it all, the diversion point also is in Fate. I think it's the war before Fate Zero, right? Because I think Apocrypha, instead of Avenger, a ruler came in. Yeah, Fate Stay timeline is Avenger intervention. Apocrypha timeline is a ruler intervention. People reaching the root but can't come back Because it's perfect place and there's no point in going back after reaching it, therefore you ended up unable to do anything with it. Pretty much. Did all the LBs foreshadow the ending in some way? No. But LB6 definitely kind of told you that the situation of what Olga Murray was going through. If you could pick the pieces, right? If you could pick the pieces, that's what Olga Murray was going through in LB6. Well, not LB6, but in, you know, in Karudeas this entire time for about 100 years. LB1 was practically a land of steel. LB2 was human preservation and sacrifice. Every Lost Belt is a bad ending that's been calculated. But also understand that every Lost Belt was supposed to be a sacrificial lamb for the cosmos to exist. So they could store the cosmos in the Lost Belt and create it as a fuel source to create the concept that the cosmos is within Karudeas, and outside of Karudeas, it's a universe. So it's complicated shit. I ain't gonna talk all about that again. I was just reading Nemo Mars' story, and it was like, wait, there's some stuff here. It's cooking. That's right. I have the death of type servants is another way of seeing foreshadowing. Have death type servants is another way. Yeah, that's true. All right, here we go. Welcome, chapter 6. I'm late to the raid, but here I am. 10 hours later, here I am. Here we go. It's battle time, Dio. On my way. The final heavenly star shower. Raining meteors, baby. We're gonna be fucking him. So, the swirl, the root? Huh? The swirl of the root? Isn't that like the third magics? Yes. I believe that's the location where everything has started. A location where every incident occurred. Both past, present, and future. All the results accumulated into one location. A swirl of a location where the gods reside. I believe some would call it an Akashic record. I believe mage. No. A final destination for all the mage world's destination. They say that those who would reach the swirl of the root would understand the entire circumstances of this entire world, and they would understand the mystics that doesn't exist in their dimension, or repair the magic, and they would become a witch, if not a magic user of sort. But I believe from the record that I've known so far, there's only 6 people that was able to accomplish to reach the swirl of root. And even those 6 people, it was only been it has been data excuse me. Even out of the 6 of them, all they did was touch the swirl root. You were able to replicate? Mass produce? Yeah, you were able to replicate. Mash was making the what the Sigma face. She's like, what the Sigma? It's a nutty. You were able to simulate the swirl of root? Replicate?
It's crazy, Dio. By the way, this fucking OST is. ア平行世界すら挑めた全ての現象を収めたブランクを分子して抽出することには理論抜こ不可能です。See, you say it's impossible, Mash, but it is possible if the swirl of root is hollowed out. Then it's fucking dumb. So yeah, even so Mash is specifically saying the emptiness, right? The blank, the emptiness that stores every single thing from parallel dimensions and worlds and universe, the location that swirls the concept of everything, to physically manifestate and obtain it to their own is logically impossible. After all, there is no catalyst that can store such information limitation amount. And even if there is, in order to construct such concept, it would cost an amount of lifetime called infinity, right? By the time it's being constructed, it's almost guaranteed that our cosmos, aka universe, or our space, will be frozen cold. I'm not saying just for humanity, but I am saying that the intelligence life forms, celestials, aka other planets of all type, and その通り、根源の渦を制作するということは、宇宙をもう一つ作るということにふさわしい。だがそれは公式を一から組み上げた場合の話だ。ただコピーするだけ、今存在する根源の渦を詠唱したものになる場所に。So yeah, it's essentially, yeah, so Holmes is saying that, yeah, this is just a, you know, it's just a replica, right? It's a replica, it's a copy, it's a hollowed out copy on top of that, of the root. So it's not perfect, but it acts itself as perfect. So that's quite correct. If you were to construct the swirl of root from the very get-go, it's almost as if you're trying to create another cosmos, aka another universe on top of it. But that is if you are constructing it from the very foundation and up. Just copying, right? Just by copying, aka replica, it would project the current swirl of root and project it in a place that is unknown or foreign. それなら根源の渦をもう一つ用意できる。So that, if you can, yeah, copy and replicate and project one in a quote unquote another area, aka Marasu, right? Then you'll be able to prepare the swirl of root, no problem, correct? いや、言うのは簡単だけど、宇宙のコピーなんてどうやって？ It's just, I know you said it so easily, but how could you copy a space? How could you copy a cosmos? 君たちはすでに成功例を知っているよ、アルデアス。あれは地球のコピーではなかったかな。So it says you've already seen a successful example at the face value, and that is Cardaeus. Didn't you think for a long time that that was the carbon copy, or if not a replica copy of Earth itself? Everything all started out, right? Everything all started out. a common sense of humanity. Human Foundation Order. Human Foundation rank. Proper human history. So it says, yeah, it all have started when the quote-unquote simulated model, right, the replica simulated model of Earth, its construction all came into fruition, aka when when our Caudadeus was born, this entire sequence started. It says Madusbedi spent his entire fortune, created an oil rig underwater. By utilizing the underwater oil rig, constructed his disguised his workshop, right? Disguised his workshop. He investigated the inner core of the Earth itself. The hypothetical theory that the Earth have a soul as its basis. He attempted 128 Master's soul and tried to connect it to Earth. By the way, Seraphix reference right there, right? CCC reference. So CCC is canon. Its wavelength and its activation, and the functionality of observation of Saintcraft movements and whatsoever, he was able to come to a confirmation that Earth truly exists a certain soul. To be perfectly honest with you, this should only be a step one in the research process. 地球の魂の解体は人類にとっても未知の要求、何百年とかかかるプロジェクトだっただろう。だからマルスペリーにとってはここがゴールだった。理屈は分からなくとも使えるならそれがいい。So it says here, as a normal human being, to analyze the Earth's soul for a humanity would have been the realm of the future itself. It was a project that would create many years of effort. However, to Madusbedi, that concept was the goal itself. After all, his saying is, it doesn't matter how it functions, as long as it's usable, that's good enough for me. Oh my god. So therefore, the Earth's soul was constructed without understanding perfectly, and it was replicated, called the simulated Earth model Caudadeus was designed. Oh my god. Dude, this guy's a piece of shit beyond unbelievable. Oh my god. So he didn't know how this worked. He just kind of like winged everything, and it worked. Because it was a lost belt. And then on top of that, he stepped onto another realm. He came to the conclusion that if he was able to replicate, copy the Earth's soul, he wanted to do something outrageous even more. He was wondering if he could copy, if not replicate, the swirl of root. Animesphere の魔術師の奥義は相関ではない。Animesphere's secret magic technique was not transfer. 彼らは天体図を完成させる使徒である魔術師に命じられた一族だ。It says they were essentially one of the the Maggie family as an ancestor to complete the celestial map
to perfection. Oh my god, he fucking he literally half-assed his job and said it was completed. So therefore, its specialty was observation and construction.ただそこにある運動をキーキリが獲得することに2000年を潰したそう。It says, yeah, it was the Solomon King's, daily task that crushed 2,000 years, that cultivated for 2,000 years. ただそこにある運動系を走行にし書き写すことに。So yeah, it's essentially his observation and record, right? So essentially Holmes is saying Atmosphere's job was to just sit and watch. It's essentially he was supposed to observe and record. And that's it. It was exactly what 2,000 years of Solomon King did, right? That he was supposed to witness and record and write it on paper, if not database. 観測と設計なら確かに複造が最後に来る。So it says, yeah, observe, record, and replicate. And I suppose replicate becomes the last circumstance. そう、中身を一つから作る必要はない。ただそこにあるものを使えとしてればいい。That's right. So he came up with the conclusion of there's no reason for me to create anything from the ground up. Just use what there it is and copy it. That's all. He created an automatic vending machine that gives you juice when you press a button. It's almost as the same concept as a copy-paste art. Essentially AI art, right? AI copy-paste art. That looks exactly the same as the real thing. Wait, then there's no meaning at all then. The reason why all the Maggies and the mages would try to reach the swirl of the root is to touch the ultimate supreme knowledge and intellect, and to solve the mystery and solve the truth and understand everything. And その仕組みを知ろうとすることに、そこにたどり着くことの光景が重要なのではないのですか? It says, yeah, the entire concept and the entire workaround, the entire building blocks to try to understand up to that moment. Isn't it the experience of all the way to that very moment not important to the cause of this circumstances? Quite indeed. If you're a normal mage, and a scholar, that is. However, that was completely different of Atmosphere. Atmosphere never came to the conclusion that the inside was the important part. If he could come to the conclusion of shortcutting things, he thought to himself that the past, or if not what's inside, was irrelevant and unneeded. So therefore, he was only looking for results. He was looking for answers. He was only looking for statistics. And then he believed that that was the most righteous and the correct thing for the entire universe. And in the end, his final answer was the replicated simulated universe model Maris Cardias. It does not need the past nor the present.
using the functionality as the swirl of root. It is a universe that has no it's a swirl. It doesn't have a past or the present or need any of them whatsoever. It is practically a swirl of root functionality implemented, reconstructed, a universe that has no inside.全ての結果は出せるがゆえに、それがどのような形態で何じたものなのか知ることもない解析装置。So it says it can give out every single answer, but simultaneously, no matter what it may be, it doesn't know how things came to about or would never want to know. It is an analytical device. In order to prove itself, it would create many different galaxies and utilize their history without even knowing them. So, all the lost belts. Okay. 以上、この工作に得てマルスベリーに作られた講義であってながら、君はクラスを得たくした。And with all these workarounds, you were constructed by Marusberi, and with the completion of the construct, you were given a class. It's either a foreigner or a beast. AKA, you were given a class of a personification of a fraud, right? A fraud, a task of human preservation, a fake title. そは人間が生み出した人類を最も理解しながら軽んじた結末装置。It says you were created by humans. You understood human history so logically, yet you are a final device that easily give out. He made an AI root? Yes. She is B7. Yes. I knew you were a B7. You're a B7. One of the 7 humanities. She has the identity, right? She has the identity of analysis, right? The beast of analysis. Dun, 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 dun. She crazy. She cuckoo. She gonna get her ass beat. We got her. We got her, chat. We got her. She's been identified, therefore we can beat its ass, Dio. That's right. Chat, I hope you're ready for this. B7. Analysis. The beast of analysis. Still would. True. I still would tap that too. Don't get it twisted. I would fall for that beast anytime. Every beast is hot. It is what it is. The adult beast. Very hot. 黙って声を拾っていればビーストだとということはどうかね疑問時間。説明を早く。Yo, where's Beast 5, bro? Yo, Beast 5 kind of been chilling, okay? Kind of disappeared. Kind of incognito. You know, he's just munching on some chicken fried rye. Because it's Christmas, you know? It's Christmas! Give a Beast 5 some rest, okay? It's Christmas. Hey, 黙って声を拾っていればビーストだと? Hey, I picked up your voice. You're saying beast? What is the meaning of this? Explain to yourself, Holmes. I mean, a technical advisor. Explain yourself. Excuse me. Yep. Thrice Megis has confirmed it as well. It seems that Holmes' noble phantom was able to showcase its true Saintcraft nature. We currently don't know the Saintcraft output,
that's unmeasurable currently, but this pattern, we can't deny it. We're fighting, our enemy is Beast 7. And if that's the case, we probably have humanity to push us on the side, right, Captain? Get the imaginary drive, Torinton engine. 3, no, 4. Increase it as much as you can in its output. All the magical resources that we put in the imaginary world or the number realm, we're going to supply them all right here, right now. And we're going to buffer and strengthen the summoning system while we can. What? So you're doing the 4 engine plus the 2 imaginary engine plus 4 additionally? That's like 10 of them. Are you sure? Can we really push this far? Can this ship last this much? I'm pretty sure some sort of explosion would cause us to go to smithereen. I don't find Gatia attractive. Yo, you're just not looking at the good things about Gatia. That's about it, bro. Okay, you'll find love for him, intellectually or sexually or both. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure our luck is finally turning around. That's the reason why I said humanity's last push, or it's giving us a pushback too. Look, I study like a beast too, you know. Damn, hey, yo, that's a nice word to slide in. I'm an analysis beast myself. It says, don't worry. Me of all people are saying it. Just leave it to me. Be at ease. 入電なんか知らない通信がたくさん来てるよ It says, hey, reporting in. We've got reports, multiple communications. A lot of the lines, we're getting clogged up. They say the situation, we've figured it out. It says there are enemies that we will ally with. It says even though they're not agreeing with pan-human history, they're going to help out Karudea. Hey, who are these people? How do they know our channel so well? What's going on? Huh? That is my hypothesis and my speculation, my dear. What do you think of that so far? It says, it seems that, hello, new mastermind criminal. Now that your veil is unraveled once more, it seems that you've been quite quiet ever since I've been blabbering. You're quite correct. Because you're quite correct, there is no room for me to error or correct you of whatsoever. There's no reason for me to spout out any other nonsense. But, however, I sincerely would like to apologize. But what of it? Because my perfectness has been proved, what sort of change will it occur now? A perfectness, my dear. Now, you shouldn't bluff yourself so hard. We still have her, aka Protag, remaining, no? It says, now, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, witness the final act that's trying to truly hide its hide itself. That right there in front of you is the proof that she hasn't updated the universe. What you stare is the hope, the goddess of hope. That she has not truly overwritten or updated her universe, and we have not lost yet. That light. Wait, that's right. In the veil of light, there's few things. Aw, shit, Dio. There she is. In the replicated swirl of root. Lies, Mari, Orga Mari, Atmosphere. Director! Yes, it's Director Olga Murray. What is the meaning of this? So what? She's more than the part. あなたたちが返却を求めたパーツに過ぎません. It says that is the parts that you guys would have asked for retrieval if not returning, correct? I was giving you a special, treatment due to the fact that we are part of Karudea Comrades. But it seems that our conversation from here on out will be meaningless, and now I am cutting all communication. Yo, Marius is just an ultra gremlin. Olga is pretty funny. 直ちにセファルトを開放する。通戦の So it says, from here on out, I will be releasing the Tree of Emptiness Safard, right? Safard. And multiple new planet explosion will occur to erase you all. You will not be able to dodge any of this. You will not be able to dodge with your ship. It will be impossible. Goodbye. Huh? This is not a cosmic implosion? Fuck. What is the concept called again when a planet gets born? What's the explosion called? Cosmic explosion? I think it's cosmic explosion, right? Cosmic explosion in Japanese. Pretty sure that is what she is saying. 宇宙の爆発。超新爆殺。Right? 超新星爆発。Cosmic explosion. Yeah, it's written as cosmic explosion using the characteristics, sometimes translated literally. Yeah, it's supposed to be space bomb, right? Explosion of the universe / space, or aka supernova. That's what it is. There we go. That's the word. That's the scientific word I was looking for. That's correct. Is this not a supernova? No. I've seen this before. We've seen it in Britain before, chat. It's impossible. What is going on? The trees, they're starting to revolt. Impossible. Those are Lost Belt servants? Indeed. As you can see, Master Protag, just like Master Protag called upon me, who was on the side of Carudeus. They too, thinking and acknowledged that Karudea was their enemy. Those heroic spirit answered his call once more. This is practically a recreation of Temple of Time. Unfortunately, it seems that I cannot participate on this one as well. How shame. There's no meaning to this. This logic is impossible. A merely few servants? Situation will not change. No. Wait. In the first case, why are they attacking the Tree of Emptiness in the first place? Do they not understand that that is the anchor to their Lost Belt? Tree of Emptiness is the Lost Belt's anchor. It's almost as if they're denying their own world entirely. I do not understand this emotional value of feeling that's so weak and pathetic and ugly. Please explain. Protag, I demand an explanation as a representative. Please, tell me what's going on. 私と戦うといったあなたの非倫理的な選択と彼らの行動は類似しています。It says the illogical conclusion that you came up with that you are going to fight me. These action that they are currently performing is practically on the same species, if not the same route. なのであなた、so therefore, You must have an understanding. You must have an explanation. Why? Why am I currently being attacked by human histories that I'm supposed to be protecting? Why am I getting assaulted? I'm sorry to tell you. I'm pretty sure you'll understand them once you talk to them person to person. Sherlock Holmes, perhaps you can. I suppose I can only agree with Miss Protag. Aren't you supposed to be the beast of analysis? Are you not? Yet here you are trying to ask another person's answers, if not opinion. Ah, I see. From the bottom of the cosmos. This is tiresome. No matter how much we've walked forward, the stubbornness that never changes, no matter how much I've accomplished, these intelligence and knowledgeable beings that will never come to an ideal understanding. I understand it now. Because I've now understand the results, let us begin our battle. I've come to the conclusion that I don't need the inside of you all, but I've taken it back. I no longer need the outside tier either. The origin proving universe activating the 7 trees. Reactivating the celestial functionality that was frozen up till now. I will permit you to eradicate these invaders of small calibers as fast as you could. Hell yeah, baby! That means that the Lost Belt people have answered our call, Dio. Alright, if you guys enjoyed it, make sure you guys comment, like, and subscribe, because we're about to hit Arrow 2 in the next video. Peace. Alright, here we go, chat. Arrow 2, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and jump we go. I gotta get to the raids, baby. And I gotta do all the winning battle recordings, and that's gonna take another, like, 5 hours.やれやれ。なんとか接戦では勝利ができたな。少しは隙ができればいいのだが。My goodness. I suppose we could call it a victory at the Battle of the Tongues. I sincerely wished I was able to create an opportunity with this small victory. Mr. Holmes, what about your body? Are you okay? Yeah, you're like starting to become invisible or something. Are you good? Unfortunately, I won't be here for too long. After all, even if it was possible, it was a very forceful and reckless summoning. But then again, I was able to protect your guys' back at least one last time. And besides, there are more reliable people coming up ahead. You have no time. Now, tell us what you need. Maris Caradias. Do you have any plans or calculations to defeat that thing once and for all? Of course I do. Maris Caradias cannot be destroyed, because it's tethered to the universe itself. It's the concept that's been told. Didn't Miss Xion specifically state that herself? But that is because we did not know the true identity of our enemy. After all, if we can't figure out, there is no way to figure things out if we are facing and fighting an unknown. Maris Caradias was created inside. Maris Caradias was inside the replicated Earth's inner core, and it occurred and became the universe and cosmos itself, Lost Belt.
It's not something we need to defeat. It's something we need to put it back together. So you're saying that Marus Karadeus from the inside has cosmic, the tree of empty, a large tree of emptiness connecting itself and stabilizing its world, the hollow world, correct? So that means that we need to cut down the lost belts once more and make Marus Karadeus revert and recirculate, and then the planets, then the universe's skin will wither and rip to shreds. Didn't we tell you? It is a carbon copy, a replica of the swirl's root. And if that were to return, it would come back to a machine that has a real functional body. That is what I am thinking. 切除を切断する。でももしかして。So we have to cut down the tree of emptiness once again? But does that mean that these tree of emptiness is the... Yes. It's the original lost belts that you've been cutting all this time. The Orochi that constructed the lost belt of Russia. The sombrero that was constructed the lost belts of Europe. These individual lost belts has tethered itself into the universe, and its remnants still remain. Everything that you've witnessed and everything that you obtained, everything you've done in the lost belt, I believe, is stored in there. Understand, by getting rid of this lost belt once and for all, you are going to completely sever its lost belt and its existence. Understand that the severed lost belt will never come back or never to return. They will never be in your memories. 君たちの思い出すことはできなくなる。同時に彼らも君たちの前に現れることはなくなる。I'd say, yeah, they will never be in your memories, nor at the same time, they will never be able to show themselves in front of you ever again. Of course, that is me included. But that's... However, understand that they knew that circumstances all too well and still pick up their weapons and fought. They're picking up their weapons as we speak in order to stop this universe, in order to stop this space that Karadeus Maris is currently running, in order to cut down their own history, their own lost belt. That includes you all too as well, Protag and Mash. Understand that stopping Marus Karadeus means, well, you already know the rest. Indeed. Karudea, what happened in Karudea will disappear altogether, correct? Indeed. But I must confirm one last time. On top of everything you've heard before, will you still have the will to fight? Yes. We are going to restore proper human history. We're going to bring back the livelihood of those people who have disappeared. We've arrived and we've done up to this far. That's why we've severed so many lost belts in irregular locations. It's just now it's our turn. That's all. It's not about what's right or what's wrong. I can never come to the conclusion of such, however. I would like to reach to a goal of an objective. For those people who've wholeheartedly shared their chests to cheer us on, to go forward and beyond. Yeah, you're right, Mash. Elementary, my dear. Indeed, elementary. But then again,
The combat differences is definitely day and night. However, when it comes to battle differences, I sincerely think a difference is quietly made. It seems that while I was away, did you have a tragedy of sort of power-up of sort, my dear? Of course. Of course we have. If you see it, you'll be surprised. Isn't that right, Solomon King? Don't get too cocky. You're 1,000 years too early. Yeah, you're 1,000 years too early to getting high on your high horses. But however, that's fine. You continue with this ship and watch over these idiots, alright? I'll now be taking a separate motion. I'm now separating with you all. You've all now understand your criterias, do you? Mr. Solomon King? Why are you doing things alone? Do not worry about me. You all need to do what you must do and go to your own battlefield that is needed. I suppose before I go, didn't you say that this is a recreation? This is the animation of Temple of Time once more, Holmes? I definitely will value that word. Indeed, you're right. Wait, King Solomon! The person of Karadea. What? I've already told everything I need to tell you. What do you want from me? Thanks for coming with us all this time. Thanks for sticking by for all this time. He sure made a face that says, the promise is a promise, is up to this point. I'm dying to understand how you were able to gain the collaboration of this man of the experienced caliber. I'm piqued with curiosity. I would like to hear it one day, you know. But we must do our own jobs. Let us all return to the command room once more. Mr. Gordoff, the amazing technical advisory, Captain Nemo. I would like to see everybody inside the ship's staff one last time as well. Yes, everybody's feeling's the same. Unfortunately, we won't be able to use number 1 hatch route, so we have to go to the ship's rear and just wait a minute, okay? I know this is an emergency situation, but this is on top of an emergency situation. Understand that there's going to be a galactic class of heat detected all around us. It's Maris Karadeus. It's attacking us as we speak. It's about 5-7. No, a plasma ball on top of Gaetia's light band attack is going to hit us hard. If you stay there, even if Mash's shield were to protect you, you're going to be evaporated. Hurry up and get into the border as fast as you can. I don't care if you needed to break the hatch. Do what you must. Get back in here. Master, we're going to be destroying the Katabarto's interior motives and forcefully directing ourselves inside. Right this way. Huh? Huh? You know who's standing in front of it, baby. You know who's standing in front of it. Dots. Senpai? No. I'm alright, Mash. I think I'm gonna stay right here. Senpai, why are you looking up in the sky? What's up there? That light, that's right, Mash.
heroic spirit Sherlock Holmes was able to analyze the fog of unknown that was supposed to utilize as a mist. Simultaneously, due to the Lost Belt servants' periodic revolts, 7 cosmic pillar has been damaged. A situation of unpredictable sort. However, it is nothing more than a minuscule mistake at best. After all, you'll not be able to summon proper human history servants. And the fog of uncertainty has not unveiled. So therefore, the replica the cosmic replica is still under my control and it's my playing field. There is nothing, not a single thing that is currently scaring or threatening my danger. And so, on top of that, I will announce my perfection and perfect victory. Oh shit. Watch out, boys. We're about to get booty blasted. We're creating a supernova inside of the cosmic pillars, aka Tree of Emptiness, and utilizing its energy and firing it straight to the storm border. It's going to be a planetary level attack of all sides. There will be no way for them to defend this any way, anyhow. Oh my god, we're about to get blessed, chat. Lock in. We about to get blessed up. So 7 lost belts, 7 laser beams. Goodbye, Gnome Cardea. お互い理解に至らなかったことは極まった遺憾. It says it was quite revolting, uncomfortable that we were not able to come to a logical conclusion of ideology of to get. 誕生の時にたり、そうはすべてをです。管理の時来たり、そうはすべての始まりのもの。Damn, yo, Gotea about to. Damn, he about to arse Nova? He about to arse Nova, Dio? Hold up. My boy cooking. He about to cook. Cook, Dio, cook-a-doo. Yo, that's crazy. All right, ready? This is gonna be lit. Lock in. The big boom? Oh, even better, bro. When the birth timing has arrived, I am the one who sorted it all. When the time of grand have arrived, I am the one who begins them all. Impossible. 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 Truly impossible. There is a limitation of ununderstandable logic. You've lost your authority as a beast. Your proper Saint Graph is supposed to be merely a 71, 1 out of 72 in its original contact. You're merely a physical, you're merely a piece of a dead beast 1. Why? How?
How is it possible that you'll be able to functionally do this? Now is the time, my king. I will be returning your... now is the time, my king. My king, my king. I will be returning what you have desired, and I will be sending everything into all. Human was something that was too far beyond my reach. After all, the functionality of the beast should be resided in the into the realm of the void. Damn. カルデアの攻撃が始まる前に持ち得る最大の火力でこれを殲滅。Before the Caldea can even strike, you would utilize your entire firepower and use it to render Caldea and stop it from moving. A tactic of a coward is so easily to read, and because it was so simple, I was going to use it. You see, I'm very good at bending light. Well, it will be impossible to defend it entirely, but perhaps it's easy to collect it all at once in my hand. Oh shit, Dio. 自ら犠牲にしてストーンボーダーを守った。いえ、違う。この習慣、完食記録はIt says no. So you've sacrificed yourself to protect the storm border. No. Just dimensional incineration. It's magical technique. It's schematics. This is the exact same replica of incantation that was utilized by the King Solomon's first noble phantasm at Temple of Time. Stop that. 一根行為です。行為の上のない暴力です。It says that is illogical. That is a unreasonable usage of authority. That is a violence on top of anything else. You are impeding. You are cheating. I do not have any realization or understanding of a logical conclusion of what you are trying to do. You are trying to get in my way. Full of contradiction. 余順に満ちた醜く悪く極まる妨害です。This is an interference beyond uncomprehension, such ugly and vile, and filled with contradiction. We are the same beast type. Why are you doing something so much for the sake of humanity? Seems that your truth spilled out finally, Beast 7. Understand that the words you just spewed, you've lost your authority and the title and the functionality of human preservation. But then again, that stake will be handled by them. I will do my own job, right here, right now. This land, this place is completely different from the Lost Belt. Currently, the functionality of restoring human history is since the correction of human history is at work still, all the pan-human history heroic spirits record also resides within here. So, answer me this question. Why is the pan-human history
unsummonable at this very moment. That is because you've utilized a authority that you've analyzed and utilizing it as we speak. Beast 1. Gaetia's... Beast 1. Gaetia's specialty. The Nega summon that does not authorize the summoning of heroic spirits. Well, Gaetia is Solomon King's shadow. And that strength was something that Solomon King stole. Gaetia is a Solomon King's shadow. And that strength is a effort that he stole from King Solomon. In the end, Nega Summon was technically King Solomon's functionality as well. Then if that's the case, you're wrong. You're wrong. What you're about to do, your option, your selection, is all wrong. I know what I'm about to do is wrong. That's why I'm standing here right now, as King Solomon, standing in front of you. So I would say this once more. When it comes to life and death, there's always a victor in histories when it has to competition. What it means to be alive, when it means to be his presence, is to select the correct. 正しい栄養に勝者の道. Oh my god. You know what? I have to. Dude. I'm gonna do it bar for what bar for bar. I'm gonna do it, Dayo. There we go. It's time, Dayo. All living beings inevitably compete. History is replaced with the losers and winners. Our presence determined by history's victors, choices made correctly, leading to the proper prosperity in due course. This is called proper human history. And behold, what the malice of history of losers wrought out.これを人類はポンロクシーと定め、誤った領地をロストベルトと定めた。And then humanity created the human historical wrongdoing, deem unnecessary history as lost melt. But don't be afraid. It's a voluntary culling of the weak, rather than a natural phenomenon. There's no need for lamentation. No need to play the victim. If the humanity's answer was voluntarily culling of the weak, rather than the natural selection, well, that just means it's your turn to do the culling. My name is Solomon. The possessor of an eye that sees the past and the future. And I had foresaw this end. And I am the one who oversees humanity's final battle from the other side. Mohaya tadashii kotae wa nai. Jinri o mamoru eirei wa nai. There's no longer a correct answer. There's no longer a heroic spirit that can protect humanity. You can even say no one... there is no heroic spirit to protect humanity. You will not have a single ally. After all, you are the evil in this land. However, in the battle for survival itself, neither good nor evil, if you insist on not giving up, just like the same time, just like before, even with everything turned against and nothingness, if you still insist that you wish to exist, shout to the heavens like a fool, why don't you? Even after you have piled sins upon sins and burdens upon burden, declare that the battle for hope for humanity has just begun! Goodbye, Romani Akim. Lefgatia. Nice, they left it with Lefgatia. Very good, very good. Arusu Nova. The time has come, and I will return it to the world. Lord, please pity upon this beast. Ow! He gave up. Oh, man, so good for us, crazy! Oh my god! So good! Goodbye, Gatia. Goodbye, Solomon King. Oh my god! The servants answer the call! There they are! Everybody's here! Holy shit! Proper human history servants coming? Not everybody is proper human history. But yes, that light. That must be the proper human history servants. So by the way, 2003 memorial promotional video, you remember that? Remember how everybody raised their hand like the star, like a cosmos, like the fucking shooting star? That is 100% callback. That light. They must be these servants. Indeed. I suppose this is nothing more than a miracle. Masani. そのようだね。 It's almost as if a miracle. Some would say it's a natural return to their own homes.
The Christmas miracle? True!
すべては君たちの選択が呼び寄せられた光景だ。なのでしっかり見たおきたまえ。These are all the decisions of the conclusions. These are the sceneries that you were able to catch all. So make sure you stand by and stare and witness their greatness. This is the final destination of the stargazers. Witness all the shooting stars that shines into this void, this hollowed world, in this hollow world.
What happened? So Beast 7 was utilizing the functionality of Beast 1. So by giving back Beast 1, essentially he autos Nova the ability to negative summon, right? The Nega Summon, which is the negative summoning sequence that Gotea had. Essentially, Gotea returned to the void, which means Gotea sacrificed himself to cancel, aka turn off, the negative summoning sequence that the root was activating because it understood and analyzed its functionality. But if the administrator of that functionality, aka Gatia, aka Lev, aka Acting Solomon, right? Utilizing Solomon's first noble phantasm, aka picking up the single ring and putting it back, it returns him back to where it comes from, which is the void, which is nobody, which is nowhere, right? Just like Solomon, just like Gotea. So Gotea returned the functionality of negative summon, nega summon to Solomon King, right? Saying that please have pity on this beast. So in actuality, he unbeast himself in the very end to give us a fighting chance, allowing us to summon proper human history servants from all the way back, baby, to booty blast this Beast 7, the Beast of Analysis, one last time. Then let us all return to the command room. I know looking cool is all, but it will get a little dangerous from here on out. So, by the way, the Gotea, aka King Solomon's voice line, was bar for bar, by the way. Bar for bar, okay? If you go back to Fate Grand Order, Cosmos and the Lost Belts, Aniplex, American trailer, that translation is bar to bar. Because that is what he says in the very beginning of the trailer, coming back to this very moment because he has foreseen the future. It's so good. And on top of that, the shooting stars are the 2000, is it 2000? Yeah, it's been 2023. Holy shit. 2023 Star, right? The show where Mash was flipping a book. It was about history. It was the beautiful memorial PV, right? That like everybody reaching for that star. That was us. It says, nope. I think I'll stay right here. No. I would like to stay here. I want to be here. May I ask the reason why? Well, if I don't stand here, I can't fight with everyone. And it's just a feeling, that's all. Oh. Miss Kirillite, perhaps you also are of the same opinion as Protag? Are we getting some sort of Kingdom Heart mechanic where both Heartless and Nobody of Solomon both gone now? That is correct. Very similar concept, right? The Heartless and the Nobody of Solomon is now both gone. Because in technicality,
In technicality, Romani and Lev were the two sides of the same coin. Romani left completely, which means the quote-unquote King Solomon side left. But Gaetia still lived on, right? And Gaetia foresaw the future up to this point, and so therefore he did his job. And now he Ars Nova'd, so now Solomon is back to whole again. He is a single coin that technically does not exist. So he's done. We can still remember him, but he is done. Solomon is done. That's also including Gaetia, because Gaetia was technically Solomon's shadow that that kind of did a lot of things behind his shadow. And technically, Gaetia is the 72 demonic pillars, which is technically a large-scale mystic code that whatchamacallit, mystic code / mystic gear that Solomon utilizes. So they're both of the same coin. そうなるとここもここと私も心離せない空気になる。As if that's the case, you're creating an atmosphere that I will not be able to separate myself from this space either. But do not worry. Please leave the protection guarding duty to me. I'll probably even able to deflect a meteor at this rate. I see. Then I'll take up your word. I'll take on your word for it. To be perfectly honest with you, the less movement I can create, it will be quite helpful. Oh, yes. I suppose if I want to create a defensive line or our usual defensive posture, my memory serves correctly. Ah, yes, there it is. Here is the quote-unquote construction workers' rope, aka lifeline, right? When working outside, it's essentially a tethered rope, right? For tether rope. It's a lifeline. It's just essentially a rope to tie us to MASH and the ship. So make sure you equip this just in case, okay, Protag? Now, can you hear me loud and clear, Mr. Gordoff? Of course. Connection is stabilizing and I'm feeling great. You handsome bastard. I didn't give you a permission to take you a long paid vacation. But it seems like you finally got back to work, didn't you? Nah. I'll just let you off the hook with a little bit of less wager for a moment. It was a very good argument. It definitely swept up my heart and let me at ease. Thank you. However, we don't have enough time to be celebrating your return once more. You already know the situation and we understand it as well. He took a pay cut, that's correct. Technical advisor, you're up. Oh, Holmes, how you been? As you can see, we're all fired up and ready to go. We've got all the preparation ready to combat. In the end, it's all up to you guys. Are you ready? What should we do? Should I be the one asking for a final confirmation from Protag, or will you be the one doing it? Thank you, Da Vinci. If you're offering, I would love to lead that role. Protag, MASH, every single staff member that resides in the Storm Border. Understand that currently we are fighting a lost belt and collaboration with proper human history. These two strength of irregularities are collaborating in a miraculous sight. We are trying to return our future. They are trying to return their past. Understand that in actuality, no matter what happens here, if victory were to be achieved, we won't able to look back. Understand that we are a place to go home, Karudea. No. The comrades in arms and friends and the entire journey that we've suffered through, all through at the end. We will be saying goodbye to individual one of us, neighbors and loved ones, close friends and comrades in arms. The Lost Belts, Lost Belts heroic servants will be pruning the history once more, and they'll be able to put the sleep that they were once tortured in agony to rest. To be honest, I did tell that the battlefield situation is 50-50, but in actuality, it's only still 70-30. A hardship battle is up ahead, and we don't have to imagine about that. So, on top of it all, have we all changed our mind? Are decisions still set? Understand that if we are going to end this grand order with our own hands, with our own volition. Understood. Good. Then starting now, we will be eradicating. We will be assaulting the Beast 4 and hunting it once and again. The enemy is Maris Karudeas. Once this is finished, once this is finished, the update of the universe will be nullified once more. We have little time left. Do your very strong efforts to sever the 7 Lost Belt once more. Gentlemen, it's time to work. Finally, it's raid time. I still gotta go all the way around the fucking pillar dial. Lost Belt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. God damn, y'all killed it so fast, Dio. What the Sigma? At least there's a couple left for me. Feels good. We have to defeat the Lost Belts. Understand, by severing these Lost Belts, the other Lost Belts will get weakened. Bond, Ran, all ready to go, Dio. Mash's Noble Phantasm level up. Nash is, ooh, she's temporarily MP5? Hey, let's go, Dio. That's very good. Anything else? Okay, good. Ooh. By the way, it's been they are being auto-killed. It's actually been 3.5 days. Oh, I know, my friend. I've seen the very beginning of this fucking raid. Damn, dude, the fucking number counter is crazy. So, I'm gonna end this recording, and I'm gonna have a separate recording of all the Lost Belts, okay? So make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and as always, TTFN, ta-ta for now. All right, let me take a quick break, and then this will be my last video before we concentrate on the raid. Oh my god, it's been so long. Hurry up, dude, they're going up quick. True, we still got laser, we're good. Laser's still up. Damn, Mayo might just disappear. They were all started at 20 million. That would be impossible to farm. Dude, I sincerely wish that they regenerate. As a Christmas gift, they all should regenerate.
Catch LB3, bruh? It's okay. If I miss it, I miss it.
All right, here comes the last recording. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to hit like, comment, and subscribe. This is a long stream. It's been 10 plus hours. I'm a little tired, but we still cooking real nicely, so we're now back at the raid. We're going to be clicking all the raids, and we're going to be doing all the non-battles, and we're going to be recording the finishing tree battles tomorrow, okay? So make sure you guys don't forget, like, comment, and subscribe. First up, Lost Belt 1. Here we go. Orochi from Lertum. From Lertum. That's right. Here we go. We're fighting the first pillar, even though it's cooked. I would be surprised if enough Lost Belt tree shows up. I'm gonna tell you, in technicality, we can get 3 more Lost Belts, like as a surprise. Navigator, warning, warning, enemy detected, enemy detected. Multiple enemy reading has been cited. Analyzing within the inside functionality. Therefore, their existence, their mere motions. It cannot be registered as a hollowed out construction at this rate. Cosmic Pillar Orochi. Belt making the freezing end, right? Freezing end of strong eats the weak. Please utilizing the extinction. Please follow the extinction line cruelty in order to eradicate the enemy product. Oh, interesting. So essentially, the navigator is saying that internal conflict has occurred due to the fact that this cannot be constructed, or it can be essentially the Lost Belt's kind of bugging out. So in order to erase the bug, right, aka the Lost Belt servants and other things, this Lost Belt has to. This Lost Belt has to have a freeze end, which means that there's going to be, so it has to have a freezing ending, right? And strong eats the weak ending. And so in order for that quote-unquote dead timeline to continue, please follow its methodology and eradicate the enemies. Oh, interesting. After our own timeline is supposed to be a Lost Belt, we're Lost Belt 8, bro. Well, yeah, I mean, our timeline is Lost Belt 0. We are Lost Belt 0. So, technically, the Lost Belt is essentially Beast 7, right? Here we go! Hey, my boy Beowulf's coming back. Damn, that hurts. But I think I got something. Ah, really? Doesn't look like it took any damage at all, though. Ah, if I just beat the shit out of it 10,000 more times, it'll do something. After all, we got summoned to do exactly that, right? Otto! Take that! It seems that with just my bullets, I think there's gonna be some limitations. Well, Bale, I think I'll leave the hard-working thing to you. I think my gun's got limit. But, man, this might take a while. I think we're gonna die at this rate, right? Nah? What? Don't worry about it. We've got more reliable people than just me, you know. See? I suppose they are reliable, but weren't they our enemies before? Hello there. What might you be doing right here, I wonder? Who are you? I'm a goddess, you see. I'll repeat it again. What are you doing here? I was called. Called by who, I wonder? I don't know. But I see something that shouldn't exist. Something that needs to be destroyed, I think. But I don't know how to destroy this.
Oh, and if that's the case, I suppose I can lend you a hand. Now, Asterios, show this person how it needs to be done. I think we can make it.
So you're me on the other side.
See, it seemed that Asterios can do it. If you and he are the same thing, you should be able to pull it off, don't you? Uriel, have you forgotten that he needs probably one more thing as a requirement? If he's supposed to be another hero, a goddess's blessing is an order, is it not? I suppose so, me. Can I ask you to handle him then? Hey, double fluffy, double goddess! Let's go! Fine by me. So, my dear hero, what is your name, perhaps?
Minotauros.
I see. Then, dear Minotauro, I will give you my blessing.
Let's go! 2 fluffy boy and 2 goddesses.
You now become a hero. You're the one that's supposed to save the world. Do your best, okay?
Understood. Thank you. I see my possibility and what I can become. I know what's going to end. Even if I know it, I'll do it. I'll pull this off. Hey, let's go. Hi, boy.
That's right. We have to pull this off. Even if my heart has been etched with pain. That's, after all, it's to atone for my sins. You always think of difficult things, don't you? You're already a berserker. Why don't you fight to your heart's content like you're supposed to? Don't you have anger? Not to a specific servant or specific someone. You must have an anger. You're right. In that world, this Lost Belt, I really do hate it and do not like it. This rule of the strong eats the weak. This stupid rule etched into this belt. That weaklings can't live as weaklings, a world that cannot survive. I won't forgive it. That's the spirit? Then we're here to help you out. These silly trees is quite, yeah, it's quite fairy tale that these trees can talk and speak, but this tree of emptiness is not fairy tale like at all.
木の濡れた日の穏やかな光、影潜むのは生意気な毛虫。でもあなたほどの残酷、断層はない、綺麗な蝶々。空想獣という名のでありながら、 メルヘンをこれ以上いくら否定するあなた。
Damn, no, sorry, I'm kind of spitting right now.
It says, what resides a little tiny worm that hides between the shadows on a rainy day that raise a ray of warmth. But however, you are a beautiful butterfly that has no that has no cocoon that you leave behind. Even though you call yourself the tree of emptiness, you are the one that denies the existence of fairy tales, utmost impersonal. Unfortunately, it's time for you to disappear. All right, it's dismember time. Kaitai da. Jack, don't go too far up and forward. Nursery, can I ask you to follow up with her? Let's show this Lost Belt what we're all about. So the reason why they're here is because Proper Human History and Lost Belt History is here. And it's just the fact that Berserker Atarante has a mother-like figure to look after the children servants. And then they just happen to be there, right? So it's kind of low-key a continuation of Temple of Time, plus, you know, plus the Lost Belt 1 servants and Lost Belt 1 heroes. Bale, look, I knew it. Here they come. I see. I guess they did come after all, huh? I knew they were coming, but the problem relies in, is he gonna be our enemy or is he gonna be our ally? That's Opurichikiniki. Oh, look at that. They're heading towards the Tree of Emptiness. They're going for the Lost Belt. Oh, damn. Oh, dude, they're getting sacrificed. Yo, so understand, the more Opurichikiniki disappears, the more awakened Ivan becomes. So that the fact that Opurichikiniki is running towards suicide or destruction, the more chance that the Ivans awaken from his slumber. It's as, my goodness, look at them go. They're like quite the amount, isn't it? I suppose that's his army of sort, right? He was a commander that was leading all these people up till now. So what it is that the Lost Belt story portained and foretold, as long as the music was playing and as long as the existence of Opurichikiniki was aboard, Lord Ivan would be falling asleep, dreaming, right? Because essentially, Opurichikiniki is essentially the catalyst of his dreams, right? Because they do his bidding while he's asleep. So the more they disappear, the more chances that he would wake up from his slumber, and once everybody is gone, he will be awake. And he will be the one that would destroy the Lost Belt, or if not, he will be the one that would stand to the pinnacle to see the ideal Yagas, right? That was kind of the Lost Belt 1's thing. Hey, he's awoken! Let's go! You all must be proper humanity history servants. That's right. During the Russian times, we were your enemies, technically. I see. Fine by me, then. It seems that in order to cut this Lost Belt Orochi once and for all, my physical manifestation is revived once more. Follow me. I will permit it. Oh, so you're not on their side this time?
I kind of guessed it when Obriniki was kind of headbutting this thing, though, but what gives? Are you sure?
Gives what?
You do realize that you guys exist in this Lost Belt, and you guys are definitely a servant on the other side. On their side, technically. And if you, of all person, were to sever this Lost Belt, it means...
Indeed. Are you saying that am I denying this world?
Well, yeah.
Damn, Billy. Yeah, against an emperor, you're a little too harsh on the dude. You should keep it on the down low, buddy. Hey. You're quite correct on that statement, boy. But however, I have an anger that goes far beyond that circumstances. Because of this stupid pillar, because of its fault, my country, my emperor has... my empire had to walk the path of pain and suffering. In order to prevent this, my people, my citizens, came up with its conclusion to survive. And even this painful route that I was given at an end road that was already given, my beloved wife, my beloved wife, my comrades, my children, countless times of emperors' kids and citizens' children. I knew that it was for all for naught. And I knew that it was something that I needed to cut off and move on. But I've once given up hope, thinking that it was my destiny. But if this Lost Belt has a will and purposeful intention, then everything changes.
Understand that he thinks every single citizen's as his son, but he technically, historically had only one son. But he sees his entire people as his children. That's why I'm translating it like that.
Katsu wa kami de wa nai.
世は偉大な神に信仰するものではあるが、
It says that I am a true religious believer of the one true God. However, that, what I see in front of me, is no God.
You're quite right on that.
And therefore,
この中罰を下さぬ理由がない。世は怒りを言いて。It says, yeah,
then there must be justice to this unfairness, and I have no reason any further to explain. I am angered, and with this anger, I will cut this tree down.
Hey! I like this guy! Bale! I'm gonna follow him! Is that alright with you? My dear Lightning Emperor, from here on out, you're an outlaw. Let's do something bad together, shall we?
Sounds fine by me. From here on out, together as an outlaw, let us fight together. Now, charge with everything you've got.
Okay, well, it seems that I'm off then. You're gonna leave me here by myself? You're gonna, you do realize it's gonna cost quite a lot of time to take care of this place, right? Huh? Hey, all the Yagas are here!
The wolves? Wait, even the Yagas were summoned here?
Yo, can we see Patsy? Can we see Patsy? Yo, is Patsy gonna be here? Oh no, it's, oh, yeah, the embodiment of anger, the revenge of Yaga, summoned fucking
technicality, it's not Hedeshin Robo and it's not Hedeshin Robo or the Headless Horseman, right? It's all the anger of the Yaga summoned, right? All the anger of the Yaga and the Wolf summoned an Avenger that would take their place, which is them. This is different. I don't know who you are, but it seems you're our ally nonetheless. His name is Hedeshin Robo. He's a little bit gigantified than usual. The man who's riding it is a headless. The man who's riding it is a headless soldier. Ah, you must be Salieri, right? You must have been summoned by call, did you? Seems I have. After all, I had a connection with Lost Belt, Russia. After all, summoning me in this location is a completely out of ordinary. After all, I am an irregular. I didn't think that I would be resummoned into. I didn't think there would be an opportunity for me to be resummoned like this, but I was told by the Emperor I was told by the Emperor. Oh, is Anastasia here too? I was told by the Emperor to be its guide. So, Kote, it says the Emperor, the Emperor asked me to become his guide. Oh, I don't know what this one is. This could be Anastasia. This could be Salieri. I mean, this could be Lightning Thunder Ivan. Well, we have to finish this conversation to find out because the dot on the Emperor is very, very smooth. It says someone like me, someone of a human like me. It's someone like me that can't be left alone or kept. Must be kept in order. After all, hey, different Emperor. Hey, Constantinos. Okay, I see what you did there. I'm not that much of a big of a name, you know. Saて、君たちのあらゆる攻撃は私の鎧が防いでみるよ。Right, that's why he's gigantified, right? That's why the wolf, right? The wolf is gigantified. Right, even though technically the tie-in, right? The tie-in is avenging. The Yaga wants avenge, so Hedeshin Robo answer the call. Simultaneously, it seems that the Emperor, aka Constantinos, has asked Salieri to lead the way. Understand that any attack that goes against you all, my city, my capital, my armor will prevent it and defend it. I promise you. So do your very best to defeat this Lost Belt for me. I am a musician. Yeah, I am a very part of historical musician after all. No, I suppose it is because I am the musician. I will be utilizing my hatred of this world that threw away the concept of music and defeat this thing once and for all, looking just like what it wants. Let's do this. Oh, the Emperor of the Byzant ビザンツ国の帝よ、誰もまた世界に問うもんだな。Excuse me, give me a second. I have to pronounce this correctly because I like Ivan. He doesn't get a lot of screen time, but he litty. He a litty boy. Byzantine Empire sounds like better than Byzantium, to be perfectly honest. True. Ah, the Emperor. the Emperor of Tsar, the Emperor Tsar of the Empire Byzantium. You are also the one to fight against the world, I see. I too am become an outlaw and fighting this battle. Us emperors screaming to fight the world as an outlaw. What a wonderful what a wonderful sounding friend. But it is the emperor's duty to witness and take care of this cruel world fighting against something unfair. Indeed, you're right. We are indeed currently fighting against the world. And if that's the case, let us kill this world together for the sake of those livelihood that we've lost up till now. Sounds like a wonderful plan, Emperor. Then I too will be your rear and ordering things as needed and would be under my protection. I praise thee. I thank. What's wrong? Nah. To be perfectly honest with you, I sincerely thought I was going to erase myself, sacrifice myself in order to solve this problem, but I suppose I was way too prideful for my blunder, huh? It seems that every single one of us that gathered here is filled with anger, all of their own and justified so. We're finally coming in, chat. This is Protag, arriving at the severance point. Ah, Katadea's master finally arrived. It's been a while, y'all, since Russia lost belt, huh? This stupid fucking pillar. Let's take care of this with you and I, shall we? Can I count on you? Of course. Now, let us fight together like comrades in arms. I will be fighting for the sake of my own anger. However, I might ask, what is your reasoning for this battle? No matter what they may be, your emotion is just, and I will understand through. With your justice at heart together, you and I, let us sever this lost belt once and for all. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Yo, each individual chapter is gonna take 30 minutes, Dale. What the Sigma? What the Sigma, Dale? Hell no. Alright. I'm gonna have to do this video by video. Alright, make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. And as always, I'll see you in the next video. Peace. It's work though? True. You're not wrong. But holy shit. Ugh. I really do like the Minotauros getting blessed by Steno, while Uriel. So, unironically, we now have a Steno, Minotauros, Uriel, Asterios. They're two of the exact same kind, two of the exact different worlds, two heroes. Oh, that's cinema. Fucking cinema, dude. It is cinema. The fact that Steno blessed Minotaur to make him a hero. So for once, for a short time, he too can be offered as a hero to save the world. Right? A Minotaur saving the world. That's so cool. And Ivan, right? Emperor Ivan. Such a wasted opportunity, man.
he should have been in more singularities and more lost belts. What a wasted opportunity of a character. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't know that each individual introduction of a lost belt takes 5 million years, but it's worth it. So we're gonna be joining into Apocalyptic Sombrero. Make sure you guys hit like, comment, and subscribe. Tomorrow I probably won't be streaming because my throat will be cooked. And Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, Dio. Even though it's technically, you know, day after Christmas. That's right, bust out your Padoru. Warning, warning. Enemy readings have been detected. Internal functionality, therefore, its concept Sinchuan. The hollowed out pillar cannot acknowledge its existence. The Lost Belt Sombrero. Please, Lost Belt making. Endpoint. Post Ragnarok. And it's Sunder. The final extinction line that was supposed to be on regression. Follow it through and eradicate the enemy operatives immediately. So essentially, the first one was cold death. The second one was death by regression, right? Okay. Detected in front of us multiple Tree of Emptiness seeds. We're being halted at this very point. We won't able to get to the rendezvous point. Prepare for battle. We're pushing it through. Understood. Master your light. We'll be utilizing and going straight. Huh? Just hold on a minute, Master. It seems like one of the seedlings of the Tree of Emptiness is acting a little. What? Smile. Don't look away. Bite your teeth down. Beretta tilts its head. Huh? Miss Gerda. Mash? That's wrong. Huh? Lost Belt Sombrero. I don't know what you're trying to pull off, but I've seen this sequence during Shosetsu. So if you don't know, chat, this sequence 100% occurs during this sequence 100% occurs during the New Year in NA, during the collaboration event with Samurai Remnant. This is some nasty shit that Samurai Remnant collab pulled on us. And this is Fujimura Ritsuka acknowledging that event as real and saying, I've already seen this trick. Fuck boy. Not today, Jimmy. We're not going to stop right here, right now, no matter what you do. That's right. Well said. As expected, my Metoru. The comrades in arms that we fought together, Master. Hey, it's your boy. Onward. If there's a war, there's only moving forward. That is it. We will shatter, crush, and push through. Napoleon. It has been a while, hasn't it? Mr. Napoleon. All right, my soldiers. Take aim. I'll open a hole for you guys to go through. Aw, gave up on its little tricks.
Darandarume! Charge! Surrounding enemy has been eradicated. Oh la la. See, I pulled it off. My goodness. What are you doing, Archer? You're now part of my divine army. Learn some humility. And besides, get back to your post immediately. I hear a voice somewhere, but where? Senpai, the owner of this voice must be... It must be Skasaskadi. I can't believe we see each other once more like this. I don't have a lot of feelings like the great god, nor will I was able to see the future like the goddess of time, Noru Niru. But I understand this, that people, human individuals, well, is what would call this fate. The child of man, Karudea, Protag. Your path has no the path that you're walking has no blessing. Understand that we, the world of Europe, will always be your enemy. Your desires will never come into fruition. After all, our lives, not even a single one exists in your area. But even then, Los Bertos Sombrero, how dare you? Ending by regression. I see. So that's how you wanted to end our history, huh? Then witness, these are our. These are the remnant of Getemirigu. Your world. No, our world that you have laughed at. It is the 9 realm that was controlled by the gods of ideology and its remnants of its end. Valkyries, prepare the Gunniru. Command, confirm. Simultaneous lineup, battle combatant activation, prime. From here on out, inscribing the divine core, magical energy insertion increased. Noble Phantasm activation preparation ready. All units ready on my command. Target Lost Belt Sombrero. Suruzu! Understood. Linking the entire chain of command and consciousness and senses of mass production Valkyries to me. All combatant ready on my command. Every single one increase magical output to maximum. Adjust your magical energy and assimilate magical strength. Wow. There it all is. I can't believe that we're sharing magical. I can't believe we're sharing the same magical line and adjusting it all in one go. It's the first time doing it, right? Suruzu, are you all right? I know you're the eldest of them of us all, but aren't you pushing yourself? I am not. Hirudo, don't loosen the adjustments. I'm not loosening it. Didn't I tell you to not loosen it once more? You won't be able to have a conversation if you could. Now, all units, magical energy at the maximum output, magical energy adjustment proper, and magical energy simulate and assimilate. Simulate to dissimulate, and make sure that we all are in the same frequency. Aww. Hurry. Hey, this is a direct order from Lady Skadi, right? I feel like I'm not getting like the same thing as you guys are. I think. Did you guys pick up some sort of information that you guys didn't like share with the class? Nope, not at all. Never. Oh, I see. Enough chit-chattering, okay? All of us. Activation sequence now. Oh, manifestation complete. Entering the final attack. Insert commands, please. I've got the insert command completion. Understood. Activating our noble phantasm as well. Preparing to fire. Final attack. You're on your orders. We're here on command. Huh? How? You guys are supposed to be same units. How are you all talking individually? Ah. Hey, Suruzu. You're the one that said don't talk and don't talk and adjust yourself with the other massive units. Not fair. But these girls. These girls supposed to be back then they 存在の影になってなりました。These girls became only existence of shadows and mass productions in the same type unit. They weren't able to speak. They weren't able to talk and... What? So you're the proper human history? You guys are the Valkyries of the humanity's heroic spirit Saintcraft borrowed? It seems that our information is now shared throughout. We're now on the same page. That's all there's to it. I know. It's quite intriguing. Quite curious, too. Whether it was the great Odin's guidance, or perhaps some would call it a fate. Irasu? Really? My dearest sisters, we have to be attacking instead of conversating, correct? Well, you heard her, Suruzu. Takes a deep breath. Announcing to all the Valkyries, mass productive type and all, opening all senses, and opening dimension. Comms are online and all open. Get ready. Understood. Every single one of you, perfect simulation in infinity. Do not miss a single micro beat. All of us move together and attack together. Now activate Noble Phantasm. It says, yeah. Be careful of the remaining magical energy we still have and prepare to fire. Ragnarok Livisirarisru. Oh shit. Firing a concentrated firepower onto the tree nail. Essentially, it's
it's so much firepower that it's concentrated into one, and it becomes a Gunieru, which is the spear of Odin.
As expected of the daughter of a great god, huh? They're doing a fine job out here, Dio. Seems we can't be left behind, right, Moi? Let's do it, Shitanai. This feels weird. From the inside and outside. I feel like I'm hearing your voice in doubles. I wish Flair was out instead of you. Boy! You, like, unsatisfied with Rohi? Oh, man. That's a little saddening to hear, Dio. I'm sorry. That was a lie. I'm really glad that you came along too, you know? It's really heart-strengthening. Scuddy. Scuddy's not really used to fighting. So, having a backup or an aftermath would not be a bad idea to have a backline of a backline. And besides... Shitonai Berserker! Aren't you the one who brought him along to me? Thank you, Rohi. Truly. Well, let's do this, Bazaka! Hell yeah. Hey, the couple duo, Dio! Both of you. Amazing work. As expected of a demonic blade user, Siegfried, the Dragon Slayer. A heroic being that has its title worthy. I sincerely showing you my utmost respect, and I sincerely am grateful for you two to be joining us in this battle. What do you think, my love? The blades that they wield is exactly the same as mine, Barumurunk. Waga Guramu to onaji de. Oh, interesting. So, does that mean Waga Guramu to onajiku? Yeah, oh, okay. Waga Guramu to onajiku. So yeah, so this canonifies, right? Because we a lot of people already knows that Sigurd's Gram reforged, well, technically Sigurd's Gram in different story is Siegfried's Dragon Slayer. And Siegfried's Dragon Slayer held by Brynhilde, with Brynhilde's rage added, it became a demonic slayer, right? Demonic blade. And so, we already knew this, but a lot of people wanted the confirmation that Gram and the blade of Barumurunku, right? The Barumurunku, aka the Dragon Slayer, a blade that Siegfried has, is the same thing. It's a demonic blade that can kill dragons, right? It's the same thing. It's just constructed different because one was reforged by Odin. The other one was, it was not reforged by Odin. It's a demonic blade just like mine, same as it's a demonic blade just same as mine of my Gram. And now look, there's two of them swinging. Yes, there are beautiful demonic blades. But my dear Sigurd, to say these kind and sweet words is quite cruel, you know?
Because in the end, I only see your demonic blade. And your demonic blade is the most beautiful of them all and shines so bright. Ah! Hey. That might be true in your perspective. But understand some... あなたね、それはそうなんでしょうけど、加減しないしない。いや、like, keep a lid on it, my goodness! 無論あなたたちのうちの素晴らしさは、剣がどうかこのようにしたけど、加減よ加減、あまりに加減強くしすぎて、同感中毒と恥で、やけどしそう。It says, it put a lid on it. It says, I'm so sorry. Of course, you all's demonic blades are magnificent too. But I'm not talking about blade. I'm talking about your guys' intensity. You guys are so intensity that you're giving me like a secondhand embarrassment that I'm almost burning alive here. Makes a face that doesn't understand. Makes a face that that understands what she is trying to say. That's why. It says, yeah, unbelievable. Siegfried, can you say something to them, please? I suppose I should. Truly, I am quite jealous and mesmerized by you two. Dragon Slayer Sigurd and Biruhunde. Even to your Saint cores, to your even to your Saint Graf's core, these distortions fight while withholding those tainted distortions. You would fight alongside together, yet you still proclamate your love to one another while fighting. It says even the giants tremble, and even the giants' tremble and schemes. It seems that your thoughts and prayers will not shatter among thee. So it's essentially Siegfried is saying Brynhilde, you're the most beautiful girl of them all, right? And Brynhilde is like these two couple might have demonic blade, but you have the most beautiful demonic blade of them all, right? They're kind of flirting in their own way. And then Creamhilt is just like, hey, put a lid on it, okay? You guys are fucking embarrassing me. Okay, you guys are so lovey-dovey to the point that I'm gonna have a second-degree burn just by association. Brynhilde doesn't understand it. Siegfried understands it. And so Creamhilt is like, Siegfried, right? Siegfriedo, say something, right? Siegfried, say something. And Siegfried is like, man, if I were to say it honestly, I am quite jealous. I am quite jealous and mesmerized by you two. Dragon Slayer Siegfried and Brynhilde. So even though your Saint Core is tainted with such a painful distortion, you two guys still can fight each other and proclamate your love to one another. It says, yeah, not even the shockwaves of the giants can shatter your feelings and your wishes. I give you my utmost respect. And I do feel a little jealous about it, a little bit. I have to say, love truly is strong, isn't it? What's wrong, Creamhilt? Stop saying words like love! Knock it off! Now, enough daddling around. We need to do our job and eradicate this thing. You two as well. That goes to you too. It is interesting that Siegfried is technically counting the demonic blade of Brynhilda's spear. So does that mean Brynhilda's spear is technically the demonic blade of Guramu that has changed shape because she has it? I wonder. It says, yeah, it seems that now the demonic blade that slays dragons, here lies 4 of them. No matter what their existence may be or changed, they will not be our enemy. Oh, I wonder if Sigurd is talking about what's his name? Fuck. What's the chat? What's the name? Suruto. I wonder if he's talking about the blade of Suruto, because technically the blade of Suruto is also is a demonic blade. So if Suruto comes, technically that will be the 4th blade instead of the Brynhilda spear. That would be fucking lit. So yeah, our job is to eradicate this lost belt once and for all. Understood. Hell yeah, the couple combo. So we finally arrived at the rendezvous point. Bash. Yes, master. We've arrived to the rendezvous point of the Lost Belt Sombrero. We're going to be eradicating. We will be beginning our operation. Oh, it's quick. Hey, okay, so this one was quick. It was faster than I thought. Nice up. All right, make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next Lost Belt. Is is he gonna rip the sky and come swinging for Ophelia, my waifu, at Sombrero? Dude, that will be such a, like, each individual Lost Belt Kings, and each individual, like, big bad final boss on the each Lost Belt just slides in to save the day at the very end, or like gives it its final rites. That would be so cool, right? So Lost Belt 1, it'll be Anastasia. Lost Belt 2, it'll be Soruto. Lost Belt 3 would be I don't know what Lost Belt 3 would be. Assassin Old Man, I guess. Right? Technically it's either Assassin Old Man or Gekka Bijin. QSH? Well, technically QSH is probably gonna show up here, no problem. Right? QSH wasn't like the big, like we had to kill a QSH, but there was a bigger baddie, which was the assassin Li Shun, right? So the Fist Emperor, yeah, the Fist Emperor. The First Emperor is probably already gonna be here, right? So the 3rd Lost Belt's not gonna be First Emperor because he's probably already there. He's gonna probably Bing Chill, right? You know how it is. A Lost Belt 4 will probably be, ooh. Well, actually, I know what Lost Belt is. I've already seen that cutscene. Anyway, let's start. Let's do Lost Belt 3 next. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next Lost Belt. Peace. All right, we ain't stopping. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. We are at Lost Belt 3, May Old Eternity. Let us begin. We're going through. We're going through. I'll set it for QSH. Wait, listen, QSH is gonna be here. Listen, QSH will always be. That is a fact. Just watch. Just watch. If everybody's here so far in 1 and 2, it's only natural for QSH to be. It would be funny if he comes in at like his old suit, like the big ass like steampunk robot form instead of the elemental form. Warning, warning. Enemy life form detected. So the same shit as you know, first one, second one, third one. Essentially, because there is an internal current error and because what's inside is trying to fight back, it can't construct itself as a hollow point. So it's now activating Lost Belt Mayoru, Lost Belt making a happy ever after due to sheer control / govern. It's quote unquote solo destruction, right? Solo destruction due to its own eradication. It would eradicate its enemy. So essentially, I do like the individual little concept. So, happy ever after. Yeah, happy ever after due to govern and govern and control. So essentially, this is going to be low-key America soon. Smile. See, look, QSH already here. The first emperor. あのな、独善と独裁を一緒にするのではない。裁判は一人でも良しとする多数策は多数あろう。Now, do not combine self-righteousness. Do not combine self-righteousness and self-judgment. After all, when it comes to judging so selfly, there are many different ways to make votes more multiple. Essentially, he's talking about a scheme, right? Meaning, if it looked quite precarious, we just need to get back onto square one. After all, Chin is an immortal. I wouldn't be bored starting from stage 1. And I wouldn't be tortured from boredom. それでは閣下、かねてからこの空間の戦いを見過ごしておられたの。It's as if that's the case, my liege. Were you watching the battles of irregular space of other sides all this time and preparing for this very moment? I have, just in case at times like this. What a romantic filled words of a statement. At a time like this. Yeah, I prepared at a time like this. But it seems that my thought process came into fruition and it was correct. This Lost Belt is so vile and vexing. Waga so fu soju wo eshita gekirin to saido wa koko e makireta wa. Waga ANC 帝国の強者どもたちよ。今こそ補給石膏の時。偉大なる中華の意義を示せ。Yo, they're gonna hype this shit up so hard. Because this is for China, right? Essentially. So TLDR here. It says, what a wonderful world. I prepared this just in case. But it seems that the effort is not, the effort is now fruited and it is nothing for naught. This vexing Lost Belt. The fact that it would reset and restart everything in order to refunction its entire functionality once more. All the people, the Eternity Empire of Shin, right? Of Sin. It's time for us, it's time for you all to, quote unquote, reap what you sow and fight for your life. Show me your respect. Yeah, show your pride and honor of China, right? Or AKA, Chin, AKA him, right? Honor him. Leave it to me. Oh damn! Look at all these shadow servants. Technically, citizen. He recruited shadow servants to be citizens of Shin. Is crazy.
やはり我が狩り倒すとなればこの空想銃でしょうな。メイン。It says, hello! If I were to cut anything down, I believe it's this specific lost belt. It's called called Mayflower?
You don't really have to try to show off. Your brain and your mouth only needs to bite down in shattered carrots. That's all it's there's good for. It seems as expected of the first emperor, they've already prepared and planned everybody accordingly. And our operation have already begun. What a wonderful, what a wonderful line he has already made.
What?
You know, he says, yeah, I can't say it. I can't say that, he's our buddy, or they're our buddy or comrade. I can't say it. Hmm? いや、それはそうだが、あれ手を貸してもよいのか。どう考えてもここにいちゃいけない連中では。It says that's good enough. Oh man, that's the voice actor Medea too, and it says, yeah, putting that all aside, is it really okay to lend a hand to those guys? The first emperor and the others? No matter what, these guys are the one that's not supposed to be here, right? ともあれ、この彗星を鑑みるの敵の敵は味方。ここは加減して勢いに乗るのが必勝への道筋だと。No matter what may be the case, the enemies of our enemies is a friend. The same thing as we're utilizing the battle opticus concept, and we should be able to collaborate together and overcome this hardship. Will be the closest way to our victory. Yo! Oh! Hello! Hey! Where are you going, Spartacus? That's the wrong way! The enemy's that way! You're going the wrong way, buddy! Ooh! Hmm? I felt an oppressor in the air, though. First and foremost, we have to kill this lost belt, okay? Just kill this one and kill the other one later. Just in that order, okay? See, look. Big pillar. Big pillar. You're feeling oppressed by that pillar, right? You feel its energy? Indeed! It seems that the oppressor from this thing, the refills, and I could have seconds and more! It seems at the bottom of my heart the rebellion burns bright! It seems that the battle has already been started at the Lost Belt Mayoru. It seems that the Mordreds and the others are currently in battle. Ah! Seems that our general on this side finally arrived, huh? Finally, I can bust out my full strength. Wait, the first emperor is leading the servants? I thought the Chinese Lost Belt didn't have heroic spirits in the first place. まあ、そういえば。じゃあ、新側の運勢って何でしょうね。Now that you mention it, that's quite true. Then, what is the Shin Emperor really leading then? Huh? Wait, were you fighting all this time? Not questioning what's going on here? Bro Tag, you finally arrived. You'd probably be wondering why I have an army of heroic spirit at this point, correct? Good, good. It's always so fascinating and delightful to see your surprising face. Never gets me bored. And because of that, I will permit you, and I'll explain everything. And I will let you join my ranks. But where did you get all these abundance amount of servants and... Well, after you've all left, you see, Chin and Abul Q, yo, did they like lost and was just like, hey, you know these Chinese statues? Why don't we just shadow servant them a little bit? You know what? Why not? So yeah, so me and my buddy pal, right, aka the thick tactician. Do you really think that we were just waiting for the perishment of our world due to boredom? I have come to the calculation that one more quarrel was going to happen sooner or later. And besides, I was quite jealous. I was quite jealous and was envious of this spirit heroic summoning sequences that you've all had. So therefore, 臨山に浮かえる統計の M をすぐりをいや英霊基盤化してチンのライブラリーに登録してみた。So yeah, so remember the million Quaddle, right? The Quetzalcoatl soldiers, right? So essentially, he dug up all the frozen heroes that was resided in the mountain that was supposed to be for later usage. He converted everything from frozen heroes and then converted them all into saint graphs and added it into his own permanent library. As expected and as always, that's a pretty crazy idea. チンの計算主力をそっちのトライスナ西ガシラの基盤上のそろばんなぞことならぬスペックであるぞ。I says, yeah, understand that compared to your Torisu, whatever it may be, when it comes to calculations and processing, processing power, your Torais Megis, whatever, this electronic abacus, my specs is far beyond its capability. It's just due to some funny tinkering and too much expansion. The size of the quote-unquote library became 5 times of its normal form, though. Oops. Maybe. すでに我らが中国オリア閣下のわすところ、空地の果てまで具足を揃えたしてる居場所。ひょひょひょひょ、これももう過去も未来も戦争し放題でございますな。英霊最高。Jeez. It's essentially the first emperor is saying, got a little envious of you guys summoning heroic spirits. While the Lost Belt was collapsing, me and my boy to the left come to the conclusion that we should utilize the space where we freeze the heroes. We will convert all the frozen heroes into saint graphs, and by processing this data, we'll add them permanently to my Chin library, right? The quote-unquote QSH library. And because of this, I got a little carried away. And now that the library is 5 times as the normal size, and the aka the soccer face girl is this holy snap, right? My emperor has created something that could even now interject beyond the realm of norm, right? So it's essentially soldier can pop up on the spot, on the time, anytime, anywhere. And fucking Cushing, it goes, now that we'll be able to war to our heart's content, sir. Past, future, woo, heroic spirit is the best. It's unbelievable. He manufactured his own little he manufactured his own little throne and made himself an Alaya and expanded the library component? This guy really is, well, that still should be impossible. Even if you are all doing so, just by your calculation strength alone, you shouldn't be able to open up a path to the heroes of the thrones, or even the throne itself. Indeed, that would be a very impossible task. Yes, let us say, however, in an instance, this is impossible unless a ray shift technology was stolen from our side. I suppose I was keeping that part quite a secret, wasn't I? Well, don't think about it too hard, and forgive me. It wasn't something as easy as I could have mimicked. But besides, anyhow, there was a large enemy of evil and ugly in front of us. A common enemy! Isn't that not true, Protag? あんたみたいな暴君がそんな白足同期で動くわけないでしょ。Hey, Consular Youth here. Nice. Yo, Senpai, welcome back. So did he basically race shifted his time loop? Hey, don't worry about it. Lost belt, common enemy. Hey, don't worry about it. It says you're such a rowdy person. I'm pretty sure you won't be moving with just such a minor motive. You're probably thinking that you're probably thinking to yourself that Maru's functionality is so useful, you're gonna try to steal it and use it for yourself, right? You're here to steal its technology now, aren't you? Are you really interested? Oh, shoot! We're having a conversation, but there's a wyvern! There is no wyvern! Well, you see, it's so useful. So I was thinking that if it's, under Chin's command, I might have used it, 1,000% more efficient. You see? Right? Mass production of infinite supplies. Turning off the citizen's thought process and functionality and entertainment values to create a perfect drone. I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble to make what I wanted. It says, why is this Mecha Emperor's personality do not even bend for a second? I wonder if I could circumnavigate this entire Lost Belt. Leave it alone so we can so I can able to reach the root, the center point before Protag can. Maybe I can do something funny if I were to reach that, but Now, in conclusion, I'm gonna stay silent. Maybe I should just kill him right here, right now. In the heavens there is an oppressor, and in Atlant there is an oppressor.
With 2 of these combined, the oppression meter has become ×2 of rebellion of 2 choices. Has your math gone berserk as well? I get if it's 2, right? 1 + 1 or 2 + 2, but what is this ×2 shit? What do you mean there's only 2 people that are oppressing?いや、変換数に圧政を2に代行すれば、明日にでもかけても便宜上でも4になるので。Yo, he's a berserker now, yo. He's a logical berserker. That's crazy. So it says, yeah, there's an oppressor in the heavens, there's an oppressor on land. 2 of them combined ×2 oppressing. Yeah, it's the writing of the 2 rebellion in a 2 cart. The Mordred is asking, what the hell is that berserker math? Why is it times and not a plus? And so he comes up with a logical conclusion. He says, in technicality, even if you replace the oppressor, right? Even if you replace the oppressor with a number 2, no matter if you add them and no matter if you times them, in the very end, the logical conclusion will be 4. So he is not wrong. True! Oh my god! Holy shoot! Yo! Berserker calculation mathematic is insane! He's having an epiphany. He's like, berserker math? What the sigma? Oh my god! Oh! Berserker tactician mathematical! Oh! I've got so many ideas! Stop, please! Stop! I need you all to stop doing some weird stuff right now and focus on the battle. Hey, yo, you know Python was here just for this moment, okay? You know for a fucking fact that that stupid simp was here just for this moment. Trump, tell me you like that Lev Gotea scene? Oh, dude, I love Lev Gotea scene. That was lit. I made sure I went back to the first trailer and recited it and translated word bar by bar in the trailer. Happy holidays, sending vibes. Hey, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Dial. Indeed. Ono gata. Kokoro ni sunde gishin anki wa. It says, understand you all that in this location, quote unquote, calculations, and it is essentially you can't put X, right? You can't put variables. No variables are allowed. 戦場に組んではことの葉の腹置きサウなど戦機こと同意の動きを見つめれば自らと真意は明らかになろう。So it says, yeah, it's essentially the time for talk is over. It's time to battle. In Battlefield, we don't trade words, we trade blows. And the moving the soldiers' movement, you'll understand its true motives and its true desire. Understand understand that Chin, right? Understand that the general here is serious. He is all in hands to try to cut down this lost belt. There is no lie to it. After all, nobody can escape from my eyes. おっしゃる通りです。私としたことが発してない言葉をつい。It's you're exactly right. I sincerely apologize for embarrassing you, utilizing these dirty words. I just naturally. Oh, Kake Zeroski. Yeah, it says, my calculations. I was unable to repair you on my side, but I see you were stored in the thrones of the heroes. I believe I am called Ko, the king of Lost Spelt. King of the Lost World. It is a name that was bestowed upon to protect my wife. Protect humanity. The one who defends. Fucking. Yeah, fucking. She is in love all over again. Emma, you've done your fair share, didn't you, sage woman? It seems that you've pulled some stuff off and survived up to this moment, didn't you? Nah, そりゃな。他の空想銃でトラブルが下手を打つようなら思うところもあったが、こうして民に対してくれる者が見事に意地を通していた以上、So it says, yeah, you've done your very best, sage woman. Perhaps you've seen my scheme and was hiding until I showed myself, didn't you? Dots. Well, I knew that was coming. However, I was planning what I've said before. If Protag made some blunder in other Lost Belts. However, as you can see, the man I would acknowledge as my citizen was able to accomplish his will and now going through it wholeheartedly. All the plans that I had before is out of the question. Now Protag. You have been now officially blessed by Chin himself once more. As a man. As a representative man, let us showcase this pillar once more, the proof of our friendship, a battling comrade. It is quite the honor, sir. I'll do my best. She's such a simp. That is correct. I'm telling you, like I said, I'm telling you, she was there just for his monologue. In technicality, she was kind of hiding in the background to prevent Chin from doing some next level crap. But because we said we're going to destroy ourselves and destroy the Lost Belt altogether, Chin said, you know, forget the plan. We'll kill this Lost Belt. You know, we're comrades in arms. All right, make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you all tomorrow. TTFN. Ta-ta for now. Peace. Yo, how many Lost Belts are there? Oh my lord. 1, 2, 3, 4 more Lost Belts, Dio. My fucking throat. Yeah, Loki, I'm gonna cheat. Loki, I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna go 7 and 5. I'm just gonna do the one that's already zeroed and call it a day. There's 8 Lost Belts. Technically, there's 7 raids. After all the raids done, we're gonna have the Beast Class 8. But Lost Belt 4 is so litty though. Fuck. Okay. So here's the deal. What is this one? Eternity. Eternity is almost dead. What about Apocalypse? Apocalypse is almost dead. Apocalypse is not almost dead. Well, I can farm that. Oh my god, I can farm Laser if I finish Laser. Oh my god, what about Starlo? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna do it all. I'm gonna do it all. Alright. Calm your tits.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta get this quick. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. We're gonna have to booty blast all this introduction to the Lost Belt. My goodness, it is a lot. It's like 30 minutes per interlude. It's crazy, Dio. It's fun, Dio. It's the final battle, Dio. We're now going to Spiral Laser. Ooh, I am so cooked after this stream. It is ridiculous. Warning, warning. Same crap as all the Lost Belts. Lost Belt Spiral. Built making, aka Loop Revolution, due to disappearance and witheredness, right? Erasure and abandonment. It would be following this death route. Eradicate these enemies, please. Essentially, it will spiral itself to non-existence. Oh, yo, Nezuha altar. That's pretty cool. 白いこれは我が使いたくないがクベラの力ムカつく。So Nezuha, aka Nezuha, aka Indian Enkidu, is saying unfortunate. I don't want to use this, the power of Kupera. It pisses me off. So this is Nezuha using the altar's power, which is Kupera, bestowed upon by Arjuna Altar. とはいえ、この仕事を渡すには、バユー様の力も使いざる道具さ。I says, man, in order to get this job done, I'm gonna be borrowing and utilizing the tools of Vayula, the god of wind. これがまた子供に向けられることにようがなれば私もムカつくがね。He says, however, if this power were to get pointed at the children once more again, I'll be pissed off too. Luckily, it seems our enemy is different this time. Ah, don't you all get angered by this, right? Pisses me off too. And besides, why are we doing this out of all else, huh? But doesn't help. I can't be helped, you see. You can't help it, you see. Because we're the Lokapala. We are the servants under a certain god. Isn't that right? Is the god of beginning that that commands us to his will. There's got to be some sort of a will or volition intended when he consumed all the gods. And he was trying to pull something. I now understand his anger, because I know his anger existed. So I came to an understanding, you see. He was angry. He was angry at everything. Mad above all else, to himself, to others, its weakness and strengthness, its sadness to war, to reality and unfairness, and these unneeded circumstances. After all, if he wasn't mad at everything, he wouldn't come to the conclusion of eating all the gods to become a god himself. It says, I'm the one that's attracted to anger. I know how it feels. I got you. I got you all too well. I got a lot of things to say too, but if this is going to be our last time, I'm gonna be beside the god that's angered by all this. All right? As always,
Very sweaty man. Always hot-tempered. I have no change in myself for anything. Understand that there is a infection that needs to be cut loose. And that's what I'm staring, and that's what I'm going to do. As long as the as long as the outside looks good, who cares about the inside? How preposterous. Stupidity is what I can describe. There's always a method, and there's always a chance, and there are always a possibility that even if the outer appearance did not change, on the inside, a circumstances, if not, the infection would have spread or continue to grow on an unknown rate. This is just because you look fine on the outside and make yourself safe and sound and you tell yourself embodiment of healthy. That is the foolish thought process that the foolish people, that is the foolish process that foolish people use as evidence and a weapon. Just go to the hospital and get yourself checked already. Hey, what happened to your local polish drink, huh? You're not the Arjuna I know. You're the Arjuna that I know. You're the Arjuna that I don't know that I do know. Please close your mouth and do as you're told. Ashmatamam. You're right on that statement, though. Saji to yu mono daro. Worthy of sort. I suppose you should comment. Yo, I know this OST. Is that Ganesha? This is so roughness. It says, no matter how much calorie I consume, I'm going to be skinny in the end of all this battle. Isn't that a good thing in the end, my dear? I believe this is your opportunity to look back and lament your laziness, Ganesha. It's time to pay up your dues of all the time you've been lazy. I never knew that I'm gonna be shoulder to shoulder with my mom. I really can't slack off now as long as she's watching. It seems that I can swing my it seems that I can swing my sword no problem. I, King Rama. Rama, the king of Kosara. I will be fighting together with you all. In a battlefield. Until it truly begins, you would always fight alongside with, together with an opponent you wouldn't even thought of. I suppose that is just another enjoyment or surprise of gladness of such. だが、その相手が好ましいものかどうかは別の問題ではないのか。However, if that opponent is worthy or favorable to your outcome, isn't that two separate problems, perhaps? Or, maybe this was this time's unfortunate that bestowed upon you all. Hey, get out the way! Don't look away now. Get out the way, but don't look away from the battlefield. You look all serious and bothered, but in actuality, you smell like you're quite the dangerous being, this prince, or this, wannabe princess warrior. Look, all you need to do is look at me. The amazing heroic Duryodhana's amazing heroic works. Burn it to your retina and follow my lead, huh? Well, it wouldn't be my fault that I look so handsomely dashing that your retina gets smashed into pieces so you wouldn't be able to see straight later.
Sorry I'm late. Thanks. Kept you guys waiting, huh?
There's no reason for you to there's no reason for you to apologize. Even if we were waiting. We were waiting like we were just light dancing, killing the time. We weren't bored.
I'm really happy you're here, though. Yeah, by the way, those guys over there, they got like people general that's kind of mixated with other Mr. Gods and doing their best, okay? It seems like the enemies are not lowering in numbers. Are we okay at this rate?
Unfortunately, we're going to be fine. After all, I've asked for aid, and it will come. Whenever there's something to be destroyed, it will come to eradicate it. She will definitely come. After all, that's how she was constructed. That's how I was back then. Oh shit, are we gonna get Durga? Hey, we're gonna get that Durga. Gonna get that Durga. So are we gonna get regular Durga or are we gonna get blue skin Durga? Hey, we got a regular Durga.
Is she blushing? Is she being a cutie right now?
I sense a cutie. I have just arrived.
This goddess will now start eradicating this place now.
Divine punishment will be served. The goddess of destruction. That sounds a wonderful news to have on our side. Even if it's the god of Durga herself, just one unit, it won't change any.
It seems that is the case, but please do not worry. I think she detected the same thing, and she also brought the problem child with us as well.
Wait, is it Indra or it's Vitra? Hey, kissy.
I'm only here in the front line to see something so beautiful and just here for just a watch, you know? However, it seems from what I've suspected, it's going to take quite a long time. And if we were to falter here, this place would squander into pieces. I'm waiting for the amazing climax at the front line in the front seats, so I suppose I wouldn't mind handing you a little hand, I suppose, to get you through the time.
Well, I'm always here. Thank you so much for the follow Reno Cappuccino. Ayo. Is this Christmas canon? Yes, the Christmas canons are canon. It says, as always, I will be working for depravity of my dear masters, okay? In the end, it's because of Kama-chan's effort that you would win. Love, aka depravity, is amazing. Kama-chan is amazing. Now repeat after me. That is the ending that I truly desire, you see. You two are amazing. Thanks for coming along. Damn, she's so easy. So easy to bush. Hmm. あちらとこちらの中間にも気配が生まれた気がする。これは。It says it seems that between us and the Locapalas, there is another there is another presence at hand. This must be. It says yes. He'll probably come. Yeah, he'll probably come at his own convenience. After all, he is an embodiment of just coming to fruition at a whim of his will. That's Indra. I believe that is Indra. Oh. This wind. Wow. This wind really truly looks like the real deal, isn't it? Dots. It seems that my Vajra is shaking. I suppose he has arrived then. My Vajra is shaking as well. So I suppose that this was an inevitable to happen.